Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen. Amen.
Members, I've been advised by the Electoral Commissioner that under Section 137 of the Electoral Act 1993, Benjamin Cody Doyle has been declared to be elected a member of the House of Representatives to fill the vacancy created by Darlene Tana. Just giving a bit of a gap before I go on, just in case there's a point of order. I've received a letter from the Honourable Rachel Brooking seeking to debate under Standing Order 399 the Government's decision to amend the Resource Management, Freshwater and Other Matters Amendment Bill, restricting all councils' ability to notify freshwater plans. This is a particular case of recent occurrence. The matter was debated and voted on in Committee of the Whole House yesterday. The third reading of the bill is the first government order of the day today. There are ample existing opportunities to debate it. The application is declined. The petitions have been presented.
Petitioner Jacob Sims requesting that the House urge the Government to include feral cats in predator-free 2050s eradication goals. Petition of Dr Lawrence Yunnan requesting that the House urge the Minister of Education to protect Te Reo Māori and Kura and not make proposed changes to Section 127 of the Education and Training Act 2020.
Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. One paper has been delivered for presentation.
Vote Business, Science and Innovation report on non-departmental appropriations for the year ended 30th of June 2024 for the Tourism and Hospitality portfolio.
I present the report of the Controller and Auditor General entitled Ministry of Education, Promoting Equitable Education Outcomes. Those papers are published under the authority of the House. One select committee paper has been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Regulations Review Committee on the Secondary Legislation Confirmation Bill.
The bill is set down for second reading. No bills have been presented. The House comes to oral questions. The first in the name of Dan BIDOIS.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, what recent reports has she seen on the government finances?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, the year-end financial statements for the 2023-2024 financial year show net core Crown debt of $175 billion, which is 42.5% of GDP. The good news is that this is lower than the budget forecast. The bad news is that over the past 6 years, government debt has skyrocketed. Some of this, of course, was due to COVID, but government spending outside of COVID also increased significantly. Overall, net debt has gone from 19.4% of GDP to 42.5%, which in dollar terms, colleagues, is an increase of $118 billion over 6 years. And the cost of financing that debt has also risen to $8.9 billion a year.
Supplementary. How much did net debt increase in the year 2023 to 2024?
Mr Speaker, net core Crown debt at the beginning of the year was $155 billion. Over the course of the year, an extra $6 billion was borrowed to cover the cash deficit from core Crown operating activities. This is what's known as borrowing to pay for the groceries. Another $13 billion was borrowed for investments. These include capital expenditure and things like roads and schools, advances and contributions to the super fund. And there was a $1 billion fair value movement in financial assets and liabilities. That adds up to a $20 billion increase in net debt over the year.
Supplementary.
Dan BIDOIS.
What are the government's objectives for debt?
Mr Speaker, core Crown operating cash flows have been negative since 2019-2020, meaning the government has been borrowing for the groceries for 5 years straight. And obviously that is not sustainable. Debt should be used to fund investments and deal with economic shocks, not to fund operating activities. The coalition government also has an objective to stop the rise in net debt as a percentage of GDP, put it on a downward trajectory towards 40%, and eventually keep it below that level, subject to shocks.
Yeah, Dan Bidwell. So we go 3.
Will the government need to borrow for tax relief?
Mr. Speaker, this is an answer which members opposite should listen to. The government will not need to borrow at all for tax relief. Tax relief is fully funded. Neither has tax relief added to inflation. Let me remind members that there were some in this House who stood up and declared that tax relief will lead to higher inflation for longer. And they must feel so embarrassed now that annual inflation is down to 2.2%. Don't trust the economic forecasts of the team opposite.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Has the Minister seen any recent reports that the debt could be approximately $860 million lower had the previous government adopted the new government's model for delivering the healthy school lunch model at half the price? And if so, does the government have more plans to do things smarter, bring business, government and civil society together and deliver better results for less money?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is correct that the Minister is not just delivering butter chicken, he's delivering savings too. And he reflects a sentiment that the government is very much attached to, which is that the whole reason for managing the books well is so that we can deliver better services to New Zealanders. And we do not presume that doing things the way they have always been done is the best way. And we will always be on the lookout for opportunities to drive better value for money.
Question 2, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he have confidence in all of his ministers?
The Honourable Prime Minister. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, in our coalition government we have outstanding ministers delivering on our ambition to rebuild the economy, to restore law and order and deliver better public services. And I would put them up against his former and current team any day of the week, person on person. Because whether it's Nicola Willis ending the era of high inflation or high interest rates delivered under Labor, she's getting the job done. Winston Peters out in the world doing the business, lifting our engagement with our fellow countries. Look at Chris Bishop and the work in Simeon Brown, cracking down and getting delivery, doing the projects, not phantom projects on post-it notes, real projects getting it done. Erica Stanford and David Seymour doing an awesome job getting our kids to school, novel idea, teaching them the basics well on how to read and how to write. And whether it's Paul Goldsmith and Mark Mitchell, they are making sure we are restoring law and order with tougher sentences, cracking down on gangs and retail crime as well. Across the government, our ministers, we are getting New Zealand back on track and we're incredibly proud of them. And again, I would just say I'd line them up against the current front bench, opposition front bench, or the former administration any day of the week.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker.
Just before I call the member, can I just say the general level of noise during that question was just far too much from both sides of the House. And, I'm making this comment because of the number of, the amount of correspondence I get about those sort of barrages. The Right Honourable Christopher Hipkins.
Is it his expectation that a minister will inform him if they receive a complaint about their conduct as soon as that complaint is received? If not, what is his expectation?
Well, in the case that you're referencing, which is Andrew Bailey's behaviour that we talked about over the last day or so, he apologised to the person concerned, as realised as soon as he caused offence he thought he had it resolved. He didn't. It then did come to me.
Order, Mr. Speaker. That wasn't the question that I asked the Prime Minister. It was a pretty straightforward question relating to his confidence in his ministers, and it was what his expectation was about when a minister would inform him of a complaint about the minister's conduct.
Look, the Prime Minister might like to add beyond his thinking ahead of where the question might be going.
In terms of each case and each circumstance is different. In this case, Andrew Bailey thought he had resolved it, thought he had, it wasn't resolved. It came back to me later, but each case and each circumstance is different.
Supplementary. Did he ask Andrew Bailey why he thought that calling someone a loser and making an L sign on his forehead was funny?
Well, I went through the account with him. He doesn't dispute the account. He actually takes full responsibility for his actions. He acknowledged that and importantly apologised to the individual concerned, and he assured me it won't happen again.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order.
I asked him specifically about a question as to whether or not he had questioned Andrew Bailey on a particular topic, why he thought it was funny. The Prime Minister hasn't addressed that question in any way.
Well, I think to say he hasn't addressed in any way is too much. Prime Minister may wish to add to the answer.
No, I'm quite good.
Supplementary question then. Was it acceptable for Andrew Bailey to deny in the House yesterday, saying that he had consumed any alcohol, and then return to the House just before 10 p.m. to correct that answer and confirm that he had?
Well, out of an abundance of transparency and for the avoidance of doubt, he was very clear. He wanted to clarify that he had no alcohol before the interaction. As you would well know from the letter that the Leader of the Opposition would have received from the complainant, the second issue where he did have alcohol after the interaction was not in dispute.
Supplementary question. Had Andrew Bailey consumed alcohol between the time when he first left the warehouse and the 2 occasions when he returned to the warehouse to repeatedly ask the worker to come and drink with him?
Again, I don't know how to be any clearer. Andrew Bailey declared yesterday that he was, and he's been very clear from the beginning, that he had not consumed any alcohol before he had the interaction with the individual, the first interaction. The second interaction, he talked about going for a drink and inviting the complainant to come with him for that. He admits that he had alcohol after the interaction with the individual.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order.
It is important that this is clear, because Andrew Bailey, in his description yesterday, denied that he had consumed any alcohol in any of the interactions he had with the worker. If he had gone off and started drinking and then come back into the warehouse, that personal explanation cannot be true. And I think it is important that the Prime Minister is very clear about that in his answer.
And I think it's important that when you take a point of order, it is about related to the order. There is, if those points that you are talking about are in dispute, there are mechanisms for you to do something about that. But I would invite the member to ask another question.
A further point of order, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, when a member makes a personal explanation in the House, we on this side of the House have to take them at their word. That is what the rules of this House require. Andrew Bailey came to the House to make a personal explanation, correcting an answer that he had given, and we have to accept him at his word. The Prime Minister has just indicated that what Andrew Bailey said last night, just before the House rose for the evening at 10 o'clock, was not true. I think it is important that the Prime Minister is very fulsome with the House about that, because otherwise he is questioning the word of a member.
Well, that would be a way in which you could view it, but I would think that the series of answers potentially leads to another course of action from the member, if he chooses it.
Thank you. If someone declines an offer of an alcoholic drink, is it acceptable for a government minister to return to their worksite 2 further times to harass them into changing their mind?
As I said to the member yesterday, and as I say again today, there is nothing that is acceptable about that behaviour. The minister has come forward and acknowledged that he was completely wrong. He is mortified, he feels appalled about his behaviour, he's apologised to the individual, he's apologised to me, and he's reassured it won't happen again. But there's nothing that accepts that behaviour.
So had Andrew Bailey consumed any alcohol before the second and third interactions with the worker concerned?
Again, that member has one of his colleagues answering questions of the minister. I'm sure our minister will give a very fulsome answer to the questions that are asked.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order.
That question relates directly to the previous supplementary question that I asked the Prime Minister. He has to address that. This is a serious matter to do with the conduct of a minister. I don't think it's unreasonable that the Prime Minister should answer the question.
Ask the question again.
Had Andrew Bailey consumed any alcohol before his second and third interactions with the worker who complained?
I've accepted the minister's account where he has said that he had not consumed alcohol before the interaction. He came to the House and clarified that he had a small amount of alcohol after the interaction.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. There are 3 interactions with the worker. I think it's not unreasonable to ask the Prime Minister to be clear about which of these interactions he's referring to in his answer.
Speaking of the point of order,
this is a matter of chronology. The complaints based on the so-called first offence admitted by the Minister. That's what's important here. What we got here is someone trying to go from the first offence on which the whole complaint was made and then add on a whole lot of things after, as though something you did after the offence which would have had an influence on you if you'd done it before the offence, is relevant. It's that simple.
Well, I think the clarification was about what the questioning should be about. Whether or not the opposition choose to accept that or not is for them, not for me to rule on. So I would say, in this case, what was your point of order again? I'm sorry, I got lost in that one.
Mr Speaker, the question was very specifically about the second and third interactions that Andrew Bailey had with the worker who made the complaint. The Prime Minister in his answer simply referred to the interaction with the worker. There were 3 separate interactions. I think it's not unreasonable, given the specific nature of the question, that it was about the second and the third interactions, for the Prime Minister to be clear about whether that's what he's referring to.
Yes, the Prime Minister did make the point that there are further questions coming for the Minister concerned to answer. And I think it's not unreasonable for him to say that he should answer those questions.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Yes.
The question on notice is whether the Prime Minister has confidence in his ministers.
That's right.
Only the Prime Minister can form that judgment. Andrew Bailey can't form the judgment about whether the Prime Minister has confidence in him. Only the Prime Minister can do that. He's given us a lengthy explanation for why he thinks he's got confidence in all his ministers and why they're all wonderful, including the ones who call workers losers. But I think it's not unreasonable for him to answer specific questions about an incident that he himself has said was completely unacceptable. If Andrew Bailey, and we don't know the period of time in which it could have elapsed between Andrew Bailey leaving the warehouse and coming back on 2 further occasions, so it is material as to whether or not Andrew Bailey was drinking during that time. And I think it would be unbelievable to think that, given the publicity this has had and given the incident, the significance of the incident, that the Prime Minister wouldn't have asked him that.
Except, well, that's something that you can contemplate. It's not for me to speculate on. What I would say is that you have asked questions of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's answered those questions given the information that he has to hand. The question you're now asking about the way in which an event might have transpired is probably not easily known to the Prime Minister. He wasn't there. So do you have another question?
Are you giving me more?
Well, I'll tell you what, because it is a serious matter, and I'm not going to deny that. Yes, have a question.
Supplementary.
Supplementary question, right on Winston Peters.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And ask the Prime Minister, has he been mindful in his decision on this of the massive injustice done to the Honourable David Parker and the Honourable Dover Samuels, both of whom lost their ministries when they were utterly innocent and their colleagues would not stand behind them?
That's a interesting reflection on history, but it's not a question to the Prime Minister.
Come to his judgment. That is not surely out of order.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to get into too much trouble here if I ask the member to ask the question again in that context.
Has he, in his decision-making, been mindful of the massive injustice on occasions like this that were delivered to the Honourable David Parker and the Honourable Dover Samuels, both of them who were accused of being guilty when they were utterly innocent, and their colleagues would not stand behind them?
Okay, so there's no responsibility for the Labor ministers, but I think the point is made. Second point I just want to make is that the questions are to the Prime Minister, and pushing them off to another minister is not appropriate in a question time.
Supplementary question. Did the Prime Minister ask Andrew Bailey whether he was consuming alcohol between the first, second and third interactions with the worker who made the complaint?
Yes, I went through the account with Andrew Bailey on Friday morning. I have assurances from the Minister there was no alcohol consumed before the first interaction. He came into the House, as you know, yesterday and confirmed that there was alcohol consumed after the second interaction.
Question 3, Chloe Strawbridge.
The Prime Minister, e tautoko ana I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Yes, and especially our action to crack down on organised crime. It was absolutely outstanding news yesterday to see police deal another major blow to gang operations, this time in Opotiki. Yesterday were search warrants executed across the North Island. Police, as always, did an outstanding job, and I want to thank them for their efforts. 28 individuals were arrested and 6 firearms were seized. And more good news, later that afternoon, the Gang Disruption Unit just recently stood up in the Bay of Plenty, continued to target and to harass gang operations. And next month, police will get more powers to target organised crime as our gang laws take effect, ensuring we have the tools we need to combat violent crime and restore law and order.
Does the Prime Minister think that young people should be taken seriously when they say that they are not getting access to food or fresh air?
Again, with respect to the issue yesterday, there will be a full review. What was important, that it was safely resolved and all 13 individuals came down off the roof.
Prime Minister, tell the House why young people at the Korowai Manaaki facility were protesting on the roof of that facility this week.
There will be a full review in due course to understand the motivation.
Has the Prime Minister directly spoken to or spoken to anybody who has spoken directly to the young people who were protesting on the roof of that facility this week?
Yesterday morning I had a 6:20 a.m. meeting with the acting CEO of Oranga Tamariki and also the Minister. I was very pleased to see it safely resolved. Now there'll be a further conversation and a further review. But what I would say is that the Minister is working incredibly hard to implement Mike Bush's 9 focus areas, 40 key actions. And what's been good to see is that while this has been disappointing to have 1 roof incident this year compared to the 15 that happened in 2023.
Was the Prime Minister aware when he made his joke about these young people not getting KFC that they were protesting about not getting access to food or fresh air?
Again, there's no jokes about this. This is actually a very serious matter when our most vulnerable and some of our most serious young offenders end up in a facility like that. It's important that we look after them and protect the public too.
Does the Prime Minister truly intend our country to be one that celebrates, as one of his ministers did this week, the punishment of children?
I just reject the characterisation of that question outright.
Question 4, Tanya Unkovich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Health. What recent announcement has she made regarding funding for Hatohone St John?
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Today, the Minister for ACC and I announced that Hatohone St John will receive over $21 million in additional funding this year to address the inflationary cost pressures. This increase follows a 32% increase over the last 2 years for emergency road ambulance service providers. Road ambulances provide critical services that New Zealanders rely on in an emergency, and this additional investment in a constrained fiscal environment demonstrates the importance of ensuring these services are adequately funded.
Supplementary question. How much funding do Health New Zealand and ACC jointly provide to Hatohone St John?
Mr. Speaker, I'm advised that this $21 million increase now means that Health New Zealand and ACC will jointly provide nearly $357 million to Hatohone St John this financial year. I'm pleased that this additional funding has meant that negotiations with Hatohone St John's unions have been settled. Any disruption to road ambulance services is unsettling for New Zealanders, and I know it wasn't always easy, but settling the negotiations is a testament to the hard work put in on all sides of the negotiating table. The National New Zealand First Coalition Agreement commits to meeting a greater portion of Hatohone St John's annual budget, and this increase is a step in the right direction.
Supplementary question. Can she provide any other updates about emergency services?
Mr. Speaker, emergency services are integral to this government's priority of delivering better public services. It is critically important that every New Zealander knows that they can rely on highly skilled and compassionate professionals during an emergency. While I'm not able to provide any updates about funding negotiations for Wellington Free Ambulance as they are ongoing, I expect to soon make further announcements about additional investment into emergency air and road services.
Question 5, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Finance. Does she stand by her statement, quote, "Parties on this side of the House are backing the workers," unquote? If so, how does the growing number of unemployed people reflect this?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I do. I made that statement when announcing that personal income tax thresholds were rising for the first time in 14 years, letting workers keep up to $40 a fortnight more of their hard-earned income. I made that statement when announcing that the in-work tax credit, which supports low to middle income working families with children, was increasing by $50 a fortnight. And I made that statement when announcing that eligibility for the independent earner tax credit, which is for workers who don't receive a benefit or working for families, was being extended from $48,000 a year to $70,000 a year of income. And parties opposite voted against it. To the second point, unemployment and inflation impact workers. The Members' Party might have considered that when they led New Zealand into a cost of living crisis and a recession.
Supplementary. How do her tax cuts help the 143,000 unemployed people in New Zealand when they have no job?
Mr. Speaker, the reason we are so fixated on this side of the House on better managing the economy is because we want to see New Zealanders and their families in good paying jobs receiving good quality government services. And what the last government conclusively proved over 6 years of economic mismanagement is just spraying the money hose around does not deliver that. What it actually caused was pain, rising inflation, rising interest rates, and a recession at the end, which of course, in due course, means that unemployment rises. We regret the situation we have inherited, but we're fixing it up.
Supplementary. How does her hundreds of millions of dollars of tax breaks for a tobacco company help the thousands of care and support workers who are waiting for pay equity?
Mr. Speaker, I reject the characterisation in the first part of that question.
That's true. Supplementary. How is cutting back programs like Apprenticeship Boost help retrain or get people into work?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the cheek of it. The party that short-changed funding for Apprenticeship Boost by creating a fiscal cliff.
Point of order, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
The Minister has taken swipes on, this is the third question she's taken a swipe at, referred to money hose before, and now she's having, you've established well in this House that it's not appropriate to use a question, which is a straight question, albeit from the opposition, to attack the former government's administration.
Well, it is a straight question, I accept that, but you then have supplementaries. If it was all based on what the Minister said, parties on this side of the House are backing workers, that would be fine. But they're not. They're going beyond that and putting out circumstances that are going to end up with a political type response.
Well, speaking of order, the question...
Well, no, you weren't, I wasn't actually, I was trying to give you a ruling, that if you got a new point of order, that's good.
Well, my point is simply that the question was simply about apprenticeships, and there was no material in there inviting any response about the previous government's administration.
Well, by saying that the government had cut the spending, it invites an explanation. And I think you can't deny that. You can't just expect that there's no response to something like that. But I will watch it. The Honourable Barbara Evans.
I was conveying some useful information and I got cut off by the point of order.
Well, yes, but I'd also advise that using answers to attack a former government is not appropriate in standing orders. And
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the point of order, I'm happy to give it a go.
I'm actually finished talking.
Sorry. Well, I'm happy to give it a go in another way.
I still haven't finished talking.
Sorry.
So I'll go back to what I said. Using answers to attack a previous government that is outside of the bounds of the question asked is not appropriate. So would the Minister like to continue with her answer?
Mr. Speaker, one of the areas we prioritised in the budget this year was finding funding so that the Apprenticeship Boost scheme could be continued, because we wanted to see that scheme continue, and the budget that we were left with did not have funding for it to continue. So we prioritised funding for it.
Supplementary. If she stands by her statement that parties on this side of the House are backing the workers, Why did she not front to the thousands of workers on Parliament's forecourt today who gathered to voice their opposition to her public service cuts and attacks on workers' rights?
Mr. Speaker, I disagree with many of the characterisations in that question. I am pleased that I engage regularly with the Public Service Association, that I fronted their conference recently, that they engage regularly with the Public Service Commission, and I stand by the record of this government and am happy to talk to any worker about how we are working hard every day to deliver for them. That is the whole point.
Question number 6, Grant McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Immigration asks, what recent announcement has she made about supporting high-skilled migrants and their families?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I announced that open work rights will return for partners of skilled migrants. From the 2nd of December, partners of level 1 to 3 AWV holders who earn at least 80% of the median wage will now be able to work in any job in New Zealand with open work rights. These same rights will also be available for partners of work visa holders in level 4 to 5 roles who are on a pathway to residence. This change supports the government's efforts to create a world-class immigration system which attracts and retains the skills and experience New Zealand needs to grow our economy.
Supplementary. Why did she make this change?
Mr. Speaker, since I've become the Minister and indeed also while in opposition, I received a lot of feedback about the hardship that the previous government's changes created for migrants and their families, including the heartbreaking stories about severe financial hardship and mental distress. One person wrote to me saying, "It is very difficult to sustain the family on one person's income in New Zealand, and due to the conditions of my visa, I am unable to support the family financially, which is becoming very stressful to a point whereby we are considering returning to our home country." This is just one piece of correspondence that I've received from a number of people whom the current settings have caused hardship and undue stress, and we're putting it right.
Supplementary. What will this change mean?
Mr. Speaker, this change will provide much needed support to migrant families by allowing partners of skilled workers to have the opportunities to be employed and make stronger connections in their communities. From December, these partners can now work for any employer, uptake any work without restrictions or unnecessary red tape. This change will ensure New Zealand is an attractive destination, and getting our work visa settings right is crucial as we rebuild the economy and get our country back on track.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received?
Mr. Speaker, I've received overwhelmingly positive feedback. For example, this is great news. The restrictive conditions imposed on partner of a worker visa have been tough to bear for many families since early last year. This news is going to be a huge relief for those partners who want to help contribute to the support of their family here in New Zealand, but also have other responsibilities like childcare to juggle. And one wrote, "This is welcome news for many families. This announcement today is just another step closer in getting our work visa settings right."
Question 5, Honourable Dr. Aotearoa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. Does he stand by his statement that there is a workforce crisis in the health sector? If so, what is he doing to stop doctors being tied up in paperwork as Health New Zealand cuts administration and advisory staff?
The Honourable Matt Ducey.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Health, yes, because on this side of the House we acknowledge that there have been ongoing workforce issues. We remain committed to finding pragmatic solutions that will reduce the burden on doctors. An important step to achieve this was passing decisions making on recruitment back out of Wellington to the regions. We know that the regions know their communities far better than Wellington ever could.
Supplementary, why has he repeatedly claimed that there is no hiring freeze in place at Health New Zealand when advice provided to him as early as April showed that there was a pause on all in-flight recruitment?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, the Commissioner has been very clear in his public comments. Clinical frontline roles will not be cut or reduced. In fact, the intention is to strengthen them. The clinical frontline, including for mental health and addiction services, is key to helping ensure faster and easier access to healthcare.
Supplementary, why did he campaign on addressing New Zealand's health workforce crisis, then, after becoming minister, proceed to halt the very recruitment that was alleviating that crisis?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, our government has already made a record investment into health, $16.68 billion across the 3 budgets. The Minister has directed the Commissioner to take these appropriation steps to ensure that Health New Zealand returns to budget so that our record investment can be put to good use on the front line and the workforce.
Supplementary, how does he reconcile his stated intent to train a homegrown, culturally competent health workforce with the experience of graduate nurses and midwives, many of whom are Māori, who are leaving for Australia as there aren't enough jobs for them?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, this government is committed to growing a culturally competent workforce. And I would point to the Minister for Mental Health, who has recently published his workforce plan for the mental health workforce, which talks about growing a representative workforce for New Zealand.
Supplementary, has he discussed the workforce crisis with the people who can alleviate it? Nurses, midwives, doctors and allied health staff? Or did he just chat about it with Health New Zealand leaders over $32 canapes?
Well, Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, that member might like to remind herself that they refuse to use the word workforce crisis. In fact, it was this Minister who was the first to state a workforce crisis. And that's why he's actively working with, that's why the Minister's working with the professional bodies to address the workforce crisis that the last government left us with.
Question 6, Dana Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Police. Does he agree with the Bay of Plenty District Commander's message to gangs yesterday that police will find you and you will be held accountable for your destructive behaviour, and if so, why?
The Honourable
Speaker. Yes. Yesterday, police dealt a significant blow to the mongrel mob barbarians in Aotearoa with the execution of over 30 search warrants across the North Island as part of Operation Highwater. This resulted in 28 arrests, $800,000 of assets being restrained, and the seizure of firearms, drugs and gang patches. I want to thank every police officer involved for their outstanding work. Yesterday was a good day for Aotearoa.
Supplementary. Oh.
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Can the Minister offer any explanation as to why Duncan Webb thinks that's so hilariously funny?
No, that's not a reasonable question and not conducive for order. Point of order.
Using a point of order to attack another member of the House is grossly disorderly.
Yes, and I've just made that ruling. And I'm of a mind actually to curtail the question. But we'll have... sorry, am I causing a bit of humour over there? Dana Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What harm do gangs cause in communities?
Mr Speaker, last year we saw the mongrel mob take over Aotearoa for days, while law-abiding Kiwis couldn't leave their homes. That is unacceptable, and I'm pleased to see police sending a clear message to that gang that it will not be tolerated. Despite being 1% of the population, gangs cause 19% of all homicides, 25% of all kidnappings and abductions, and 30% of all drug supply offences.
Supplementary. Why then is it important to crack down hard on gangs?
Mr Speaker, gangs peddle drugs, violence and misery in their communities. I've been in Aotearoa and met with local iwi and hapu, the mayor and councillors and senior gang leadership. The feedback was that they want change for their town. My hope is that police dealing a significant blow to the mongrel mob in Aotearoa, that the community can turn things around. The message is very clear. Police will relentlessly pursue criminals who prey on communities. Operations like this are a chance for those communities to have the space to rebuild in a positive way.
Supplementary. What additional powers is the government giving to police to go after gangs?
Operation Highwater came the day after police stood up the Gang Disruption Unit in the Bay of Plenty, an initiative police announced earlier this year and staffed out of the government's investment in 500 more police officers. From 21 November, the Gang Disruption Units will be significantly powered up with the government's new tools to get rid of gang patches, disperse gang gatherings and prevent known gang members consorting to commit crime.
Question 9, Kamala Belch.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety, does she agree with the New Zealand Council of Trade Unions that this is the most anti-worker government that we've seen in decades? If not, why not?
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Mr Speaker, no, I don't agree with that statement because I believe, in fact, the most anti-worker government we've seen in decades is the previous government. It was the previous government that ordered vaccine mandates for workers. Never before have we seen the rights of workers across this country be eroded so swiftly. Not only did this erode workers' freedom of choice and bodily autonomy, so many people were forced out of their jobs because the government refused to look at other options like rat tests. Rather than listen to those affected workers, the previous government pushed them to the margins of society. The previous government's legislative overreach led to ostracism and division that have hugely impacted our civil society and had a negative impact on the employment and earnings of Kiwi individuals.
Good.
This government is delivering for all workers, including the over 85% who are not union members.
Supplementary. Does she think that abolishing fair pay agreements, bringing back fire at will, ordering mass public sector layoffs and cutting back increases to the minimum wage is taking New Zealand workers forwards or backwards?
Mr Speaker, we need a labour market that works for business, because when it works for business, it works for workers. We need to have business confidence built back, which we knew crashed under the previous government. When we have confidence of business, we will have more and better jobs for other Kiwis in our country.
Supplementary. How can she expect New Zealanders to believe this government isn't anti-worker when she has proposed removing basic rights and protections for workers by reclassifying employees as contractors and failing to save thousands of jobs in meatworks and constructions up and down the country?
Mr Speaker, that's not what we've done. I think it's really important that what we have achieved under this government and what we're committed to do is what people were asking the previous government to do, to look at the barrier between an employee and a contractor and clarify it. The previous government was asked by workers and businesses to do it and failed. We are actually committed to making life easier for workers and businesses to get on with what they do rather than trying to wheedle their way through compliance.
Supplementary. Who should New Zealanders believe? The Minister who says this government is trying to make life easier for workers, or the New Zealand Council of Trade Unions President Richard Wagstaff, who said that this government has launched an all-out assault on workers' rights?
Just a minute. Just a moment. Questions are heard in silence. Ask the question again.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Who should New Zealanders believe? The Minister who says this government is making life easier for workers, or the New Zealand Council of Trade Unions President Richard Wagstaff, who says that this government has launched an all-out assault on workers' rights?
Mr Speaker, they should believe this government. Because we don't represent just the less than 15% of New Zealanders who are labour union members. We represent all workers. We want businesses to have confidence to employ people in our country across a range of industries, from your supermarket worker to your seafood processor, everyone in between. We care about having the cost of living decrease by getting our inflationary pressure under control, so more people have more of their own money in their own back pockets. We care about building that business confidence so they have more money.
The Honourable Lee Jackson.
Mr Speaker, is the Minister aware of any reports of employers consuming alcohol at work and then telling workers they are losers and to F off? And if so, what advice would she give to workers who've been subjected to this type of abuse?
Mr. Speaker, I see lots of reports all the time on various sectors of our economy. However, I would just suggest that I think it's very important that we respect all workers in New Zealand, everybody who gets up every day, who contributes to our economy and is hard-working. You know, they have my backing.
Question 10, Rauri Waititi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Police. Is he confident that bias and structural racism in the police force, as was found in the Understanding Policing Delivery Report, has no influence on the conduct of police during raids in Māori communities such as the raids in Opotiki yesterday?
The Honourable
Mr. Speaker, yes, I totally reject the premise that there is systemic racism and bias in our police force. I want to again acknowledge the outstanding work done by our world-class police force in Opotiki yesterday, giving Opotiki the space to rebuild after years of dealing with misery that gangs have inflicted on the community. I've been to Opotiki several times and have met with local iwi and hapu, the mayor and councillors, and senior gang leadership. All of them expressed to me a strong desire for the town to take a different path than the one that it was on, and I hope that yesterday will be the circuit breaker Opotiki needed.
Why was the whakatohea iwi not consulted on the police raids that occurred yesterday in Opotiki? Despite the police informing Aotearoa during a media stand-up, the iwi had been consulted, and I know this to be true because I was with iwi leadership yesterday in Christchurch.
Well, I'm not going to talk directly to police operations, but they do have OPSEC around the operations that they put together. But the one thing that I would say is that they are right, is that police are constantly working with and consulting with local iwi and hapu.
If this government's objective is to crack down on gangs, why then were tamariki, kaumātua, mothers breastfeeding babies subjected to the police raids yesterday in Opotiki, and now are fearful that police actions are targeted, calculated and planned to create an unsafe environment?
Well, we don't want tamariki being in a gang environment. It's not the police officers that choose to keep weapons and drugs in the houses. It's those gang members that choose to do that. We know that there's been too much intergenerational harm related to gangs in this country. We should all be motivated to addressing that. And the police's job is to crack down on the violence and the drugs and the misery that these gangs peddle in our communities.
Supplementary. How can Te Whakatohea have confidence that the raid in Opotiki yesterday was not premeditated to coincide with the hui a motu in Christchurch when Te Whakatohea leadership was in attendance?
Well, I'm sorry, but that's starting to move into conspiracy theory territory. The reality of it is I know that the member sought reassurance from the Commissioner, and the Commissioner gave him reassurance that that wasn't the case. I have visited Opotiki personally myself because I love Opotiki. I think that it's a beautiful provincial town and a beautiful part of the country. I don't think it wants to be known as a gang town. I've met with local iwi leaders and they feel exactly the same way. And we're all joined up, we're all motivated in making sure that Opotiki becomes a safe community that isn't known as a gang town and it can enjoy a strong reputation in our country.
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
It is not a fact that the greatest victims...
We'll just wait till the whole House goes quiet.
I'd ask the Minister, it's not a fact that the greatest victims of gang crimes are in fact Māori, and particularly in Opotiki.
Mr Speaker, yes, unfortunately, Māori are grossly overrepresented in victimisations, being 60% more likely to experience violent crime and more than twice as likely to be highly victimised. And a lot of that sits inside the gangs, and that's why we should all be motivated to try and fix the intergenerational gang harm that impacts our young people and our children. We should be trying to fix that.
One more supplementary? I do. Sorry, I miscount. Can the Minister explain How many women, children and kaumātua were affected by the rage yesterday when your target is gang members?
Well, I don't have that number to hand, but the better question is this: is that how can we stop the people that are really responsible, and those are the ones that decide to have illegal firearms, commit violent offending, deal in methamphetamine, and by the way, use the schools to peddle their drugs as well. Those are the questions that we should be asking. How do we deal with that? Not pointing the finger at the police and blaming them for all these problems. The police are there to make sure that communities are safe, and they'll continue to do their job. We've got a world-class police force that we should be proud of.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the question was clear.
Yes.
Around the amount of tamariki, kaumātua and women who were affected by the rage yesterday. Not talking about gang activity.
Yes, but he's answered that question once already this afternoon. And the second point I'd make is that he effectively rejected the question that was asked. That's a reasonable thing for a minister to do. Question number 11, Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister for Small Business and Manufacturing, does he stand by his answer to oral question number 6 yesterday?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Though I note, for the avoidance of any confusion, I made a clarifying statement last night. I was asked, had I had any alcohol at the beer garden or the winery I visited that day. I took that to mean whether or not I had any alcohol prior to the incident that led to the complaint. However, for the avoidance of any doubt, after the incident and at the end of the day, I had a small wine tasting.
Supplementary. Had he had any alcohol before he talked with the worker on the 3rd of October, first, second, third or subsequent time?
Mr. Speaker, I have repeated many times, and I'll repeat again in the House, I had not had any alcohol that day prior to the incident with the individual concerned.
Is he saying...
Point of order, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
That was the precise question that was put to the Prime Minister. And Mr. Bailey, in answering that question, well, he didn't answer the question because the question was whether he had consumed alcohol prior to interactions on the first, second or third or subsequent occasions. And in his response, he said the incident. Now, there are 3 incidents there at least, and so he should be very clear in his answer to a very clear and important question.
Mr. Speaker.
Speaking to the point of order, the Honourable Andrew Bailey.
Mr. Speaker, I will be clear again. I have made it clear previously, and I reconfirm in this House that I had not had any alcohol on that day before any interactions with the individual concerned.
He's still saying he wasn't drinking when he asked the worker to come for a drink.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, and I'll repeat again, I had not had any alcohol prior to any interactions with the employee concerned.
The Ronald Winston Peters.
Mr. Speaker, there is a responsibility for a minister to answer questions that are the subject of a complaint, but it stops there. What's happening now is this prurient interest to try and find out whether sometime later, not relevant to the complaint itself, someone had a drink. Well, that's his business and our private business, and we should not have that sort of abandonment of respect for personal responsibility in this House. That member can't make out her case, but she's making by inference, by innuendo and inference without laying out one fact in front of the House, and she should be stopped from doing so.
Well, that would be a fair comment if it weren't for the fact that a minister is a minister at all times. And we're only just following through on statements that have been made to the House, including the personal statement from the Minister. Is there another question from Aotearoa Williams?
Did he tell the Prime Minister he had been drinking on October 3rd after question time yesterday, or did Christopher Luxon know he'd been fudging it in interviews?
Madam Speaker, I reject the assertion of the question, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will, but I can assure the House that the Prime Minister's office was fully aware of all the sequence of events.
This is not a court. This is not a court, and this is not there is not a prosecution here. There is reasonable questions, but they've got to be reasonable.
Speaker, anybody with legal training knows you never ask a question on a matter like this unless you know the answer before you ask the question. What you got here is a fishing expedition at a great cost to the members and the minister's privacy, and it's not warranted any longer.
No, that is a fact. A minister is a minister, gets a Crown warrant all the time.
No, sorry.
Beg your pardon? Sorry.
The reality is that people are entitled to a private life, but as long as it's legal, and as long as it's above board, they have no reason at all to disclose it to this House unless it's part of the standing orders or the requirements with respect to finances and others. This is a blanket decision you're making, and it's wrong.
No, it's not a blanket decision I'm making. It's not a blanket decision I'm making at all. In this case, and I agree with you that the questioning is getting to an interesting stage, but in this case, the incidents, whatever you want to call it, occurred while the Minister was on a ministerial visit. And I don't think it's fair to say that halfway through or partway through or towards the end of a ministerial visit, suddenly it becomes a private matter.
Supplementary. Why are there discrepancies between what the Minister has told media and the House and what the Prime Minister has said today?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if there are any discrepancies. I've been clear about the nature about the drinking arrangements. Last night I was absolutely crystal clear about the arrangement. That's why I returned to the House. It wasn't that my answer was wrong. I just wanted to make sure there was no element of people trying to construe this or misconstrue this or try and use it for other purposes. That's why I took it at the earliest opportunity to return to the House to make it clear that I had not been drinking prior to any of the interactions with the individual, but I did make it clear that at the end of the day, before I left to come home to Auckland, that I had had a small wine tasting.
Question 12, Lan Farm.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the Environment. Does she stand by her comment in the Committee of the Whole House yesterday that, quote, I made it very explicit that this government wants to see improvements in freshwater over time and that our Resource Management Act work will be towards that?
The Honourable Penny Simmons.
Mr. Speaker, yes, this government is committed to improving the quality of freshwater for the benefit of all New Zealanders by ensuring a sustainable and balanced approach that works towards improving environmental outcomes for waterways. The government's view is that the current national policy statement for freshwater has become extremely complex and expensive to implement, and despite that, it will not deliver the outcomes for freshwater that New Zealanders would expect. This is reflected in our objectives for our reform of the RMA system, including the MPS FM that seeks to make it easier to get things done while safeguarding the environment and human health.
Supplementary. Why does she expect freshwater quality to improve when she's cut funding to the Freshwater Improvement Programme, she's weakening or removing freshwater protections, and she's removing the health of the water, te mana o te wai, as the primary consideration in consenting decisions?
Mr. Speaker?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a short pause has been called on the regional and unitary authorities in notification of their freshwater plans. This short pause is until this government has developed the NPS FM so that the regional authorities can ensure that their plans take regard
of the new NPS-FM. And that is an appropriate and pragmatic and sensible thing for us to do to ensure that ratepayer money is not wasted and duplication of work does not happen. But I can assure the Speaker that the good work that is going on with the various catchment groups, farmers, other primary producers across the land where they are fencing waterways, they are planting riparian plantings, they are improving their effluent disposal, they are bringing about better farming practice, will continue.
Supplementary. Is it the Minister's view that councils alongside communities should not be allowed to have any ambition above the bottom of the barrel baselines when setting environmental limits on freshwater pollution?
Mr. Speaker, it is my aspiration that councils and local communities will take regard of the National Policy Statement on freshwater when it is available to them, so that they can be informed by that to ensure that their plans are workable, are not too complex and too complicated and too costly to bring about the improvements in freshwater that we all desire.
Supplementary.
Just remind the House that questions are heard in silence.
How can the Minister expect to see freshwater improvements when she is removing the ability of all democratically elected regional councils to exercise their functions to improve freshwater outcomes until the end of 2025?
Mr. Speaker, a short pause for a matter of months and maximum up to 1 year will not stop the many aspects of good work that are carrying on across the country. Unlike the opposition, we do not think that writing something in a plan makes things happen. We understand that working collaboratively with the people on the ground, the catchment groups, the farmers, the primary producers on the ground who do the work is the way to get things done.
Supplementary. Is she saying that after a 5-year process of Otago Regional Council updating their 20-year-old plan, with involvement from thousands of people, public meetings, partnership with mana whenua, and a wide variety of rural-urban industry groups, working towards freshwater improvement, that actually the government knows better?
Mr. Speaker, again, this is a short pause to ensure that the Otago Regional Council's freshwater plan aligns with the new NPS-FM that will be in place by next year, and to ensure that ratepayers' money is not wasted. And Mr. Speaker, it is deeply regrettable that the Otago Regional Council had to spend $18 million to try and interpret and meet the unworkable regulations and standards the previous government put in place.
That concludes oral questions. We'll take a short break to allow members to leave the House before we move to miscellaneous business. Hang on. Let me do things right. We've got some very pedantic members in the House who call me on all these things, so I'll do it absolutely right. Would some honourable member care to move that the House take note of miscellaneous business? I call the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Mr. Speaker, this week Elsa Beryl sent out a press release saying that she had sent a letter to the Auditor General with a slew of accusations about New Zealand First, and in particular the decisions of one of my ministers. The letter and press release are not only riddled with false claims and blatant mistruths, It is totally political in nature and a ham-fisted attempt at a political hip job. Beryl and a certain fellow travellers in the media have been trying for almost a year to investigate, question, interrogate and public accuse and OIA any spurious accusations they could throw around, with nothing to show for it at all. That's why the Auditor General complaint wasn't sent to the Minister, but instead first to a journalist before the Minister even knew about it. That is what is rotten in this borough. This continual, deliberately misleading and false smears Beryl uses has now able to write my own speeches, unlike that idiot. Beryl uses has now culminated in a complaint to the Attorney General, the Auditor General, that reeks of desperation and failure. Let's point out some facts that Beryl conveniently forgets to mention, which prove her statements to be totally baseless, illogical and untrue. She knows this, of course, but refuses to address them. The 216 million is only a contingency figure for excise calculated by Treasury. It is not a tax break. It is a gross overestimation with no merit or basis. The 2023 excise for that product was 6 million. The 216 million figure was derived from comparing New Zealand with the likes of Japan, where nicotine-containing vapes are not available as an alternative to HTPs. It's that simple. She knows that, of course, that the reduction in excise on HTPs is only for 12 months. It is temporary to assess if it is effective on getting people off cigarettes and achieving the target smoke-free 2025. Is she still going to make those spurious allegations when the levy goes back up? When we increase it next year? No. Do you know why? Because it doesn't make one iota of sense. She continues to say that there's a tax break for Philip Morris. Fact. In December last year, the Minister increased the tax on tobacco. Fact. Philip Morris cannot sell their product due to new regulations being introduced. How can they benefit if they can't sell the product Beryl is suggesting they would benefit from? This person is not even logical. She continues to state there is no evidence. She says there's no evidence or research that indicates HTPs are less harmful than smoking cigarettes. Well, on Wednesday, 2nd October, on TVNZ Breakfast, Professor Shihab, a health psychologist from the University of College in London, was interviewed, and he said the opposite. He said, you do not see reductions compared with those using smoked tobacco. I would like to stress, of course, that our study that we undertook does show reductions on harmful substances for people who use HCPs. So there's an expert, compared to this person who came here, made a mess of the health portfolio the whole time she was here. I wonder what the law is around misleading. I wonder what the law is around misleading the Auditor General. In 2018, a study was published by Public Health England New Zealand, titled Evidence Review of E-Cigarettes and Heated Tobacco Products. What does that London study say? Compared with cigarettes, heated tobacco products are likely to expose users and bystanders to lower levels of particulate matter and harmful and potentially harmful compounds. It goes on to say, the available evidence suggests that HTPs may be considerably less harmful than tobacco cigarettes, but they're more harmful than electronic cigarettes. So that's what their independent findings said. And the American Food and Drug Administration stated, all this can be found on Google, which didn't even work at all, because the tobacco heated system heats tobacco and does not burn it. It goes on to say that it removes the exposure to 15 specific harmful products. I wonder what the law is when you're misleading the Auditor General. What she doesn't mention, of course, that at no time has it been claimed by the Minister that HTPs are totally safe, nor that they are safer than vaping, just that they're less harmful than smoking. Why is Beryl against a 12-month trial to see if it gets people off harmful smoking? Our aim is to make harmful products more appealing to current cigarette smokers. That's why it's a temporary trial. But in the last few days, it's come to my attention that a close relative of ours, Beryl, has been involved with, attending meetings and had access to papers and been advised the Minister on this very topic over the past year, without declaring any conflict of interest. That is what's rotten in this borough, and we are only just getting started, Minister. We are not going to leave off now. You're not going to get away with that sort of behaviour in or outside this House.
Mr. Speaker,
The Honourable Judith Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's so lovely of
The Honourable
opposition.
Judith Collins.
Thank you very much to
Sorry.
hear the...
Oh, point of order. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Oh, that's right.
Too much
Speaker,
noise from his own
can
colleagues.
we have a ruling from you, please, over
Can you
what
start
you said?
again? Sorry.
Sorry.
Start again.
Yeah, point of order. With regards to the Deputy Prime Minister having read a whole speech, given the position that Shane Jones took, where he said that no member in this House, and he made it very clear, should be reading anything, and if they're incapable of doing a 5-minute speech, they shouldn't be in the House. What is now the current position, Mr. Speaker? Because the Deputy Prime Minister went word for word on his researcher's speech. Yes, you did. What's the position, Mr. Speaker?
Well, the member might want to make the assertion that the member was reading, the Minister was reading word for word. The reality is members are allowed to refer to notes all the way through it. And if we stop that, then the House would be a very, very quiet place indeed. The Honourable Judith Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought all that cheering from the other side was for me, but apparently not. Thank you very much. Look, I want to talk a bit about defence to the House because, we've had a little bit of trouble, and I want you to know that the Manawa Nui, when it sunk on October the 6th off the coast of Upolu, I really want to thank the House for not trying to politicise what was a really difficult time for our Defence Force. And I'm really proud of the fact that the captain and the crew got off the ship in really difficult and trying circumstances at a time when we could have expected to have had people coming home in body bags. So I've got to say, I thought they did a great job of getting people off safely, and a big thank you to my colleague and friend, the Honourable Chris Hippkins, for standing in for me last week on this matter. I can tell you the House too, happily, that the 3 containers have now been removed. They are sorted in that way, and obviously work is ongoing in relation to the condition of the fuel tanks on board and the submerged ship, with a view to removing that fuel as soon as that is practical. And of course, the Defence Force is working really well with the public of Samoa, the government of Samoa, and with the insurers to help make all that happen. Last week I was at NATO and in Brussels, and it was a really simple message from my attendance there as the first time that the IP4, which is the Indo-Pacific 4 Defence Ministers, were invited to the NATO Defence Ministers meeting. And that's New Zealand, Australia, South Korea and Japan. The real big message is that what happens in Europe matters here, and what happens here or in the Indo-Pacific region matters in NATO. That's really clear. First time we've been invited, people understand that everything is changing. We do not live in a benign strategic environment. I think, history will show us that we never really did. What we were at a time post the falling of the Berlin Wall, and people hoped that things would be fine and everyone would get along, do some trading and get along with their business. But what is happening is that, of course, we've also had the South Pacific Defence Ministers meeting that I hosted just before that. And what was clear from the South Pacific Defence Ministers is that they were concerned not only about Europe, but they were also very concerned about, in particular, the Indo-Pacific region. We know about the issues around the Taiwan Strait. We know about the issues around the South China Sea. We know as well, 2 days before that meeting, that China launched an intercontinental ballistic missile that ended up in the nuclear-free zone of the South Pacific. That is the first time in 44 years. Things are changing. We know now that the North Koreans are sending 1,500 troops to help Russia against Ukraine. We know that things are changing, and it is really important that we keep doing our bit that we can to work on making sure that not only are we in a safe position, but that also our neighbours are as well. We're very fortunate because we have great intelligence that comes through the Five Eyes system that we've been party to for about over 70 years. If we did not have that, we would not have the sort of information that helps keep us safe, particularly around cyber attacks. Before I went to Brussels, I was in Singapore at an ASEAN Cyber Ministers meeting. the amounts of tax, the amounts of activity from various actors, state actors, criminal gangs, individuals are attacking all around the world. And in New Zealand, thankfully, we have a very good system, but even we are not immune to those sorts of attacks. What I will say to you and to the House is that it is a really challenging time. I mean, I grew up in the Cold War, and this is scarier than that. It's that bad. But the good thing is that people are talking together, working together, and diplomacy is still ongoing. Churchill had this saying that jaw is better than war. And I think the more that we can do that, the better. But we also need to be very aware that we cannot keep our heads in the sand. We do have to be aware that we are part of the world. And if that intercontinental ballistic missile said anything, it told us and me that we are well within its sights should that ever happen, and hopefully it never will. But we do need to stand up for freedom. We do need to stand up for Ukraine. We do need to stand up for democracy. We do need to stand with countries that share our values, where countries can, where people can vote, and where they can say whatever they think.
Mr. Speaker.
Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr. Speaker, in the last few weeks, New Zealanders have got real insight into what this government actually thinks about working New Zealanders. They think it's okay for a government minister to enter somebody's workplace, to mock them in front of their employer, to call them a loser, to harass them when they will not agree to go drinking with that government minister. And not only does the government think that that's okay, they're not even willing to investigate properly what happened. The Prime Minister unable to answer basic questions about what happened, why it happened, and why the government thought that it was funny. Andrew Bailey's first line of defence was that calling someone a loser, harassing them in their workplace, was an attempt at humour. I don't know any workplace in the country where that would be seen as an acceptable form of humour in 2024. Only members on the other side of the House seem to think that that is in any way an acceptable excuse. The Prime Minister, first of all, didn't bother to inquire about why he wasn't told about the complaint existing in the first place. That should have been major red flag number one. When Andrew Bailey received a complaint about his conduct, the fact that he did not have sufficient respect for the Prime Minister to tell the Prime Minister that it had happened says everything about Christopher Luxon's leadership. The second red flag was that it took the complainant to email it widely across the House before the government were willing to take it seriously. Andrew Bailey still had not apologised to the worker concerned directly at that point. It was only when he realised other people were finding out about it that he thought fit to apologise to the worker who he had mocked and harassed in their workplace. The third red flag should have come at that point to the Prime Minister when he didn't sit Andrew Bailey down and ask him, what exactly were you thinking? Why in any workplace did Andrew Bailey think it was okay to mock someone, call them a loser, tell them to F off and go home, and then harass them for not being willing to go drinking? The fourth red flag, the question the Prime Minister never asked Andrew Bailey, was having humiliated this poor person, why did he go back and do it 2 more times? Andrew Bailey must have known that his harassment of this person in the workplace was unwelcome, and yet he went back and did it 2 more times. Why did the Prime Minister not ask Andrew Bailey any questions about that? Then we had the situation today of Andrew Bailey and the Prime Minister saying contradictory things. So we had the Prime Minister saying that Andrew Bailey was drinking between his interactions with the worker, and Andrew Bailey saying that that never happened. Is it that the Prime Minister doesn't believe Andrew Bailey? Is it that the Prime Minister never asked him and made it up on the spot? Or is it that someone isn't actually being upfront with the House? They can't both be correct. The Prime Minister and Andrew Bailey have said contradictory things. One of them will have to be in the House correcting their answer. Is it that the Prime Minister was wrong and that Andrew Bailey wasn't drinking between his interactions with the worker as the Prime Minister said he was? Or was it that Andrew Bailey was wrong and that he wasn't drinking between his interactions with the worker? The next question, which was never answered, was how long was there between those interactions? Was it a significant period of time? Because you can consume quite a lot of alcohol but in that time. So how long was it between those interactions? Is this a matter of minutes or is it a matter of hours? I think the Prime Minister needs to ask Andrew Bailey a lot more questions. I think him brushing this off and saying, oh, well, he said sorry, so that's the end of the matter, isn't good enough. This is not conduct becoming of a government minister. If this government had any standards at all, Andrew Bailey would not be a minister.
The Honourable Penny Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought I would talk a bit about the Otago Regional Council because there's been a lot of very dramatic and misleading rhetoric from the opposition on the Otago Regional Council. Mr. Speaker, this government signalled to regional councils and unitary authorities very clearly at the beginning of this year that the government was replacing the National Policy Statement on freshwater management, and that the time frame for regional councils and unitary authorities to notify their freshwater plans would be extended out until the end of 2027. Mr. Speaker, more recently, yesterday, we provided some certainty to regional councils by pausing the ability for them to notify their plans until either the new MPSFM has been developed or the end of 2025, whichever comes sooner. A short pause of a matter of months or possibly up to a year. At the same time, during that restricted period, there would be an exemption pathway for targeted plan changes within that period. Mr. Speaker, this pause is a very sensible and pragmatic thing to reduce duplication of work by the councils, to reduce cost to ratepayers, and to ensure that councils are not notifying a plan which would almost immediately need to be amended to align with a newly developed freshwater plan, statement. It's appalling, absolutely appalling, that the previous government's national policy statement for freshwater was so complicated, was so unworkable, so costly, so complex, and so overburdening that it cost $18 million of Otago Regional Council's ratepayers' money to develop their freshwater plan. And Mr. Speaker, this simply cannot continue. The national direction on freshwater, Mr. Speaker, must be more simple, must be clearer, less complex, less costly, and easier to implement, and able to genuinely lead to freshwater improvements that we all want. People react, Mr. Speaker, to council rate increases, but councils have been trying to manage their responsibility to the costly direction from the previous government. And Mr. Speaker, the degradation that has occurred for some of our waterways has happened over decades, and we simply cannot expect that this can be undone overnight. There is critical work that has to occur, but those changes will come about by the people on the front line that are doing the fencing, the planting, the innovation in their effluent disposal, the different practices in their farming. It happens because people on the ground do the work, not because a government writes something down. Mr. Speaker, farmers, growers and others in the primary sector are absolutely keenly aware of the improvements that are needed in our freshwater, and they are actively working towards these improvements, and that is why this government will work with them and not vilify them in a way that members of the opposition have done. Mr. Speaker, it is appalling to have seen hard-working people in our primary sector being vilified by the opposition when they work to bring about these improvements. Mr. Speaker, unlike the opposition, we understand that a balanced approach which enables both economic growth and mitigation of the impacts on the environment is necessary, because quite simply a country that is broke cannot bring about those changes.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I got to say it's been a long, hard winter for New Zealand, with inflation which has driven interest rates and left people struggling to make ends meet at the end of the week. We understand that because we've watched since the previous government kicked off a cost of living crisis 3 years ago. But with the CPI, or inflation, down to 2.2% for the last quarter, with rates coming down to 4.75 at the Reserve Bank, and more significant cuts forecast to take pressure off people's mortgages, we can truly say that at this time of year, the days are getting longer, the sun is getting brighter in the sky, and some hope is finally returning to New Zealand. And I'm proud to stand here leading the ACT Party as part of this coalition government that is working hard every day for New Zealanders. We are saving money and doing more with less, just as our predecessors in the government did less with more. We are improving the services that people receive so they get better education, they're more likely to attend, and they're safer on the streets. And we're being accountable for what happens in ways that are totally foreign to New Zealanders had they only watched the previous government for the last 3 years. And Mr. Speaker, let me count the ways and give you some tangible examples. Yesterday, I was thrilled to attend a launch and a celebration of a new initiative, in fact, a new kind of initiative, where Kiwi businesses, our government department in the form of the Ministry of Education, and civil society, the likes of KidsCan and the Heart Foundation, have come together and cooperated to deliver the Healthy School Lunch program at half the price. And I've got to say, having sampled some of the goods, I would say better quality than was previously delivered. And the indignance of the left, the whinging, the moaning, the criticism, the indignance, it couldn't possibly be true, but it is true, and it's a tribute to the way that those groups of New Zealanders came together and worked to get a better result. I watched Karen Chua show real accountability. Last year there were 15 incidents in 2023 where kids got up on the roof at OT facilities. Karen rolled up her sleeves and started also strengthening the buildings and improving the culture at those facilities. This year there's been one such incident, and as the Minister, she was up there on the first flight yesterday on site, making sure the situation was dealt with, and they were down before lunchtime, not to have KFC for lunch, I might add, Mr. Speaker. He's smiling at that. And he knows that actually we have a new style of government, of accountability, and a new broom in town. I watched Brooke Van Velden announce a memorandum of understanding between the Department of Internal Affairs, for which she's responsible, and the Teachers' Council to share information and identify any person that is a risk to children around sexual offences faster than they would have been under the previous government. Simple stuff. Some would say a minor detail, but absolutely critical for the safety of children, particularly in the wake of the Royal Commission of Inquiry's shocking findings, doing the business in little and large ways every day. I've watched Nicole McKee deliver on 3 strikes. People criticised the way it was introduced to Parliament. So this government did something. We listened and we toughened it up, and we say to the people who want to commit 3 serious or violent sexual offences, Duncan Webb said, listen to who? The victims of the crime, Duncan. The people your government should have been listening to for the last 5 years but didn't, as we saw offences rise endlessly. And so now we can say to those serious sexual and violent offences, your previous strikes will count under the new law. And the Duncan Webbs of the world say, oh, there'll be more people in jail. Yes, Duncan, that's the point. We want them in there so the rest of us law-abiding New Zealanders are safe out here. I watched Andrew Hoggard, one of the true farmers of this Parliament, one of the few true farmers of this Parliament, announce that SNAs, those violations of farmers' property rights, are having the pause button pushed, and then they too will be gone, just like those kids down from the roof. And who could forget Mark Cameron chairing the Primary Industries Committee, ensuring that banks and the regulators of banks are held accountable for the costs they put on farmers. Mr. Speaker, all of these initiatives are held together by that simple idea that no matter who you are or your ancestors were, you have a right to make a difference in your own life and the lives of those you care about in this great country. Thank God for the ACT Party.
I call on Tamatha Paul.
What a shocking and disgusting act to follow. This government and the so-called Minister of Children, who wants to even more punish some of the most vulnerable rangatahi in our country, and then want to make jokes about them getting up on the roof because they weren't being fed. Yep, off you go. The reason that those children were up on the roof, go and read the Children's Commissioner's report.
I think I know what the point of order is. But I'll go ahead, please, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, it puts a member in real difficulty when they leave the chamber and somebody refers to their absence as they're leaving and says, oh, off you go. Some members, with less rectitude than the ones I know, might actually react to that, and that creates disorder in the House. I ask that you request that comment be withdrawn.
I did actually hear that, and I thought at the time, do I break this up or just and not call attention to it, because it is extremely disorderly to do that, as it would be to point out members who aren't here. So I would ask the member to withdraw and apologise for that remark.
Sure thing, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw that comment.
And apologise.
And apologise for that comment.
Carry on.
As we'll continue back to the real issue on the children that were up on the roof, and we have people making jokes about giving them KFC when the reason they were up on that roof was because they weren't being fed. This is the same youth justice residence that was inspected by the Children's Commissioner and found inappropriate and deeply troubling conduct from the people that work in that youth justice residence. But rather than saying to those young people, what happened? What's going wrong? What are you facing in here? Because Korowai Manaaki has a track record for the way that they treat children. And rather than asking them, why are you up on the roof? What are your needs? How are you being let down by this residence? Instead of that, they're being charged. They're being charged. And now they are even more likely to spend a lifetime in our criminal justice system. And this is what people have been raising over and over again. Why are politicians trying to win votes and win political point scoring over the real serious needs of children? We are talking about children, and I think that we get into a really dangerous place when the decision-making people in this country and politicians in this room put votes before the needs of children, because we know what happens.
We know what happens when their rights are put to the side. They get abused. 200,000 children abused in state care, and then we're going to stand up next month and we're going to say to them, sorry about the abuse that you endured, but we're still going to press forward with our broken justice system. We're still going to push forward with our failed military boot camp experiment. It's just disgusting. And I want us to know who exactly are in those youth justice residences. 80% of the young people in child prisons have a mental health disability. More than 70% of the young people who are in the youth justice residence in Christchurch have had one serious traumatic brain injury in their lifetime. And that's because the children that are locked in these child prisons are some of the most vulnerable young people in our country who have had nothing in their lives except abuse, intergenerational trauma, poverty. And I'm not trying to make excuses for the behaviour, but I want us to grow up in this house, and I want us to actually address the causes of why those young people have let them down, and for us to not merely contribute even further to the trauma and the hardship that is all they have ever known in their lifetime. I'm concerned about where we're moving in the youth justice space. We've just passed a law last month that says that now we can mix adult and youth prison populations. Even the remand rules and the fact that young people spend all this time on remand in these child prisons and it doesn't get taken off their sentence like it does with an adult, we have a real problem. I'm going to extend an olive branch here and say I would love to be part of a cross-party working group on youth justice. I want to work with all the parties in this House to find another way to deal with youth justice, because I know that people care about it. I know that a lot of people care about it in this House, but I want to see some commitment, and I want to put the Minister of Children on notice that she needs to put the needs of children above this disgusting rhetoric about being tough on crime, because it doesn't work. It creates more child victims, and this government will be accountable next month when they make that apology to the ways that they continue to repeat history, failed history. Boot camps, failure. 3 strikes law, failure. What other experiments are you going to resurrect and subject our kids to? The Minister will be held to account. Close down the youth justice residences and end the failed experiment on boot camps.
I call Joseph Mooney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak as the Member of Parliament for Southland, and I should say, Mr. Speaker, that as the Member of Parliament for Southland, a good part of my electorate includes Otago. And in fact, over 60% of my population lives in Otago. So I have very pleased to see this government working hard to improve the Resource Management Act, which affects all parts of my region a lot, and the country as a whole, Mr. Speaker. But just speaking first to the points that have been made by some people who I think don't understand the system maybe as well as they should. And they're trying to say that the government yesterday, by putting forward an amendment paper which made it clear to the councils that they needed to, that they had to delay publicly notifying their freshwater planning instruments until the government had completed its work on a reform of the freshwater management policy, the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. Some commentators, Mr. Speaker, have been trying to say this was anti-democratic for local government. That, frankly, Mr. Speaker, is misunderstanding at best the system of government. So the national government, the central government, Mr. Speaker, sets statute, sets the regulations, it sets the national policy statements that the regional councils then implement and put into force in consultation with the communities. Now, the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management that was brought in by the Labor government in 2020 is going to change. This government has made that very clear. To require regional councils to continue to work on, implementing a national policy statement that is going to change is frankly not helpful to ratepayers and not helpful to residents of our regions, Mr Speaker, and is in fact wasting the time of those councils, wasting the time of those who will be submitting on those plans, and wasting ratepayers' money. And this government is making it very clear in law that councils must not, cannot publicly notify those plans, Mr Speaker, until the government has changed the national policy statement for freshwater management, which it is currently working on doing. So this provides certainty to regional councils, it provides certainty to farmers, it provides certainty to ratepayers, it provides certainty to everyone in our regions, Mr Speaker. The work that has been done by regional councils on this will no doubt be helpful when the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, the new one, is available, and then the councils can go to work on it. It would be frankly irresponsible to continue to work on these until the new freshwater management policy is available. And Mr Speaker, there are some other important things that have been included in the legislation that is going to be voted on very shortly and will become law for the first tranche of some of these amendments to the freshwater, the management of freshwater, which is excluding the hierarchy of obligations contained in the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management 2020 for resource consenting requirements, and that's while this review of the National Policy Statement is being done. And that's important, Mr Speaker, because we need to make sure we get a sustainable and balanced approach to water management. We need to ensure, Mr Speaker, that we can ensure that our farmers, and we have very engaged farmers and landowners who are continuing to work on environmental measures in very challenging economic conditions. And I also want to acknowledge, Mr Speaker, this is notwithstanding the incredibly challenging spring that we've just had in Otago and Southland, which has seen farms underwater, which as well as many others, and roads affected. It has seen mental health, frankly, challenged significantly, Mr Speaker, as everyone's trying to ensure the safety of their stock and people, and look after the land, etc. So it's actually been a very, very difficult time, and I'm very pleased to be part of a government that has provided certainty to everyone in our regions, including the regional councils and the councillors and their staff, that they can focus on the work that they need to and not waste time, precious time and precious money, and create further uncertainty when the government is going to be providing that clarity in the future, Mr Speaker, on these freshwater planning standards. So, Mr Speaker, with that, I would say let's make sure this debate is one that actually understands how the process works, and let's focus on the needs of the people in our region. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Rachel Brookings.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It seems that there's just been an invitation for people to actually understand what the process means. And we've heard from the Minister for the Environment before that there have been some misleading statements. So I'm going to take those two comments personally, Mr Speaker, because in the past 24 hours I've been spending a lot of time on this issue, and for the past 25 years or so, I've spent a lot of time on the Resource Management Act. And I think I understand what is happening here, Mr Mooney. What is happening is a disgrace. What is happening is a promise from your government. The disgrace is that this new government, led by National, wants more pollution. That's all it can possibly want, because, now I'm being told that I'm fear-mongering. I'm fear-mongering. I'm not fear-mongering. What is fear-mongering is saying that the Otago Regional Council's plan that they were going to notify today, that they were going to vote on to notify today, to notify on the 31st of October, in a few days' time, was somehow going to cause huge problems that were going to need to be changed by a government that wants more pollution. That is their fear-mongering. That council has spent $18 million and taken 5 years to work on this plan. to work with the community, to work with mana whenua, and what are you doing? Oh, you're pausing it. The government is pausing it. For what? What is the fear that this plan will do something so terrible that the government's future policy statement for freshwater will somehow make all of that work be useless, go out of the window? It would only be the case if there is a radical change to those regulations that are there to protect our waterways, that are there to stop the pollution. That is all that you appear to be saying. Now, we've also heard, I wanted to talk about three things. One is the South. One is the terrible processes that this government keeps continuing with. And the third is what seems to be a hatred for councils that we've seen on ample display this week. Oh, and Mr. Uffindale says that's an inspiring version of events, that his government hates councils. Well, this is the vision of the national government. Now, what we have seen is an amendment dropped into the House yesterday around lunchtime that said the regional council, the Otago Regional Council, that is meeting tomorrow, being now today, cannot notify its plan. But of course, Mr. Speaker, that amendment and that bill has not yet had its third reading, and it has not yet been signed off by the Governor-General. There is no royal assent, so of course it is not law at the moment, today, on the 23rd of October, when the Regional Council was going to meet. But, of course, there is in the amendment paper a retrospective clause to say that despite the Act coming into commencing, when it gets royal assent, it will be retrospective till yesterday, the 22nd of October. And Mr. Speaker, retrospective clauses should only be used in really rare circumstances where there is a very strong justification for doing so. And all that I can see in terms of justification here is the government saying, we don't want you, democratically elected regional council, to notify your plan in accordance with the existing laws, because we're going to change the rules at some point, and the only reason we wouldn't want you to continue with it is because we want more pollution. That is the only logical conclusion to what this government is doing. They want more pollution, and they want more pollution in the South. They don't want a tertiary hospital in the South. No, no, no. They want more pollution. They want to waste the $18 million of taxpayers' money. They want to put up rates with all that they have done to decrease localisation.
Call on Carl Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to take a call in this debate this afternoon and remind the House, Mr. Speaker, that there is a new team in town. Mr. Speaker, we are a year since the election, and there seem to be some members of this House that haven't realised, Mr. Speaker, that there is a new team in town, that there is a new vision for New Zealand, and that there is a government that is getting out and getting things done. Mr. Speaker, I know the members, like our member from Upper Harbour there and the constituents there, know that there is a new kid on the block. And Mr. Speaker, it is legislation like the legislation we've been referring to this afternoon to make sure that regional councils around this country know that there is a new government with a new vision that is going to get things done. As I meet with farmers across this country, as I go with my colleagues to field days, to Ashburton Show. I wasn't at the Ashburton Show, but to shows across the country. As we get out and about, Mr. Speaker, farmers are telling us that regional councils haven't got the message. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, you have to make it very clear that the message is going to get through, and that is what the government is doing this week. And we make no apology for that, Mr. Speaker, because it is a year since the election, and it is time that everyone across the country got on board with a vision that is designed to ensure we get New Zealand back on track. And that is exactly what we've been doing, Mr. Speaker. Surprise, surprise. It's called achievement, something that New Zealand had missed for the 6 years of the failed Labour government. In 2022, we had inflation at 7%. Shameful. In June, inflation was at 3.3%. And last week, Mr. Speaker, we achieved getting inflation down to 2.2%. Mr. Speaker, the era of crushing prices is over. People are telling me in Wanganui that they are pleased to see that we are delivering, that we are, Mr. Speaker, getting New Zealand back on track. Earlier in the year, I had the privilege of hosting Minister Willis in Wanganui on a wonderful Saturday morning. Down by one of the coffee stalls, we stood and we chatted to a variety of people as they came past, as they came to get their coffee and have a chat with an available Minister of Finance who was fronting up to have a conversation with constituents in Wanganui. We spoke to a mum who was pleased to see that we were delivering on our promise of Family Boost, and to share the story of how that would affect her and her family to get more money in their pockets. We chatted to tradies who were looking forward to the tax relief that they were going to get under this government, and we spoke to farmers that were thankful that they had a government that was backing them. But Mr. Speaker, even with this reduction in inflation that's been achieved, we did need to support New Zealanders following 6 tough years by delivering things like the tax relief we delivered on the 31st of July and Family Boost, as I said, to ensure that we could put money into the pockets of families that needed it. Up to $150 a fortnight, Mr. Speaker, for households earning up to $140,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, I wrote to all early childhood centres in my electorate to ensure that they knew exactly how them and their families, the families in those centres, could apply for that tax relief. And I just want to say to anyone watching today that hasn't been able to get the answer from their local MP, because they might not have a local MP on this side of the House that's working hard to ensure these messages about tax relief and Family Boost are getting out there. If you aren't clear on how to apply for your Family Boost, give your local MP a call, or give one of us a call. I'm sure we're happy to help anyone on this side of the House to ensure that that Family Boost relief gets into your pocket, because from the 1st of October, you've had the opportunity to apply, to put in those receipts, to put in those invoices that you've paid for your early childhood care, and get that relief.
I don't think I'll be applying, but thank you.
Fair enough, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Really appreciate having the call today, because I want to point out something that's really concerning to me about the behaviour of one of the other ministers in the government, and that's Nicole McKee, because she has recently, on Sunday I think it was, made an announcement about the 3 strikes legislation and changes she wants to see to that bill, which is currently before the House and in fact currently before the Justice Select Committee. And in that press release of 22 October, in fact, she says she gave the reasons for the changes, and she said, "We agree with submitters that the threshold was set too high." Now, the fact of the matter is that the submissions before the Select Committee, which have been tabled and released, are overwhelmingly against the bill. So it's not accurate to say that the Minister agrees with the submitters as if some revelation has come from those submissions. Now that's a real concern, because the Prime Minister went on Radio New Zealand and said, in terms of what's happened here, why are you making these changes, Minister? He was asked on Radio New Zealand, and he said, Parliament and the people are working together and we've got a good outcome. He was then asked whether in fact this was done because of emails that had gone to Nicole McKee's office. Nicole referred to some emails that were relied on. Is that what it's about? No, says the Prime Minister. We had submitters at the Select Committee. Well, that's all very odd, because Nicole McKee was pressed on that very matter on Radio New Zealand as well. And she was asked whether it was about the submissions at Select Committee, which of course she knew were overwhelmingly against this legislation. She said, we've heard from many people, especially through emails to my office. Now that's not a submission. You know, and the members on the other side gasp as if this isn't important. But what I'll tell you why it's important. Because if there's some back door to the Minister's office where you can have the Minister's ear and change legislation as it's going through the House and totally subvert the Select Committee process, then there is something wrong here. If the Minister has a different policy view, if she wants a shift in policy, she should be coming to the Select Committee. She should be proposing an amendment paper and we should be consulting on it. But no, the National Party stooges over there are being totally led by the nose by the ACT Party, who's making up policy as they go along and not equipping the Prime Minister to answer questions on Radio New Zealand about it. The Prime Minister's been made to look, frankly, like a fool because he was not accurately answering questions about what the motive for the change was. The motive for the change appears to have been a flood of emails into the Minister's office organised by the Sensible Sentencing Trust that she then responded to, notwithstanding the fact that every legal organisation that submitted to the Select Committee was fiercely against these changes. The Law Society, the Law Association, the Bar Association, the Criminal Bar Association, the Children's Commissioner, the Human Rights Commissioner, all said this was a bad idea. To then issue a press release, put it on the Beehive website, and to suggest that this was because of submissions is misleading at best. And it shouldn't be, the Beehive website ministerial capacity shouldn't be used in that underhanded way. So what we need to do is we need to get back to Select Committee, and this needs to go through a thorough process. And I see the chair of the Select Committee is here, and I'll be pressing him to make sure that these new amendments get a thorough submissions process and aren't rushed through, because this is against all advice, including the advice of the Minister's own officials. Another shonky process where one of the minor parties is making the National Party look like fools. And the Prime Minister needs to hold Nicole McKee to account and say, why were you not being accurate about the basis of these changes? They're bad changes, they need to be examined. Let's let the Select Committee do its job.
Call on James Meagher.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe we should bring back that disinformation unit that the last lot had, and maybe we should send them to the Labor Party offices, because there be treasure, there be a veritable goldmine of this disinformation. And I can understand why the previous member is a little confused. He's a little new to the place, so I can take him through the process. There were submissions made to the Select Committee in Justice. There were people who wanted the law strengthened. There were people who didn't want the law at all. And as is a normal response in all of these Select Committee processes, the officials take on advice and they produce a departmental report, and when we receive that departmental report and consider it in private, we will make considerations about what the committee may wish to support or not to support. So for Dr. Duncan Webb, if he's considering a new career in a couple of years' time, I suggest he stay away from constitutional law and advising on how parliamentary process works. Mr. Speaker, the opposition do need to read the room. The people have spoken. The government has changed. The policy direction has changed. And this is a government that has heard the calls of farmers and rural and regional New Zealand and anybody who wants to do anything done. Get anything done, and we are unapologetic about getting it done. And it appears to the opposition that if you listen to submitters and change your mind, it's a bad thing. If you ignore submitters and continue on ahead with what you were going to do, it's a bad thing. If you hear submitters, it's a bad thing. If you don't hear submitters, it's a bad thing. The only good thing that we've heard in this House today are the contributions from this side and the legislation that this government is passing so that we can build a better economy and get our country back on track. Mr. Speaker, the members opposite cry foul about localism. But remember, this was the party that amalgamated DHBs together into a mega entity, putting high-performing DHBs like mine in South Canterbury under pressure, forcing them to conform and go towards the standard and go towards the mean. That is the party that amalgamated the polytechs, driving those high-performing polytechs to cross-subsidise those who were struggling. The party that implemented restrictive top-down, heavy-handed, one-size-fits-all national policy statements and national environmental standards that put increasingly restrictive rules on farming and agriculture, and now our country are reaping the rewards for 6 years of mismanagement by that lot. The party which at the same time encouraged land use policies which drove our country away from agriculture and put pressure on our agricultural sectors. And Mr. Speaker, the opposition cry foul, and they say that the people in the regions and the people of Otago don't like what we're doing. Well, I saw what the people of that fine establishment, the Otago Daily Times, the readers of the Otago Daily Times said. And I'll tell you what they said, Mr. Speaker, in response to the freshwater changes. John Costins says, outstanding news, well done. Peter Marshall says, well done, it's high time. Logic and common sense prevails. Cameron Maxwell, why is the ORC surprised? They were told to hold off. Finally, we might have a chance at something more sensible coming from this. And Ian Sinclair, he simply just says, well done, Penny, and then he chucks up a thumbs up emoji. That's the response from the people in the regions. That's the response from what we're doing. That is what they are keen on. Mr. Speaker, the opposition needs to read the room and councils need to read the room. It's not just Freshwater, it's consenting, it's common sense. My regional council needs to read the room and my local councils have read the room. I'd like to quote from a letter sent from Timaru Mayor Nigel Bowen to ECAN just last week, quote, I write to express concern at the continued progression of the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement with a decision to notify anticipated to be taken next month. It is counterproductive to notify this piece of work when such clear policy shifts have been consistently signalled by government. He goes on to say if the Regional Policy Statement is progressed to notification, significant costs will be incurred by communities throughout Canterbury in responding to this change. And he signs off by saying the review needs to be delayed, allowing for a level of engagement proportionate to the changes proposed and to ensure alignment with national direction. That is a letter from the Mayor of a district council to the chair of a regional council. The district councils in my area have read the room, so does the opposition need to read the room. In fact, it took near universal outrage for Environmental Canterbury to back down from their proposal to remove regional representation from Mid and South Canterbury. It took thinly veiled threats of secession. It took thinly veiled threats of going out and doing their own thing before Environment Canterbury finally decided to read the room. And I'd like to thank those councillors in Environment Canterbury who stood up for Mid Canterbury, who stood up for South Canterbury, who stood up for the representation of the people in my region to have a say. It's not just urban Christchurch which runs our council, it is the entire region. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that is getting things done and is getting our country back on track.
That's right. Huhana Linda.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. E mihi nui tēnei kia tātou tēnei wā. I bring the voice of the tribes of Whangarei into this House as I want to address Fast Track and its implications for the tribes, the hapu and the iwi of Whangarei Harbour. Because while we might have 149 projects listed, we have 6 in Whangarei itself. And those projects have been identified as regionally and nationally significant. But this is a struggle without end. The struggle without end for the tribes of Whangarei who have opposed Northport expansion since the 1990s. As a mokopuna of these tribes trying to protect Popo Whenua as one of the last remnant pieces of land in southern Whangarei, I bring their voice to this whare. in considering the proposal of the 1990s, which would see the expansion of the port, the deep sea port, our people went to court. Our people went to court and fought against the consents. They stood unanimous in their opposition, and they fought to protect Te Taiao. They fought to protect the seabed. They fought to protect the little bit of whenua that we had left in southern Whangarei, otherwise known as Popo whenua. He taonga tēnei whenua, mō te iwi, mō patu harakeke, mō te parawhau, mō ngā hapu tini o Whangarei te ringa prawa. The sad thing is, when we went to court, we ended up with a little bit of mitigation and a kaitiaki committee that was established, which would receive $50,000 annually to contribute to kaupapa within the harbour. Now, interestingly, with this committee, it's only recent that the hapu have started to generate any types of projects out of that $50,000. I want to refer to a quote from Luana Pirihi of Patu Harakeke in 1998, where she said that through this expansion, it effectively ended our connection to this significant site and the ability to pass down the customs associated with this special place known as Popo whenua, because the pipi beds were lost in the reclamation as Northport expanded across the whenua and the Papamoana. Now, huri ki tēnei wā tonu, it's been a couple of years where the tribes again, whenua trusts, and the community stood in opposition of proposals to expand Northport once again. And our people stood before independent commissioners and presented their evidence. Because Northport sought, through their consents, to expand 12 hectares of reclamation. They also sought to establish a 250-metre wharf extension and also 1.72 million cubic metres of dredging of our takutai moana, including the disposal of that takutai moana, goodness knows where. Now, the problem with this was that our people, we stood united with community, residents and ratepayers, and we were successful. The commissioners heard the plea of our people. They recognised the cultural significance of Popo whenua as a tauranga waka, a traditional landing place, as a mahinga mā taitai, a place of significance where our people would gather and provide kai, harvest kai for their people and community. The hearings were conducted and the commissioners came back and said, ka hore, that this could not take place because it was cutting off public access to the last remaining piece of the takutai moana for the people of southern Whangarei. But further, that the tribes could not execute the kaitiakitanga that we so value. Auntie Luana Pirihi, once again, she pointed out that these pipi beds have basically been left remnant. They can't gather cockles and pipis in their community anymore. Northport's appealed. And in August, they came back and they said, we're appealing to the Environment Court. All the while, we had them, alongside this government, applying for the fast-track process. Now, when the list of the projects came out, we haven't had the opportunity for community voice to be heard. The tribes of Whangarei are locked out of the process, and there's no guarantee through the fast-track process that the hapu or the impacted landowners will have any voice in the process moving forward. That's the problem with this legislation, and that is the localism that this government purports that they are bringing into this House. I doubt it, because the people of Whangarei will stand as residents and as hapu together to oppose this important issue for Popo whenua. Kia mau tonu mai.
The time for this debate has expired. I call on Government Order of the Day number 1.
Resource Management, Freshwater and Other Matters Amendment Bill, third reading.
Mr Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Resource Management, Freshwater and Other Matters Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Mr Speaker, I move that the Resource Management, Freshwater and Other Matters Amendment Bill be now read a third time. It is my pleasure to speak at this third reading of the bill on behalf of the Minister responsible for RMA reform, the Honourable Chris Bishop, and I acknowledge and thank him for his hard work. At its introduction, the Honourable Chris Bishop outlined where this bill sits in the government's phased approach to the resource management reform. As part of phase 2 of the reform program, this bill is about making quick and targeted changes to give councils and consent applicants the certainty they need to operate. Its aims are to reduce regulatory burden on resource consent applicants, support development in key sectors including farming and other primary industries, make targeted changes to the Resource Management Act 1991 RMA that can take effect quickly to give certainty to councils and consent applicants while new legislation to replace the RMA is developed, and speed up the process for developing or amending national direction under the RMA. Throughout the bill's consideration, these core priorities have been retained while further changes were introduced to address emerging issues. Mr. Speaker, there were almost 2,000 submissions to the Primary Production Select Committee and 137 oral presentations from organisations and individuals were heard. I would like to take this opportunity to again thank the committee, those that put in a submission and this House for considering the bill. Mr. Speaker, the bill pauses implementation of or removes several blunt regulations. We have done this to provide greater certainty to key sectors, councils and resource users while we put in place alternative rules or approaches. This will lead to better outcomes for a range of sectors for whom uncertainty has real-world implications such as extra cost or time spent meeting a range of complex regulatory requirements. The 3-year suspension of the requirement in the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity to identify new significant natural areas, SNAs, will allow for a review of the operation of SNAs. The government has heard the concerns of some stakeholders that the identification criteria are too broad, capturing less significant native biodiversity, and the processes can place undue costs on landowners. The changes to intensive winter grazing laws and those for stock exclusion aim to reduce costs and burdens for farmers and provide more options for land management, such as farmer management, regional plan rules and freshwater farm plans when rolled out in a region. We think it should be for farmers and regional councils to decide where and how stock needs to be excluded based on the risk posed and within catchment-specific context. The changes in this bill squarely align with the government's view that we should work collaboratively with landowners rather than further restrict what they can do on their land. Other targeted changes to the bill will provide clarity and reduce regulatory burden on resource consent applicants. Mr. Speaker, we're making it clear that the hierarchy of obligations in the National Policy Statement for Freshwater, NPSFM, is excluded from individual resource consent applications. This addresses concerns about its application while we review and replace the NPSFM. Mr. Speaker, another targeted change we're making is to align the consent pathways for the operation and expansion of new and existing coal mines that affect wetlands or SNAs with other extractive activities. This will improve consistency. Applications will still need to meet gateway tests, which means significant adverse effects on wetlands and SNAs will be managed. Mr. Speaker, changes to national direction were required because making and amending national policy statements and national environmental standards under the RMA had become too costly, slow and onerous. There are a number of situations where amendments to national direction are minor or have already been through robust processes of their own, but still have to go through the full national direction process, providing more clarity about the types of circumstances where minor updates can be made to national direction without going through full consultation and submission processes would promote greater certainty and system efficiency. This bill streamlines these processes and introduces a minimum 20 working days timeframe for public submissions to align with other RMA submission processes. A further example of how this bill improves and simplifies processes is the removal of Section 32 evaluation reports for national direction, which overlap significantly with regulatory impact statements. The bill removes the Board of Inquiry process, which was last used in 2010. National direction since then has been prepared and amended using a more flexible process that involves public notice, opportunities for public input, and allows for independent advice or the appointment of independent advisory committees where needed. These changes to streamline national direction processes are important. This is because we plan to make greater use of national direction, national policy statements and national environmental standards as part of Phase 2 of our reform program. Mr. Speaker, since the bill's introduction, 3 additional matters have caused us to take urgent action. The government is pleased to have the opportunity to address them through this legislation. Mr. Speaker, freshwater farm plans help farmers identify, manage and reduce the impact of farming on waterways. Pausing the freshwater farm plans rollout will allow time to make the system more cost effective and practical for farmers and enable more catchment level solutions to be developed. It was important to make this decision before early 2025 because freshwater farm plans were due to kick off for farmers in areas where the system was already live, for example, the Waikato. If the change wasn't made now, those farmers would be disadvantaged by needing to comply with the current law, which is about to be changed. Mr. Speaker, a recent court decision about Section 107 of the RMA and the granting of discharge consents required an urgent response. This meant discharges with certain effects could not be consented in degraded catchments, creating potential for a large number of consents for agriculture and horticulture to be declined or for applications to be put on hold. This would cost councils, industry and primary sector producers and could mean activities such as large-scale irrigation schemes can't operate. Enabling consents to be granted for some discharges in catchments already subject to significant adverse effects, provided consent conditions contribute to an overall reduction in those adverse effects over time, provides clarity to consent authorities and applicants. Mr. Speaker, the bill also restricts the notification of freshwater plans until the current NPSFM is replaced. This is needed to avoid duplication of effort and unnecessary and uncertainty for resource users, as councils would need to amend their plans once the new NPSFM is gazetted. This is not a blanket measure. The bill provides exemptions from this new restriction where plans are required for specific matters, including plans for flood protection, the provision of infrastructure and housing or drinking water. The exemptions mean any critical plans can still progress, but most freshwater planning will need to be paused to await their replacement NPSFM in mid-2025. We have already extended the time frame to notify freshwater plans from 31 December 2024 to December 2027 to allow councils time to make their new plans. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this is a timely piece of legislation. It streamlines existing processes, introduces greater efficiency efficiency and certainty in consenting processes, it also continues our ongoing commitment to unlocking development and investment in infrastructure, housing, agriculture, aquaculture, forestry and mining, while ensuring the environment is protected. I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Rachel Brookings.
Mr Speaker, well, it appears that this government is on a slow track for environmental protection, and all it wants to do is pause things at the moment. We've heard the Minister just refer to SNAs, significant natural areas, are being paused. But just in the general debate, just before, we heard the leader of the ACT Party say, oh, they're gone. SNAs, they're gone, which is a lot more than pausing. We know, of course, that farm plans are being paused. Just goes to show that this government cannot adequately regulate for the environment and for what is our biggest export market. Now, we also have the Otago Regional Council being paused. Its notification that was supposed to be voted on today. And I've addressed that in my general debate speech just before, but I want to add that not going ahead with a new plan is exceptionally inefficient. And we keep hearing from this government that they are interested in efficiency, but what happens when a new plan that's been worked on for 5 years at a cost of $18 million doesn't get notified and doesn't continue on to have the process that happens after notification, is that people are left with their old, outdated plan. And what this means is that there will be some aspects of that plan that are not clear for people, land users, who are going to need consents. It won't be clear about that. So when consent applications are made, they'll have to go up the chain to look at national policy direction or the purpose of the RMA. So that seems inefficient. We've had one of the Otago Regional Councillors saying, oh, the other councillors were playing chicken with the government and the government has won. And that is such a childish approach to how Parliament should be operating. To say to a council, oh, look, you're following the law that we've told you that we're going to change at some point in the future. Who knows when, and we're not going to tell you what it says. But you, council, so you should not do anything. We're going to pause it. This is a basic rule of law issue that councils should follow the law, and governments with majorities should not be saying to those councils, don't follow the law as it is now. We're going to pause everything and we're going to do it with an amendment that we're only introducing at the committee stage of the House, and we're going to make it retrospective. It's appalling. Then we have Te Mana o Te Wai. And again, in terms of efficiency, you don't need to say Te Mana o Te Wai doesn't apply to consents if you have plans that have already incorporated it. So I can only infer that this government needs to make that change, because there is going to be so much change to the National Policy Statement for freshwater management and the terror of Te Mana o Te Wai that they're going to allow for a whole lot more pollution. That is the only logical conclusion for wanting to be pausing everything at the moment, is that they intend to make changes, and in fact those changes, they do know what they're doing, and it is to allow more pollution. Shameful. Then we have other changes to regulations relating to stock exclusion and winter grazing. And we've heard a lot from the Minister and from government members that it's okay. We don't need these regulations to incentivise the behaviour that stops animals in mud or stops sedimentation running off into rivers, so pollution. We don't need that. We accept that behaviour has improved while these regulations have been in place, but now according to Federated Farmers, the farmer peer pressure, all the good farmers, many good farmers, that means that we don't need these regulations. That is an interesting argument, Mr. Speaker. But what we haven't heard from the Minister, despite repeated questioning from me in committee stage, what we haven't heard is an undertaking that there will be a review of the environmental effects that happen once these regulations are removed. And we haven't had an undertaking that if, in fact, Federated Farmers is wrong and the peer pressuring doesn't work, and I certainly hope that it does work, but if it doesn't work, we've had no undertaking that there'll be any sort of new incentives for behaviour that stops damaging the environment. And that, again, is shameful. And then we've got coal mining, Mr. Speaker. This is unbelievable. In a time when we are in a climate crisis, that this government wants to treat coal mining just the same way as all the other minerals. And we hear over and over from members of the government, oh, you shouldn't be anti-coal, you shouldn't be anti-mining, they say, if you have a cell phone. And there are some good arguments for why we need a whole lot of minerals for the way that we live today. But Mr. Speaker, there is no coal in my cell phone. And again, I asked ministers about that yesterday, if they understood that there is a difference between mining coal and other minerals because of the carbon emissions that we get from burning coal, and that it is not a critical mineral. No answer to that. It's just head in the sand stuff. We have changes to the about Indigenous biodiversity, and we had ministers in this House yesterday talking about bogs. That is so disrespectful to all of the Indigenous biodiversity, which might live in what someone else might call a wetland. Now, if there is an area that doesn't have significant biodiversity, fine. But there's no need for calling things bogs. And there is no need for stopping the identification of that significant biodiversity. You can argue about property, private rights and what should happen once that significant biodiversity is identified, but pausing the identification of that significant biodiversity is just a total backward step and unnecessary if you follow the rhetoric and the logic of the governing parties. Now, we also have changes to national direction. And again, we've heard from the Minister how this is going to be faster than the current process, how there's going to be no ability for a board of inquiry, even if there's a lot more of this national direction coming. And there's been no comfort given to this House that that national direction won't be used to do whatever it is that various industry mates of this government want it to do. Again, shameful. And then we have in the Select Committee report a new change to the bill that's very different from the bill that's introduced regarding Section 107 of the Resource Management Act. And we've heard from the Minister how that relates to discharge consents. And there was a High Court case that some people think is problematic, and it may be problematic, but the way to deal with a High Court case that may still be going to appeal and that does not deal with every single point in the section of 107, such as exceptional circumstances, is not to drop it in the Select Committee report where nobody can submit on it. It's to do, you can do an amendment paper and put it out for consultation. You can do a separate bill. You can wait till after the court process has finished, even. These are all the options, but no, this government has not done that. So what happened is that it allowed some submitters who were concerned about the High Court case to make submissions on 107, but did not let other submitters who think the opposite to make submissions on 107. This is an appalling way to make laws. Whatever the result of the court case and the Court of Appeal or any subsequent decisions, To just go ahead and listen to one side and not the other and not have the analysis is shameful. There is no certainty provided from this bill and everything else that the government is doing, except the certainty that they will do whatever it takes to do what their mates want. Shameful.
Mr. Speaker.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is one of the most regressive anti-environmental governments we've had in 45 years. I mean, you need to look at the actual legislative frameworks that have been put through here and evaluate them against the previous decades of legislation passed in this House. And it is not easy to conclude anything but that we have a very anti-environmental government here. Not since the Muldoon's Development Act in 1979 have we had a year of actions by a government that has been so anti-environmental, so bad for the planet. This particular legislation is yet another case in point of an extraordinary kind of omnibus of anti-environmental options that they bill as dealing with regulation that is a barrier to business, basically. And that is shorthand for a perception that the environment is what is getting in the way of, as my colleague puts it, their mates making money. Now, that is such a deeply regressive view of what the environment is, Mr. Speaker, because the environment is the thing in which we exist. In fact, a healthy ecology is the basis of all life on Earth. Humans can't thrive and prosper and have a viable existence if we do not have a healthy, functional environment and a stable climate. And so, how do you protect that commons that is the rivers, that is the atmosphere, that is the ocean, that is biodiversity, the wetlands, the forests? Because they are a commons, they are subject to the exploitation of private interests in a way that is not in the common interest, not in the interest of all of us. And so you put in place regulations and protections that set the boundaries on which exploitation happens. This legislation is all about getting rid of those protections of the environment. And that is so deeply short-sighted, Mr. Speaker. One of the most inspired and visionary pieces of legislation to be passed in recent years was Te Mana o Te Wai. Te Mana o Te Wai, unlike my colleague Simon Court, who likes to characterise it as metaphysical, it was not metaphysical. It was actually about setting some really basic bottom lines in the case of what nutrients could or couldn't be put into an ecosystem. In a way, it's science. It is science, that's right. It's not some sort of arbitrary concept. And it set out a hierarchy of obligations. Now, that's what the government perceived was the problem. In fact, when we at length prosecuted with regional councils the way that they interpreted Te Mana o Te Wai, they saw that it was taken as a whole. But when you come to the crunch on how you prioritise the issues that you need to protect in freshwater, there was a hierarchy set out. And the genius of it was that it turns out by looking after the integrity and the well-being of freshwater ecosystems, you actually set us up to be able to do all the other things, which is have safe drinking water, and then look to the third priority, which is industrial exploitation, to put it in the more accurate language. This government has removed, through this legislation, that hierarchy of obligations. That means, in a very practical sense, that protection of safe human drinking water is now not a higher priority than irrigation that will lead to dairy intensification, that will lead to contamination of human drinking water. So this government has explicitly said, your safe drinking water is now no longer a priority. That's the effect And it's interesting, my colleague from the Primary Production Select Committee, I know, is from the Hawke's Bay, and she will well remember, Mr. Speaker, that it was as a result of the terrible tragedy of what happened in Havelock North that the hierarchy of obligations was put into place, because it was because of agricultural contamination of drinking water that people became very ill and people died. And so the hierarchy established that you cannot sacrifice the health of people's drinking water with agricultural pollution. This legislation gets rid of that. This legislation does not learn the lessons of Havelock North. Furthermore, this legislation is an instance where a thing that is a barrier to the exploitation of coal, in this instance wetlands, is going to have its protected status removed. So wetlands, Mr. Speaker, are one of the most extraordinary ecologically valuable things in our world. They are a provision of ecosystems that are spawning grounds for lots of species that are part of our oceanic ecosystems. They have this incredible ability to filter water. For example, interestingly, one of the best ways to deal with over-nitrification, which is a problem of agricultural intensity, is wetlands, because there are nitrate scavenging microbes in those wetland ecosystems that actually consume nitrate. So you have here a means of dealing with some of the problems of agricultural intensity, and we have only 10% of our original wetlands left, Mr. Speaker. And this legislation says the protected status of those wetlands that offer so much to the general well-being of our society is going to be removed, but get this, not to facilitate housing, not to facilitate even food growing, which perhaps you could justify, though in this instance I think it's questionable, but actually to facilitate coal mining, Mr. Speaker. I kid you not, to facilitate coal mining. The Minister Bishop, who gave an introduction to this at the first reading, I think it was, said, quick and dirty. He described this legislation as quick and dirty. And it's a very accurate description. The Minister earlier, Penny Simmons, described it as quick, getting things done quick. Well, it's certainly getting things done dirty as well, Mr. Speaker, because coal is the most carbon-intensive fossil fuel we know. We know what Robert Muldoon didn't know in 1979, that if we are to avert the existential threat of climate change, we have to stop burning fossil fuels and we have to stop burning coal. This is the coalition of environmental destruction, Mr. Speaker. This is the coalition of environmental destruction, from the ACT Party to the New Zealand First Party to the National Party. They have lined up and agreed to trash the planet for profit. And that's what this legislation is all about, Mr. Speaker. Because if we are seriously able as a species to recognise the existential threat of climate change and the existential threat of biodiversity decline, if we are truly that brilliant, adaptive, intelligent hominid that is able to see a threat coming and change our way of behaving to avert that threat, then when does it begin? That is my challenge to this government. When do you start thinking about the future generations? When do you start thinking about the greater good and not doing the bidding of the vested interests who funded your election campaigns? When do you start thinking about how we all get to live on this planet by looking after the commons, a thing that does not belong to anybody but which we all need to exist and to thrive? It is in that context that we actually have to set the limits on what we do in the environment. And this legislation is a terrible example of a government that is cutting away those protections, that is sacrificing the environment for short-term profit, for short-term gain, for some Aussie coal miner, for some Aussie gold miner, for some intensive winter grazing farmer who's cows are living in miserable conditions, that is polluting the water, that is polluting the climate. And that is not the way forward, Mr. Speaker. We need to find a way to get over this sort of attitude, this regressive attitude. And I think the way is to vote these buggers out in 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Andrew Hogarth.
I rise on behalf of the X Party in support of this bill. I've been in this House for a little over a year, and in this time I've heard the members opposite talk quite a bit on how we should spend money, costs we can add, regulations we can put in, and also lots of things that we could ban. But I've heard very little in how we can actually grow this country's economic pie, as it were. And aside from, of course, some strange belief in being able to tax our way to prosperity. One of the ways our country has historically grown its economic pie, and what also continues to be the backbone of our economy, is of course farming and growing. And it's through the hard work of people who spend their days in tractors, wool sheds, cow sheds, up and down this country, that we can afford cancer drugs, police on the front lines, all the other things that we want government to provide. The list goes on. Yet, for the previous 6 years, these people have felt like they're under constant attack. Their confidence in their future went absolutely downhill. And without confidence, who is buying that new, more fuel-efficient tractor? Who is investing in solar panels for the cowshed roof, or the new eco pond addition to the effluent pond, or irrigation efficiency technology? The measures contained in this bill are all about restoring confidence to farmers of what the future can hold for them, not only in terms of improving further productivity in their farms, which will help this country, but also lowering their environmental footprint on farm. These things don't come cheap. They cost a lot of money. You have to have confidence that your investment will pay off, whether it's for farm profitability or environmental sustainability. For many farmers, gaining that confidence comes from getting a consent in the first place. For many of us, there are activities on our farm that require monitoring, that require a consent. Now, to mana o te wai, the hierarchy of obligations has been a barrier for getting consents. There has been confusion in councils. I have seen the papers written by Environment Canterbury where they have said, we are uncertain about all of this. Our interpretation is that we can't grant consents or renew consents because of these provisions. We don't know what to do. And there was a massive backlog in consents. Don't believe me? Well, some of you already OAA'd my office, and you'll already have that document from Environment Canterbury. So, Merry Christmas. You know, in terms of it's not just the hierarchy of obligations that around confidence for a consent. You know, we recently had 2 High Court cases being mentioned, Section 70, Section 107. Now, take those two together, and obviously we're only dealing with one in this bill, but taken together, effectively what they are saying is that all farmers, not just those dirty dairy farmers everyone likes to go on about, so that's including me and Mark, but all farmers. Cheers. All farmers are basically going to require a consent to farm. So we have to have paperwork to produce food for everyone to eat. Now, what it means is, now if you have that consent, or if you're trying to get that consent and you happen to farm in an area that's over-allocated, the council, through the other ruling, isn't allowed to grant that consent. So you end up on this circle. Must have a consent, not allowed to have a consent. How do we go forward with this? And this is what we are trying to solve with this amendment, to make sure there is certainty. Because we cannot have a situation where we just say to thousands of farmers across the country, you're no longer allowed to farm. You must leave your farms. We have the intent from even the previous government was that this water quality improvement had to happen over generations, not overnight. So we need to make this decision to give farmers confidence in their futures. You know, confidence, it's many things. It's for a farmer in the deep south to know that they can grow feed that will be able to feed their animals the calories they need over that winter to be able to be healthy, to be able to produce in the coming season. Having confidence that they're able to grow those crops, that the rules around them are sensible. That's the sort of confidence you need to keep going with farming. It's also around stock exclusion rules. You know, having confidence that you're not going to have a draconian one-size-fits-all national policy placed on your farm that requires you to fence effectively what turns out to be hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of fencing for what may be little or small environmental gain or no environmental gain when you look at some of these very extensive sheep and beef farms. Now the dairy farms, the intensive farms, they've already done this work, it makes sense, it's cost effective to do it. But for these extensive farms, all you're going to see there is a drive to forestry. I saw that firsthand in Taranaki, a farm. Now this was a farm that had a whole series of supposed waterways on it, that no water was actually flowing. Council said, you've got to fence all this off, it's going to cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars. Farmer said, plant the lot in pines. That's not the answer we want for this country. You know, and the way to address these issues, obviously, is much more targeted actions. So through the farm plans, now you'll say, but you're pausing them. Of course we're pausing them, again, to give confidence that we get these things right, that we're not duplicating, so farmers have confidence that the actions they're going to take are going to be real, that they've got proper tools that they can actually use, not tick box exercises. Now, confidence also comes from knowing that you're not going to have your property rights taken away from you by someone mapping what may not be that significant a natural area and having that overlay put over your farm as to what are your rights going forward on your own land. This is challenging. Oh no, iwi are very concerned about significant natural areas as well. Just responding to a couple of the comments I heard. There's an interesting comment from Rachel Brookine around councils should follow the law. Now, it recalls an interesting conversation I had 2.5 years ago with the then government around the nitrogen 190 reporting. Now, they hadn't quite got everything right and ready in time, and the rule was farmers had to report it by such and such a date, but the system wasn't ready. So they told councils, ignore the law. Don't worry about the law. How things have changed. You know, we argued, why can't you just pause these regulations? Why can't you just change the timeline so that our farmers don't become criminals? But no, we just had to ignore the law. So I find that rather rich. You know, and this, we keep hearing about pollution. Like I said, this is about confidence. It's about giving farmers confidence that they can make the investments in their farms, that they can move forward. You talk about generational, that we want generational actions. That is what farmers do. You know, everything my dad has worked for in his life benefited me. Everything I am doing on my farm now benefits my daughters. That's what every farmer is focused on. How can we make it better for the next generation? That is the stuff we do. I look at the Indigenous biodiversity on my farm and I take pride in it. I look at the water quality on our farm and I take pride in it. These are the actions farmers are doing. You know, and the public at large can have confidence, not only farmers needing confidence, the public confidence that farmers up and down this country are doing the work. We have 180,000 hectares in the QE2 Trust. We have catchment care groups up and down this country. You know, farmers are doing the work, not just ticking admin boxes. So, in conclusion, you know, I feel a lot of pride, quite frankly, in the fact that I have been part of this bill, a number of the actions, done the work here. To me, this is what I came into Parliament for, to bring confidence back to farmers, to show them there was a way forward, that there was a future farming in New Zealand. So not only, Mr Speaker, do I commend this bill to the House, I also commend our country's farmers and growers for all the hard work they do. Thank you.
The Honourable Mark Patterson.
Mr Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support this resource management, freshwater and other matters amendment bill. This is what delivering on your election promises looks like, Mr Speaker. All three of the coalition parties recognise the dog's breakfast that the freshwater regulations were, those regulations that had seen actually towns closed down by tractors in the streets on more than one occasion. Farmers are not unreasonable people, and as Minister Hoggard has just outlined, do care deeply about the environment, but when they see really impractical, unworkable and bureaucratic rules, they rose up, and that's not because that just can't happen without there being some real reasons for that to happen. They've got more to do on their farms than be driving around the local town. The farming sector were genuinely affronted, and I've heard some of the commentary from the other side of the House already in this debate and earlier in this bill with some apocryphal stories about farming conditions in this country. I'll share an anecdote. One of the professors at Lincoln University, international professors who trains our master students there, he said to me he has trouble placing the master students on the international part of their courses. He said there is nowhere I can send them that they could learn anything about pastoral farming. New Zealand pastoral farming is akin to magic by international standards. We do this, we do it very well. So we were affronted by some of the commentary that went around this and went into some of the original 2020 measures. The one-size-fits-all nature of particularly the stock exclusion rules and the low-slope maps. As Minister Hoggard outlined earlier, what we were capturing in many cases was small tributaries that in low-intensive areas that were going to cost, in some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars and make farming essentially uneconomic. We note the Beef and Lamb New Zealand Economic Service forecast for this year showing the average sheep and beef farm making about $60,000 before interest, tax and drawings. You can see why that would be a problem, and we would be driving, every cost drives farmers out of, it's going to affect farming, just sustainability really on an economic sense, and that would be for no real environmental benefit on the grand scheme of things. So we're being much more practical about it, and you only have to look at technology. Technology's come along since this 2020 legislation came through. The collars, the halters, the Gallaghers that are in the beef cattle are now getting, it's like magic. You can just farm. Simeon Brown actually was showing some interest in this yesterday. He thought he could become a farmer because you can actually farm from your couch with, you get on your app and draw a line on the map there, and you can shift stock around without even having to leave the front door. So there's all sorts of innovation and different ways we can go about getting the same outcomes without having to be heavily bureaucratic and expensive in the way that we as a central government are putting and posting on our rural sector. The SNAs, now that is a property right issue, pure and simple. We have got to get back to this country where if you own a block of land, you have certain rights, and you can't have other people coming on and dictating to you what you're doing on your own land unless without a very high bar. And that is exactly what we're looking to do in terms of pausing what had been overreach and having a really good look at this. So where there is ecologically significant areas that we do want to see protected, but for many of the examples we're seeing, they certainly didn't reach that threshold. I've heard so much about wetlands, and there's some sort of faux indignation about someone pulled them a bog. Well, I can assure you, Steve Abel, and I know that you know this, but there is a lot of, one of the main things we are doing in terms of the catchment groups and the like is that we're going back to wetlands. We're creating wetlands. We're doing it at a catchment level for exactly the reasons you mentioned, because they are good at capturing nitrates and sediments. So we're actually reinstating a lot of these wetlands. The intensive winter grazing regulations had actually unintended consequences in terms of some of the tightness around the rules. Farmers trying to get round those rules had gone to a bale grazing and trying to winter on grass in wet conditions in Southland, which have caused much more damage than a well-constructed winter grazing program would have done on traditional cropping. And the other thing around this too, you know, our markets are demanding this. We're not oblivious to the need to look after our environment, our animals, and we have that pressure from our markets. We're accountable to our processing companies and the like to qualify to supply and to get into the premium end of that market. We're also, many people wouldn't know, I haven't heard it in this debate, we are monitored from the air by helicopters or planes by a regional council. They do flyovers, random flyovers, so we don't know what's happening. They'll come over 3 or 4 times a winter to monitor the winter grazing practices. They do it in Southland, Otago and Canterbury, and possibly in other areas too, I think the Waikato. So the regional council actually can interfere when they see, and what we're seeing now is the practices have got so much better that, you know, we're getting 95, 97% that are compliant or in terms of good management practice, and the outliers, those that aren't following good management practices, are then managed intensively by the council, by MPI and their farm support team. They'll go in there to make sure there's no animal welfare issues. So there is pragmatic things that we're doing, actual things that we're doing that don't necessarily sit in a piece of paper in a drawer. They're actually actions on the ground. Now, I need to address the issue of the Otago Regional Council and the measures we took with the amendment. The government has been very clear that we are amending the Freshwater MPS FM 2020. Most councils, or almost all councils apart from one, have respected that position. They do know that we have serious concerns around the Te Mana O2Y provisions and the hierarchy that will be such a lethal planning. It's so vague to have that as your basis for your planning. We're having a completely new look at that and how that fits into a planning process. So the ORC, by moving to notify their plan today, if it had gone through, would have been working with a moving feast. They would have been essentially setting off a chain of actions that would have ended up in the Environment Court through absolute by default, because that would have been the process that would have been set off. There would have been no way of stopping that. The farmers would have fought it. We would have been absolutely torching ratepayers' money for no reason, because the macro rules that we were going to change, or are going to change, and have clearly signalled that we're going to change, would, at the end of that, mean that they would have to start again. And so all the other councils had respected that. The Otago Regional Council had not. For ideological reasons, I believe, amongst some of the councillors, and I object to the apocalyptic representation of Otago's environment and waterways. They are some of the best in the country. There is no danger at all that we have a pause. They absolutely are. You look at the statistics. You look at the statistics. Go and have it. You go and look at the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment's report, and you can see Otago is a shining example of water quality. So we are bringing in sensible, pragmatic solutions. We're going to do it in a timely manner. This bill is buys us some time really to do the stuff that we really want to do so we can get some proper regulations for our farming sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tēnā koe te pika. I rise on behalf of Te Pāti Māori to speak in opposition of this bill for a few reasons. The removal of mana o te wai, the diluting of mana whenua, making it easy to mine and destroy Indigenous taonga, the impact on significant natural areas, for example, wahi tapu, and making it easier for bad farmers, because that really is what is at discussion here. And as the original rural farmers here as tangata whenua, what we're really doing is talking about those who don't meet and or don't want to meet any thresholds. I heard here, and I want to sort of capture the whole aspect about this mana o te wai, and you can't regulate Māori. Actually, Māori have regulated Māori for thousands of years through something called tikanga. And if you don't know it, go and find out for yourself. It is not my role here to make the allies' jobs easier. Māori farms and Māori's approach to farming, despite our natural development being interfered with, is extremely values-based, Indigenous values-based. Lake Taupo, Miraka, Wakatū, Atahaunui Wanganui, Ngaitahu have all adopted kaupapa-based ways of how they look after te mana o te wai, of how they put the taiao first, of how they are also part of contributing to the economy for the whole of Aotearoa. And what we have here is lazy politicians who don't want to sit there and understand what is required for te ao Māori, mana o te wai. And they're all speaking at the moment. There you go. And so what I want to do is talk about the fact that what we have here is a whole bunch of people who are making it easier for the bad farmers, because good farmers take pride in looking after their wai. They understand mana. They understand the mana of their whenua. They understand the mana of their wai. They understand the mana of their mokopuna. And that is what this is about. Those who don't understand the mana of their mokopuna aren't future focused. In Te Taihawauru, we had multiple submissions. We had ngā iwi o Taranaki who strongly opposed this. They said there was a lack of ministerial transparency. There was poor due diligence. They said that there was absolute no compliance with the principles of te tiriti. Surprise, surprise. They talked about the health and well-being of water bodies. They talked about the fact that there was absolutely no respect for the rangatiratanga, kaitiakitanga and community interests. South Waikato, Maniapoto, Te Nihinui and Raukawa talked about the fact that this cannot succeed at the expense of restoring the health and well-being of waterways as provided under the Waikato River arrangements. They talked about how the politicians here are frightened of te ao Māori and its source of mātauranga and the kaupapa of mana o te wai. They talked about how the Crown is failing to meet its tiriti duties of participation that was unacceptable in the purpose of Waikato River arrangements, and how we must protect the health and well-being of the Waikato River. That was South Waikato, who had huge experience in the awa. Ruapihu, Wanganui, Ngāti Rangi opposed this. They talked about the violation of Rukutia Te Mana settlement provisions and the undermining of Te Waiu o Te Ika. They talked about, under the provisions of this, how it has been granted protection in its own legal entity and the tangata tiaki of Te Waiu o Te Ika, comprising the Wangaihu River and the rivers and streams that flow into it. They talked about, on behalf of these awa, how they are extremely distressed by what has been made to the resource and happening to them because of these changes. They talked about how this is an extension of the fast track bill and the undermining the principles of the partnership. Now these are, let's go back to it, these are all iwi who contribute to the economy of Aotearoa. The proposed changes in Ngāti Rangi's settlement view is that it violates their living entity, Te Waiu o Te Ika, and breaches their international obligations under the Convention on Biological Diversity. Now let's go back to visiting. Who is putting these submissions in? They are innovative. They are contributing to the employment and the productivity, indeed, of the primary sector of this nation. They are investing in world record taiao kaupapa. They have world record in what they do in the research and science sense. They are not bad farmers. They are progressive not only in how they invest, but how they think. They have extensive international relationships, and these entities take exception with what this government is forcing on them. Te mana o te wai is something that the iwi have fought for a very long time to have regulated and accepted, and it is disgusting to be here with this government, but not surprising with what's going on. Kia ora.
Land farm.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. This is a sad day for freshwater and biodiversity in Aotearoa, and it's therefore a really sad day for all of us, because so much of what makes living in Aotearoa incredible is the one foundational thing that is so foundational, so core to our health and well-being, and that is te mana o te wai, ki uta ki tai, it's water. And yet here we are, this government doing an absolute disservice to wai Māori and therefore a disservice to ourselves. Mr. Speaker, this piece of quick and dirty legislation, just to quote the Minister's own description, is just one part of this government's comprehensive dismantling of not only the capacity and capability of our environmental agencies and our science institutes with these crippling funding cuts that we've seen, but to add to that, the systematic override and weakening of our environmental legislation, the bare minimum of laws that formed what we understood in this country to constitute an environmental protection. This bill is yet another abomination of democratic override with the truncated timeframe for public submissions and the last-minute additions of government bowing to the whim of industry demands to actually override local democracy and allow this continued pollution and environmental damage for the private profit of a few. And who gets left to pick up the tab of the legacy pollution of all of this, the contaminated streams, rivers, lakes, estuaries, beaches? It's the public. It's iwi Māori, it's our kids and our grandkids. And quite frankly, the inaction, I agree with my colleague, it's lazy. It's cancelling, it's delaying, it's removing protections that are ultimately insulting. They're insulting to New Zealanders because thousands of them have worked in good faith alongside councils, alongside mana whenua, community, industry, NGOs, and they've actually agreed on ways to improve fresh water. And they've agreed on ways for their own local environment. And I'm really sick of hearing this one-size-fits-all description of te mana o te wai in the hierarchy, which simply it was not, and is not, and needs to be ended. Now, we're left with nothing but delay and decline. Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out just one example among the many litany of mistakes that this government is making with this bill, and that is around the removal and weakening of the intensive winter grazing regulations. And I want to quote within this the Public Health Communications Centre in their submission, because they've actually looked at the evidence and made it crystal clear that intensive winter grazing is a highly polluting activity. It results in frequent high nutrient, sediment and faecal matter pollution of waterways, with 4 to 5 higher nitrate losses and 12 times higher sediment losses than those from pasture grazing. It impacts on water bodies, and the impacts of intensive winter grazing can last for many decades as they're cumulative. And it's those cumulative impacts that this government is also removing the ability of councils to actually address. This change to Section 107 to actually allow higher levels of pollution in some of our most degraded waterways. It's a fundamental baseline of protection for freshwater ecosystems that is now unable to be upheld. The changes to it in this bill will not only shut out iwi Māori, public voice, and having a say on this, but everyone in Aotearoa who cares about freshwater and deserves the right to actually have a say about our protections, about those things that ultimately impact the health and well-being of them, their whānau, and all the native critters and fish who once thrived in our freshwater ecosystems who will no longer. It's a real shame and it's a sad day, and Te Pāti Kākariki do not support this bill.
Miles Anderson.
Mr Speaker, the Resource Management, Freshwater and Other Matters Amendment Bill is a great piece of legislation, and I welcome it. This bill removes the hierarchy of obligations, amends certain provisions of the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, amends national environmental standards for freshwater to align the consenting pathways for new and existing coal mines with other mineral extraction activities. It suspends Council's requirements to identify and include new significant natural areas in district plans for 3 years. It removes the map of low-slope land and associated requirements, and it removes the intensive winter grazing regulations. These changes are designed to remove excessive red tape and the costs associated with regulation that ratepayers and businesses have to endure. Mr Speaker, the problem that exists with the hierarchy of obligations as set out by Te Mana Te Wai is that interpretation varies wildly from council to council and from planner to planner. This inconsistency has made life difficult for councils and those applying for consents. The provisions of the National Policy Statement for Indigenous, Mr Speaker, identified areas in draft plans. The councils have the attitude that these can be ironed out during the hearing phase, or when, or when the subsequent Environment Court proceedings take place. This is not only incredibly slack, but it's also costly. Mr Speaker, councils are committing their ratepayers to costs that they can ill afford, and individuals and groups to expensive court proceedings, all well knowing that in less than 2 years the regulations will change and the planning processes will need to start again. Mr Speaker, interestingly, Torless Environmental Limited performed an independent review of the development of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management and found significant issues in the way sediment and E. coli attribute frameworks have been set up. Key flaws in this framework include it's based on modelled data and not on measured data. 38% of rivers would not meet national bottom lines even if developed catchments were reverted back to the natural state. Data collected during heavy rainfall and floods has to be included, and all waterways have to be included, even those that have never been suitable for swimming. Mr Speaker, to achieve the national bottom lines, it's estimated that 44% of sheep and beef farmland would need to be retired, and pole planting will be required on 8% of the remaining farmland. This is a major concern for the rural sector that is already under enormous pressure, both financially and mentally. Mr Speaker, councils around the country, councils who are dominated by city representatives, are opposing their ideology on the rural sector, directly conflicting with the rural representation on these councils. And in the case of the ORC, they have consistently opposed the way the council has progressed its land and water plan. These local representatives have despaired at the lack of engagement of council with local communities. Mr Speaker, communities throughout the Waitaki have echoed this complaint about their councils, the lack of engagement with communities and the dismissal of the science presented by these communities. This is why a catchment by catchment approach is supported by the National Party. So, Mr Speaker, I have great pleasure in commending this bill to the House.
Very good.
Ingrid Leary.
I'd like to speak about this government's kamikaze lawmaking to get its own way that will result in Otago's rivers being less swimmable, if swimmable at all, over the next 30 years through a kamikaze amendment and a process that is worrying, that in some ways feels sinister and Machiavellian. And I want to preface my comments with the context, then talk about the build-up that's been occurring all year, and then the final piece, the kamikaze landing last night with a really anti-democratic amendment that was dropped on this House and the resulting confusion it caused to the people of Otago and the impacts it will have on us. The context, Mr. Speaker, is, as we've heard, there has been a 5-year process on consultation for the plan that was to have been notified. This involved thousands of people, many hundreds of hours of submissions, $18 million, not of taxpayer money, of ratepayer money. So that's a significant amount of money for the local community to invest. And it came on the back of an Environment Court decision 10 years ago that said that Otago's plans didn't comply with the RMA. So all of that was happening, and we had a council that was taking the process seriously and was going to act in the best interests of the groups, having taken into account all the stakeholders and all the submissions and all the science. Then this year we started to see a series of meetings being called special and extraordinary meetings by a small faction of the Otago Regional Council who were putting up urgent motions to try to stop the notification, knowing that they were going to lose the vote. And this made me think that there was a bigger plan here. There were tactics being used to try to create perceptions of chaos, which is what I said in the Otago Daily Times last Monday. A manufactured crisis, if you like, to try to involve government intervention. We've seen the playbook this week in other councils, and these were the types of tactics, in my view, that were being used in Otago. They were trying to create the perceptions of a shambles. Then on March the 1st, Minister Shane Jones took a helicopter ride to the river that is central to in this particular stoush. And that was a helicopter ride that was funded by lobbyists. So he went over the Falls Dam, he was invited by the National Party MP Miles Anderson, and he travelled to the dam via Bendigo Station. At the dam, there were Councillor Gary Callagher from the Otago Regional Council, Murray Heckler, the chair of the dam group, somebody called Roger Williams, Miles Anderson, the MP, and an MB official. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. That is ministerial work. However, the trip was sponsored by the Manuhiri catchment group. And my understanding from a journalist who asked questions on the back of my OAAs and my Lagoimas is that the gift register of Minister Jones has now been updated to reflect who paid for that trip. So, holding that thought to one side, then we had a letter from Councillor Kate Wilson, which came out in the media on Tuesday, the day after she became aware of my...
Can we just calm down? I can't hear. That's too loud.
Then we had a letter that was unilaterally published and released by Kate Wilson in the Otago Daily Times on Tuesday after it became apparent that I was asking hard questions about what the connections were between the council and lobbyists and the government. And she released a letter that she'd written to Minister Simmons in August asking the minister to get the Otago Regional Council to reconsider the vote. Again, nothing particularly sinister in that, but it did take an Official Information Act request for that to come out. Then last night, yesterday, an amendment was dropped in this House at 1 p.m. with no select committee process, with a retrospective provision to make the law apply from yesterday. It was done very deliberately, and it was designed to put pressure on the council to not proceed with the vote or to cause considerable confusion, which is exactly what happened. And what makes me say it was pressure from the Minister is she admitted to my question in the House last night that she had made a phone call to the chair of the Otago Regional Council at 1 p.m. yesterday to advise that this amendment was being dropped and that the law would change. So the result of that is that the Otago Regional Council put out a press release yesterday to show that the law was potentially going to change. There was confusion. There was the item on the agenda was removed by the Chief Executive, who has stated in the media today he took legal advice. The meeting went ahead. There was a big hall that was booked because there was considerable public interest in this matter, and councillors asked why the item had been removed from the agenda. And very sadly, the Chief Executive removed it because they did not have time to get the official legal advice that they needed in order to provide the councillors with the information to make the right call on the process. So the Minister's plot to cause chaos and confusion at the council and to make sure that the vote didn't happen worked based on a technicality. Today, my good friend and colleague, Honourable Rachel Brooking, sought a special debate on this because of the issues at play here. Penny Simmons had said that on Radio New Zealand that this morning, that this matter had not come out of the blue, but in fact the amendment was dropped yesterday at 1 p.m. The vote was due today and it was pretty close, 7-5, but there was every chance it was going to go in favour of those who were going to notify the plan. It caused confusion and, as I say, it ultimately didn't happen. So here we are in the third reading. With an absolute travesty of democracy in my view. The will of the democratically elected Otago Regional Council has been overturned, being usurped by central government with its kamikaze lawmaking and its Machiavellian approach to democracy. So we see $18 million of ratepayer money down the drain, years of consultation, significant public input, and in my view, real democracy in action would have happened today had that vote taken place. What would have happened had that been allowed to happen is that the plan, in all likelihood, would have been notified. Now, yes, there is no alternative plan, which makes this even more ridiculous, the fact that they didn't want the vote to proceed. But what it did mean is that when decisions were ultimately taken, those who supported environmental protection would have been able to argue more fulsomely and with more certainty in the Environment Court that the law was on their side, because that was the law, whereas now there is a huge gap which is going to allow the status quo. So the upshot really is that the ministers have got their way. The small group of the minority group on the Otago Regional Council, who have had direct lines of communication into the ministers, have got their way against the greater will of the people of Otago. The rivers in Otago, that about 85% I think are swimmable, that's going to decline very quickly over the next 30 years. And once they're not swimmable, it's really hard to get them back. And we have now got a precedent for a government working out that its kamikaze-style lawmaking has had the impact it wanted. Why wouldn't it do it again? Why won't it pull this playbook out in future cases where it just doesn't agree with the local councils making their local decisions on behalf of their local people? That, Mr. Speaker, is my real concern about what's happened. It is the riding roughshod over democracy. It is the attitude of a government that continually thinks it knows best, to the point where it has no regard for due process and for any of the promises that it made pre-election to support local decision making. It worries me that if it is doing this overreach in this context, and with councils, where else is it going to think it knows best on behalf of the people of New Zealand? So I leave you with these thoughts today as a really concerned local Member of Parliament for Tairi, as a buddy MP for Invercargill, for the greater region in the south that is impacted by this decision. It will have far-reaching implications.
Suze Redmayne.
Speaker. It's a privilege to speak to the third reading of the Resource Management, Freshwater and Other Matters Amendment Bill. I am a proud farmer from Turakina. Farming and agribusiness is what we do in the mighty Rangitikei. It's who we are. It drives our region's economy. So many of the businesses in Rangitikei, large and small, depend on a buoyant ag sector. You're absolutely right, it puts food on the table. Farming has been the backbone of this country for the last 100 plus years. It got us through the GFC. It got us through COVID. And sustainable farming is not an oxymoron, despite what our colleagues across the House will tell you. It's what we do. We are guardians of the land.
That's right. That's right.
The values of our nation's farmers are very much reflected in the values of the National Party. Mana akitanga, caring communities. Mana motahaki, personal responsibility. Haua te mahi, hard work. And most of all, kaitiakitanga, guardianship of the land. It's what we do, it's who we are. Yet farmers have been vilified and drowned in green and red tape. The last government has created a bureaucratic nightmare. They've created a framework that's regulatory and predatory. Regional councils have been holding our productive sector to ransom. And I find that really sad, because once upon a time, the relationship between our councils and our farmers was constructive and productive. And I can speak from experience. I've been around long enough for when we were friends. And Tunnel Hill, our farm, we were the proud farmers. We were the first people that the Manawatu Regional Council did an environmental plan for. And they soil mapped the farm. It was a massive piece of work, and a shout out to Dave Harrison, who stuck with us for many years. So that first plan, it mapped the farm. We talked about erosion. We talked about flood protection. We talked about weed and pest control. We fenced off wetlands and we created new wetlands. We planted the fragile sand dunes and pine trees so we could create shelter and shade and protect the fragile soils. It was a plan that was 30 years in the making, and I yearn for those days, and I do think they are possible again. This bill is about common sense, practical approach and simple rules. It's about working together, a regulatory framework that works, communities that thrive, and catchment groups, a fantastic initiative and a fantastic addition to our communities and protection for our waterways. This bill is a significant step on the way to achieving these goals. We're giving farmers clarity and we're giving them purpose. We're minimising inefficiencies and duplication and preventing unnecessary costs for ratepayers. I want to thank Ministers Macleay, Simmons, Hoggard and Grigg and Patterson, and also my fantastic Primary Production Select Committee. I'm incredibly proud of this bill. It will allow farmers to get back to doing what they do best, farm. It will help us achieve our goals to double exports in the next 10 years. It will sort out the regulatory framework and it will get New Zealand back on track. It's a privilege to commend this bill to the House.
There's a 5-minute split call. The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Mr Chairman, in 1992 there were two pieces of legislation. One was the RMA, the other was the Health and Safety and Employment Act. The Health and Safety and Employment said wherever you identify risk, you must do everything to minimise or remove that risk. The RMA said the same thing, and it said wherever you see degradation to the environment, we should do something about it, identify SNAs, etc., etc. What happened? We saw rapid growth in agriculture through the 90s and through the 2000s. But during that time, we started to identify some risks. Around water, there were over-allocated catchment areas, and the outputs from some of those farming systems was polluting the waterways and the aquifers. We saw soil loss from some of the farming practices. We saw biodiversity loss that had been occurring for quite some time, but we identified that as a risk, and we had animal welfare issues that we also identified needed and required change in some farming practices in some locations. The vast majority of farmers in this country do the right thing with the guidance that they're given. The guidance has shifted. If farmers are to farm, then leaders should lead. If farmers are to farm, leaders should lead. If this was the 1980s, the group over there would be the group voting to continue with subsidies, because the Labor government made the hard calls for the long-term benefit of agriculture. And the leaders over there don't have the guts to make the right calls for the long-term sustainability of agriculture. Because if we are to claim to be the best farmers in the world, and indeed, most are, we have to prove it. We have seen images go around the world of very poor farming practices. We've started to see increase in nitrate in some of the aquifers, and there are many, many examples of very poor, in fact, outrageous farming practice. We are all governed by the lowest common denominator, whether we like it or not. If we're to sell our products, and it's not just good enough to farm them and sell them at the gate, because we need customers and we need consumers for just about everything that we do. Those customers and consumers are scrutinising every part of our farming system, believe it or not. So what leaders should do is show some leadership. That is, give clear standards for freshwater, for animal welfare, and for other areas of farm practice. Nick Smith will probably say that I don't acknowledge much of what he did. But at least Nick Smith had the guts to create Te Mana o Te Wai, to acknowledge our Indigenous values and our freshwater systems, and at least he had the guts to put in place national environment standards for freshwater. But this government, this coalition government, doesn't even want to do that. Nick Smith's standards had waitable, but the public licence for agriculture was starting to run pretty thin. Most people would expect in our country to have swimmable rivers. And indeed, that's what we in government, in partnership with New Zealand First, at that time, tried to put in place. It wasn't perfect, we made some mistakes, but we were giving a clear signal to farmers now and in the future that swimmable will maintain our social licence to operate. Because if it goes back to waitable, and if the degradation continues, and what we said is we want no further degradation, and over a generation we want to see the restoration of those waterways that have been degraded. A perfectly reasonable and achievable goal. But if they degrade and we lose our social licence, farmers will face uncertainty from councils who will have to implement what their public demand. And the public will demand waterways that are swimmable, demand farming systems that don't see cows and mud up to into their guts, that don't see water, that see soil continually washed down into the estuaries. These are basic requirements. Labor in coalition government and in government gave a clear signal and the timelines through our legislation for the farming sector. And this government has come in and offered confusing signals to farmers now and in the future. They will rue the day that this confusion was allowed through the passage of this legislation.
James Meagher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, these reforms signal welcome relief for my community of Mid and South Canterbury, the farming community of Mid and South Canterbury. These changes offer much needed certainty and a more practical approach to water management. Now, this is a significant shift from previous operation, especially the previous government's contentious 2020 National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, which many of my local farmers found overly complex and financially burdensome. Can I take the opportunity, as it's my first contribution to the debate, to acknowledge those who submitted to the Select Committee from my area, in particular the irrigation companies, who raised a number of pertinent issues which has been reflected in the changes in this bill. And can I just point out the fact that as members opposite sit down to have their toast in the morning, their soy and linseed toast, bear in mind where that toast comes from. Toast doesn't grow on trees, but the grain does grow in the fields, and so does the soy, and so does the linseed. And all of that is powered in mid-Canterbury by irrigation. So members opposite should remind them when they're sitting down and buttering their toast in the morning that that is where it comes from. It is the farming sector and the farming communities that feed them, that feed their families, and they need to bear that in mind when they are considering previous draconian legislation that they've put through. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, can I also just raise a point around the Te Mana o Te Wai hierarchy? Now, I was fortunate to sit in on some of the submissions, and I raised a number of questions to submitters who were commenting on the hierarchy. And if you think about the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai, it is an admirable and valuable concept. Consider the life force, consider the health of the water when making decisions around resource management. The issue is, however, Mr. Speaker, of the hierarchy. And it's a hierarchy for a reason. A hierarchy sets a order of values, 1, 2 and 3. And I know members opposite don't quite believe that to be the case, but if you go to the Ministry for the Environment website, it says, and I quote, "The first priority is the health and well-being of the water body ahead of any human uses of that water." And that includes drinking water. Priority number 2, the health needs of the people. Under Te Mana o Te Wai, essentially, you can not do anything to affect the Māori or the spirit of the waterway which benefits any sort of human health benefit. That, to me, Mr. Speaker, is an inhuman application of a hierarchy, and the more appropriate way of doing this is to have the balance in place where we consider the social, the cultural, the economic and the environmental values of the waterways when we are making decisions around resource management. Mr. Speaker, for our diverse agricultural sector in mid and south Canterbury, which stretches, of course, from the plains to the foothills, oceans to the Alps,
Great place, McKenna.
these changes could not have come at a better time. The region's farmers, who have already invested very heavily in irrigation, infrastructure and water quality improvements, will benefit from these changes. The practical implications for my local farmers are substantial. Under the previous framework, farmers were facing the prospect of multiple consent applications for normal farming activities, those farming activities that put the toast on the table, on the breakfast table of the members opposite every single morning. This intervention means that those operations can continue without disruption while still working towards improved environmental outcomes. Mr. Speaker, this is a good day for practical common sense changes to our resource management laws. I commend the bill to the House.
The Honourable David Parker.
Mr. Speaker, just because you say something 10 times in a row doesn't make it true. We've heard repeated claims by the members of the government that Te Mana o Te Wai, I have to shout because the boneheads on the other side will not listen. Mr. Speaker, we've heard repeated claims from the other side that Te Mana o Te Wai created an absolute hierarchy. The Select Committee was told by the Ministry that that wasn't true. I was there. Mr. Speaker, in respect of process issues, Mark Cameron, I would have thought you would like to be a man of your word. Mark Cameron gave, as the chair of the Select Committee, he gave an undertaking to Sally Jepp, King's Counsel, appointed by Judith Collins to be a King's Counsel, that the bill would not override the existing Section 107 of the RMA, and therefore he did not want to hear her submission in respect of those issues. And then the bill is changed at Select Committee to do exactly that, with no submissions from any submitter, including Sally Jepp. And so we raised this with the Minister in the committee stage. The Minister did not once respond. We raised it with Mark Cameron. He didn't defend himself once. That is a disgraceful episode in the history of this Parliament, that submitters were told that Section 107 wouldn't be overridden. Now, there may be a case for overriding Section 107 or limiting the effect of those judgments that the government complains about, but they should do that in separate legislation. They shouldn't add it onto this because it's an appalling process to do it this way. In respect of the issues, look, I can accept some of the criticisms or concerns that are expressed in respect of SNAs. There are different ways of doing that. I accept that there is a limit and there is an intersection between SNAs and property rights. I don't accept how far the National Party take it. The National Party would have you believe, or the ACT Party would have you believe, that if you have the last habitat of something, your private property right includes the ability to change the habitat of that species. That's effectively the argument that they make. Now, my property rights in a city are limited. I can't change the use of my land from residential to industrial, and the extension of a property right in respect of an area of rural land that has some important residual biodiversity is similar. You can't change the land use of that and knock it all over and turn it into a pastoral farm. But that said, I can accept that there are border issues in respect of that for SNAs, and I can also accept that fencing regulations can be changed. What I can't accept in respect of the fencing regulation changes is the example that I gave in an earlier part of this debate about a farm that I was shown with the Prime Minister from a dairy farm looking over the back fence of an area. Mark Cameron shakes his head. I saw other members of the National Party. I saw one farm, he says, big deal. Okay, so we've got metres of deep sediment getting into the Kaipara, one of the biggest harbours in the world. We've put hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer and council money into cleaning it up, and there are some farmers who are recalcitrant and will not fence their waterways from heavy cattle, notwithstanding that it's so obvious and has been for decades that it's trampling the banks into the river, and that's a big cause of sediment pollution of the Kaipara. Now, I can accept that those regulations need to be changed, and I can even accept that some of the regulatory changes that are being made here. But the idea that you go so far as to not fix the problem that was identified as one of the reasons for those regulations in the first place is overreach. Now, in respect of the intensive winter grazing thing, you know, I heard Andrew Hogarth deny that we had a problem with intensive winter grazing. The whole of New Zealand knows that we've had a problem with intensive winter grazing in some parts. The ACT Party went around saying the rules that we had to control the adverse effects of that by having a permitted activity pathway that was practical was going to cause 10,000 resource consents to be needed in the country. And they took that from a report that was a ridiculous report that someone had said that, look, the range of consent applications needed will be something between 300 to 10,000. Do you know the actual number of resource consents that have been required? It's about 100. It hasn't been 10,000, it's been 100 because the rule has worked. The rule has worked to improve the practice by setting out some rules as to how you could do it as of right, if you were doing it responsibly. And the main rule for that has actually been slope. Because if you go from 10 degrees to 20 degrees, as the Honourable Damien O'Connor said in an earlier contribution, the amount of sediment getting into the rivers and clogging up the estuaries and killing the kelp beds out to sea, and this is true, it doesn't go up just by a small percentage, it goes up by factors, and many, many more tonnes per hectare of sediment are lost per annum. There are streams in Southland where we've got good data on macroinvertebrate health. These are the little critters that live under rocks, and I think just about everyone in the House recognises that a healthy stream needs to have those critters alive. There are the Aotearoa stream. There are peer-reviewed scientific studies going back to the 50s and 60s to the current day. In the fast-flowing water, more than 90% of the macroinvertebrates are dead. And in the pools that don't move as fast, more than 99% of the macroinvertebrates have gone. This river used to be a special fishery where people went fishing. There are not many fish in it now because there are no macroinvertebrates for the fish to eat. there are problems that have been caused by the increasing intensity of land use in some parts of our country. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. There has been a 600% increase in nitrogenous fertiliser use over a period of decades in New Zealand, with a comparative increase in land use intensity. Now, that's not saying all farmers are bad. We on this side of the house, we go out of our trouble, we really go to the trouble to compliment all of the farmers, to thank them for their efforts, to thank them for their... We do it time and again, hundreds of times, but whenever we criticise the recalcitrants, the other side hear us as criticising all farmers. And it seems to be that this view, and we heard it from...
comments, not commentary.
We heard it from Ms Redmond saying that pioneer conservators really is how farmers see themselves. And I think that's part of the problem here, because although that's true for 9 out of 10 farmers, there's 1 out of 10 farmers that's not of that mindset. And it might be because there's a share milker who's pressured or willing to drive the land a bit harder. But the farming sector club together and will not criticise the people who are ruining their own reputations. Now it is true. Now I'm now going to move to the Otago Regional Council because I've only got 2 minutes left. Until now, there has been respect across the House for gradual changes in national policy statements. And if a government wants to change a national policy statement or environment standard imposed by a prior government, they go through a process to do it. That's been thrown out of the window by what this government has done. And that is a breach of convention. That is a very, very serious change in convention. What does the next government do? The Greens have long called for input controls. We have resisted in the Labor administration input controls because they're less economically efficient, even though they're simpler. What are we to do next? Oh, he says retire. No, I'm not ready to give up. I'm not ready to give up because I know that the vast majority of New Zealanders do actually want their rivers to be swimmable. It's not a poor. They want to be able to put their head under without the risk of getting cropped. Now, that's what makes it so appalling that they've stopped the regional council, who've got a 20-year-old plan, which has been criticised by the Environment Court for long being in breach of the RMA, which has no minimum flows on a lot of rivers and inadequate controls on increases in intensity, and they're responsible for all the rivers in Otago, and they've been through a process that's cost $18 million, they say on the other side, an incredible waste of money, the equivalent of $70 per resident in Otago in respect of what is their most precious resource, their water, and they're cutting across that. So hypocritical compared with what they said about Three Waters and their hatred of centralisation. They're centralising, they're overriding the will of local government, and it's a sad day for New Zealand.
Catherine Wedd.
I rise with great pleasure as the last speaker on the third reading of the Resource Management, Freshwater and Other Matters Amendment Bill, because our government is delivering on our election promise to replace the Resource Management Act in 3 phases. And phase 1 was repealing the Natural and Built Environment Act and Spatial Planning Act, which was designed by the member who just sat down. But phase 2, work has begun with the Fast Track Approvals Bill, because on this side of the house we are about getting things built and delivery, and part of that phase 2 is this bill to make targeted changes to the resource management system. Growing exports and building infrastructure, that's what this bill is all about, and it is very welcome news for the people of my electorate, Tuki Tuki, Hawke's Bay, a rural electorate, and actually speaking of Infrastructure and the Resource Management Act, I'd just like to take this moment to acknowledge the work that has already started on building the 4-lane expressway in Hawke's Bay. This is the first road of national significance to start work, and this work is happening at the moment, which involves removing vegetation and removing the silt. And it means that the 4-lane expressway is actually going to happen 12 to 15 months faster than scheduled. And the reason I'm talking about this is because this is amazing news for the people of Hawke's Bay.
Ingrid Leary.
Mr Chair, this is a third reading and I don't believe the member is speaking to the bill.
Yeah, just
because it's all about resource management.
Allow the Speaker to judge that, thank you. But Ms Wedd, you will be warned that you are now straying a long way away from the topic of the third reading, and I'll expect you to be back on it.
Okay, no, thank you, Mr Speaker. No, but the reason I did speak about that was because we are obviously committed to reframing the resource management in this country, and part of that, in terms of Phase 2, was the Fast Track Approvals Bill, and you will have seen the list that came out recently, and of course the 4-lane expressway in Hawke's Bay was on that. So that was just showing us as a government committed to building infrastructure, and that includes that Fast Track Approvals Bill. So it's very much part of this third reading. But coming back to this particular bill in Phase 2, it's part of our government's plan to take Wellington out of farming, and we have heard that a lot tonight, being aspirational for our farmers and making practical decisions and stopping that avalanche of red tape and regulation which has been holding us back. And I think a good example of this was the move that we made with the amendment that has been also discussed tonight. And this amendment restricted council's ability to notify freshwater plans before the replacement of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. And these steps were taken to reduce cost, reduce duplication, and to provide farmers with the clarity they need around freshwater management. Labor's National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management is extremely complex and expensive for farmers and councils to implement. And despite that, it doesn't deliver the outcomes for freshwater that New Zealanders would expect. That's why late last year we legislated so that councils would have an additional 3 years to notify their freshwater plans. And our government is committed to reviewing and replacing the National Policy Statement on freshwater management. This is about protecting the interests of the primary sector, resource users and ratepayers. Ratepayers and farmers, they need certainty, and that's been spoken about quite a lot tonight as well. They don't deserve to have money wasted. Ratepayers and farmers, they need that certainty, and by delaying plan notifications, we're providing certainty to farmers, and that's what they need right now in terms of their planning. Our farmers are doing the farming, they're doing the fencing, and they're planting their waterways. And as we've heard from Andrew Hoggard, he spoke about the catchment groups, and we have many catchment groups across the country because, you know, farmers are committed to protecting the waterways. They don't need to be told by bureaucrats in Wellington what to do. They don't need a piece of paper, a strategy with tick boxes. It doesn't need to be that exercise. They need a government that's backing them and backing our farmers and growers. We need a balanced approach. And, you know, we've spoken about protecting waterways for future generations, and I just thought it was worth noting that when we're talking about future generations, I was actually at a Fonterra meeting this morning, and I was with a wonderful dairy farmer from Te Awamutu, and he spoke about himself being a 4th generation farmer, and next week his son was coming back to the farm and he was going to be a 5th generation farmer, and he spoke about how important it was with farming and being responsible so that we can protect our waterways and land for the 7th and 8th and 9th generation farmers that are coming back to the farm. But the only way that we're going to create the best environment for our future generations is if we make sensible, practical decisions now, which ensure that there is aspiration and confidence once again for our primary industries. We want to attract our younger generations back to the land and back to our place so that they can work and live and have their families here. That's what farming is all about in New Zealand, and we want to see those next generation of farmers coming through. And so our farmers have a real commitment to the waterways and to planting and fencing, of course. And this bill targets changes that can take effect quickly and give certainty to councils and consent applicants while our government develops new legislation to replace the Resource Management Act, as we've heard. The bill will also speed up the process for preparing or amending national direction. And so the current process during the select committee process, we heard from a lot of councils who were very, very committed to localism, and they believe that they can do it better in terms of the winter grazing regulations and, of course, the stock exclusions, which has been also widely spoken about tonight. And so, our government and on this side of the House, we are very, very committed to localism, to ensuring that we are trusting our farmers and we are backing our primary industries. And this is what this legislation is about. It is about making practical solutions for provincial, regional New Zealand, which is obviously where I'm from, Tuki, the mighty fruit bowl of New Zealand, but also we have a very large red meat sector and, of course, a very large horticulture sector, but also dairy sector as well. And, of course, many of our farmers in my electorate, of course, are very, very supportive of the direction that our government is taking, where we are putting aspiration and confidence back into our primary industries. And of course, with reducing the red tape and regulation, we are starting to see some green shoots in the economy again, where we've seen inflation come down to 2.2% and of course interest rates coming back, which is good for our primary industries. So along with this great practical legislation and this bill going through the House today, along with stopping the wasteful spending and ensuring we are getting Wellington out of farming and backing our farmers. It's these types of things that are going to really make a difference and support the mighty rural areas of the Rangitikei, which we've already heard about tonight, the mighty Hawke's Bay, and of course the South Canterbury, Rangitata. This is the backbone of New Zealand. This is where the work really, really happens in regional, rural New Zealand. And this bill tonight, the Resource Management, Freshwater and Other Amendments Bill, is going to go a long way to supporting our agriculture sector. So without any further ado, I have great pleasure in commending this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed.
Resource Management, Freshwater and Other Matters Amendment Bill, third reading.
The time has come to leave the chair for the dinner break. The House is adjourned until 7:30.
Coming up at 6 p.m. is a repeat of some of today's earlier proceedings. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen. Amen.
Members, I've been advised by the Electoral Commissioner that under Section 137 of the Electoral Act 1993, Benjamin Cody Doyle has been declared to be elected a member of the House of Representatives to fill the vacancy created by Darlene Tana. Just giving a bit of a gap before I go on, just in case there's a point of order. I've received a letter from the Honourable Rachel Brooking seeking to debate under Standing Order 399 the Government's decision to amend the Resource Management, Freshwater and Other Matters Amendment Bill. restricting all councils' ability to notify freshwater plans. This is a particular case of recent occurrence. The matter was debated and voted on in committee of the whole House yesterday. The third reading of the bill is the first government order of the day today. There are ample existing opportunities to debate it. The application is declined. The petitions have been presented.
Petitioner Jacob Sims requesting that the House urge the government to include feral cats in predator-free 2050s eradication goals. Petition of Dr Lawrence Yunnan requesting that the House urge the Minister of Education to protect Te Reo Māori and Kura and not make proposed changes to Section 127 of the Education and Training Act 2020.
Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. One paper has been delivered for presentation.
Vote Business, Science and Innovation report on non-departmental appropriations for the year ended 30th of June 2024 for the Tourism and Hospitality portfolio.
I present the report of the Controller and Auditor General entitled Ministry of Education, Promoting Equitable Education Outcomes. Those papers are published under the authority of the House. One select committee paper has been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Regulations Review Committee on the Secondary Legislation Confirmation Bill.
The bill is set down for second reading. No bills have been presented. The House comes to oral questions. The first in the name of Dan BIDOIS.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, what recent reports has she seen on the government finances?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, the year-end financial statements for the 2023-2024 financial year show net core Crown debt of $175 billion, which is 42.5% of GDP. The good news is that this is lower than the budget forecast. The bad news is that over the past 6 years, government debt has skyrocketed. Some of this, of course, was due to COVID, but government spending outside of COVID also increased significantly. Overall, net debt has gone from 19.4% of GDP to 42.5%, which in dollar terms, colleagues, is an increase of $118 billion over 6 years. And the cost of financing that debt has also risen to $8.9 billion a year.
Supplementary. How much did net debt increase in the year 2023 to 2024?
Mr Speaker, net core Crown debt at the beginning of the year was $155 billion. Over the course of the year, an extra $6 billion was borrowed to cover the cash deficit from core Crown operating activities. This is what's known as borrowing to pay for the groceries. Another $13 billion was borrowed for investments. These include capital expenditure and things like roads and schools, advances and contributions to the super fund. And there was a $1 billion fair value movement in financial assets and liabilities. That adds up to a $20 billion increase in net debt over the year.
Supplementary.
Dan BIDOIS.
What are the government's objectives for debt?
Mr Speaker, core Crown operating cash flows have been negative since 2019-2020, meaning the government has been borrowing for the groceries for 5 years straight. And obviously that is not sustainable. Debt should be used to fund investments and deal with economic shocks, not to fund operating activities. The coalition government also has an objective to stop the rise in net debt as a percentage of GDP, put it on a downward trajectory towards 40%, and eventually keep it below that level, subject to shocks.
Yeah, Dan BIDOIS. So we go three.
Will the government need to borrow for tax relief?
Mr Speaker, this is an answer which members opposite should listen to. The government will not need to borrow at all for tax relief. Tax relief is fully funded. Neither has tax relief added to inflation. Let me remind members that there were some in this House who stood up and declared that tax relief will lead to higher inflation for longer. And they must feel so embarrassed now that annual inflation is down to 2.2%. Don't trust the economic forecasts of the team opposite.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Has the Minister seen any recent reports that the debt could be approximately $860 million lower had the previous government adopted the new government's model for delivering the healthy school lunch model at half the price? And if so, does the government have more plans to do things smarter, bring business, government and civil society together and deliver better results for less money?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is correct that the Minister is not just delivering butter chicken, he's delivering savings too. And he reflects a sentiment that the government is very much attached to, which is that the whole reason for managing the books well is so that we can deliver better services to New Zealanders. And we do not presume that doing things the way they have always been done is the best way. And we will always be on the lookout for opportunities to drive better value for money.
Question 2, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he have confidence in all of his ministers?
The Honourable Prime Minister. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, in our coalition government we have outstanding ministers delivering on our ambition to rebuild the economy, to restore law and order and deliver better public services. And I would put them up against his former and current team any day of the week, person on person. Because whether it's Nicola Willis ending the era of high inflation or high interest rates delivered under Labor, she's getting the job done. Winston Peters out in the world doing the business, lifting our engagement with our fellow countries. Look at Chris Bishop and the work in Simeon Brown, cracking down and getting delivery, doing the projects, not phantom projects on post-it notes, real projects getting it done. Erica Stanford and David Seymour doing an awesome job getting our kids to school. Novel idea, teaching them the basics well on how to read and how to write. And whether it's Paul Goldsmith and Mark Mitchell, they are making sure we are restoring law and order with tougher sentences, cracking down on gangs and retail crime as well. Across the government, our ministers, we are getting New Zealand back on track and we're incredibly proud of them. And again, I would just say I'd line them up against the current front bench, opposition front bench, or the former administration any day of the week.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker.
Just before I call the member, can I just say the general level of noise during that question was just far too much from both sides of the House. And, I'm making this comment because of the number of, the amount of correspondence I get about those sort of barrages. The Right Honourable Christopher Hipkins.
Is it his expectation that a minister will inform him if they receive a complaint about their conduct as soon as that complaint is received? If not, what is his expectation?
Well, in the case that you're referencing, which is Andrew Bailey's behaviour that we talked about over the last day or so, he apologised to the person concerned, as realised as soon as he caused offence, he thought he had it resolved, he didn't. It then did come to me.
Order, Mr. Speaker. That wasn't the question that I asked the Prime Minister. It was a pretty straightforward question relating to his confidence in his ministers, and it was what his expectation was about when a minister would inform him of a complaint about the minister's conduct.
Look, the Prime Minister might like to add beyond his thinking ahead of where the question might be going.
In terms of each case and each circumstance is different. In this case, Andrew Bailey thought he had resolved it, thought he had it wasn't resolved. It came back to me later, but each case and each circumstance is different.
Supplementary. Did he ask Andrew Bailey why he thought that calling someone a loser and making an L sign on his forehead was funny?
Well, I went through the account with him. He doesn't dispute the account. He actually takes full responsibility for his actions. He acknowledged that and importantly apologised to the individual concerned, and he assured me it won't happen again.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
I asked him specifically about a question as to whether or not he had questioned Andrew Bailey on a particular topic, why he thought it was funny. The Prime Minister hasn't addressed that question in any way.
Well, I think to say he hasn't addressed it in any way is too much. Prime Minister may wish to add to the answer.
No, I'm quite good.
Supplementary question then. Was it acceptable for Andrew Bailey to deny in the House yesterday, saying that he had consumed any alcohol, and then return to the House just before 10 p.m. to correct that answer and confirm that he had?
Well, out of an abundance of transparency and for the avoidance of doubt, he was very clear. He wanted to clarify that he had no alcohol before the interaction. As you would well know from the letter that the Leader of the Opposition would have received from the complainant, the second issue where he did have alcohol after the interaction was not in dispute.
Supplementary question. Had Andrew Bailey consumed alcohol between the time when he first left the warehouse and the 2 occasions when he returned to the warehouse to repeatedly ask the worker to come and drink with him?
Again, I don't know how to be any clearer. Andrew Bailey declared yesterday that he was, and he's been very clear from the beginning, that he had not consumed any alcohol before he had the interaction with the individual, the first interaction. The second interaction, he talked about going for a drink and inviting the complainant to come with him for that. He admits that he had alcohol after the interaction with the individual.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. It is important that this is clear, because Andrew Bailey, in his description yesterday, denied that he had consumed any alcohol in any of the interactions he had with the worker. If he had gone off and started drinking and then come back into the warehouse, that personal explanation cannot be true. And I think it is important that the Prime Minister is very clear about that in his answer.
And I think it's important that when you take a point of order, it is about related to the order. There is, if those points that you are talking about are in dispute, there are mechanisms for you to do something about that. But I would invite the member to ask another question.
A further point of order, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, when a member makes a personal explanation in the House, we on this side of the House have to take them at their word. That is what the rules of this House require. Andrew Bailey came to the House to make a personal explanation, correcting an answer that he had given, and we have to accept him at his word. The Prime Minister has just indicated that what Andrew Bailey said last night, just before the House rose for the evening at 10 o'clock, was not true. I think it is important that the Prime Minister is very fulsome with the House about that, because otherwise he is questioning the word of a member.
Well, that would be a way in which you could view it, but I would think that the series of answers potentially leads to another course of action from the member, if he chooses it.
If someone declines an offer of an alcoholic drink, is it acceptable for a government minister to return to their worksite 2 further times to harass them into changing their mind?
As I said to the member yesterday, and as I say again today, there is nothing that is acceptable about that behaviour. The minister has come forward and acknowledged that he was completely wrong. He is mortified, he feels appalled about his behaviour, he's apologised to the individual, he's apologised to me, and he's reassured it won't happen again. But there's nothing that accepts that behaviour.
So had Andrew Bailey consumed any alcohol before the second and third interactions with the worker concerned?
Again, that member has one of his colleagues answering questions of the minister. I'm sure our minister will give a very fulsome answer to the questions that are asked.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order.
That question relates directly to the previous supplementary question that I asked the Prime Minister. He has to address that. This is a serious matter to do with the conduct of a minister. I don't think it's unreasonable that the Prime Minister should answer the question.
Ask the question again.
Had Andrew Bailey consumed any alcohol before his second and third interactions with the worker who complained?
I've accepted the minister's account where he has said that he had not consumed alcohol before the interaction. He came to the House and clarified that he had a small amount of alcohol after the interaction.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. There are 3 interactions with the worker. I think it's not unreasonable to ask the Prime Minister to be clear about which of these interactions he's referring to in his answer.
Speaking of the point of order,
this is a matter of chronology. The complaints based on the so-called first offence admitted by the Minister. That's what's important here. What we got here is someone trying to go from the first offence on which the whole complaint was made and then add on a whole lot of things after, as though something you did after the offence, which would have had an influence on you if you'd done it before the offence, is relevant. It's that simple.
I think the clarification was about what the questioning should be about. Whether or not the opposition choose to accept that or not is for them, not for me to rule on. So I would say, in this case, what was your point of order again? I'm sorry, I got lost in that one.
Mr Speaker, the question was very specifically about the second and third interactions that Andrew Bailey had with the worker who made the complaint. The Prime Minister in his answer simply referred to the interaction with the worker. There were 3 separate interactions. I think it's not unreasonable, given the specific nature of the question, that it was about the second and the third interactions, for the Prime Minister to be clear about whether that's what he's referring to.
Yes, the Prime Minister did make the point that there are further questions coming for the Minister concerned to answer. And I think it's not unreasonable for him to say that he should answer those questions.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The question on notice is whether the Prime Minister has confidence in his ministers.
That's right.
Only the Prime Minister can form that judgment. Andrew Bailey can't form the judgment about whether the Prime Minister has confidence in him. Only the Prime Minister can do that. He's given us a lengthy explanation for why he thinks he's got confidence in all his ministers and why they're all wonderful, including the ones who call workers losers. But I think it's not unreasonable for him to answer specific questions about an incident that he himself has said was completely unacceptable. If Andrew Bailey, and we don't know the period of time in which there could have elapsed between Andrew Bailey leaving the warehouse and coming back on 2 further occasions, so it is material as to whether or not Andrew Bailey was drinking during that time. And I think it would be unbelievable to think that, given the publicity this has had and given the incident, the significance of the incident, that the Prime Minister wouldn't have asked him that.
Except, well, that's something that you can contemplate. It's not for me to speculate on. What I would say is that you have asked questions of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's answered those questions given the information that he has to hand. The question you're now asking about the way in which an event might have transpired is probably not easily known to the Prime Minister. He wasn't there. So do you have another question?
Are you giving me more?
Well, I'll tell you what, because it is a serious matter, and I'm not going to deny that. Yes, have a question.
Supplementary.
Supplementary question right on Winston Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ask the Prime Minister, has he been mindful in his decision on this of the massive injustice done to the Honourable David Parker and the Honourable Dover Samuels, both of whom lost their ministries when they were utterly innocent and their colleagues would not stand behind them?
That's a interesting reflection on history, but it's not a question to the Prime Minister.
To his judgment, that is not surely out of order.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to get into too much trouble here if I ask the member to ask the question again in that context.
Has he, in his decision-making, been mindful of the massive injustice on occasions like this that were delivered to the Honourable David Parker and the Honourable Dover Samuels, both of them who were accused of being guilty when they were utterly innocent, and their colleagues would not stand behind them?
Okay, so there's no responsibility for the Labor ministers, but I think the point is made. Second point I just want to make is that the questions are to the Prime Minister, and pushing them off to another minister is not appropriate in a question time.
Supplementary question. Did the Prime Minister ask Andrew Bailey whether he was consuming alcohol between the first, second and third interactions with the worker who made the complaint?
Yes, I went through the account with Andrew Bailey on Friday morning. I have assurances from the Minister there was no alcohol consumed before the first interaction. He came into the House, as you know, yesterday and confirmed that there was alcohol consumed after the second interaction.
Question 3, Chloe Strawbridge.
The Prime Minister, e tautoko ana I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Yes, and especially our action to crack down on organised crime. It was absolutely outstanding news yesterday to see police deal another major blow to gang operations, this time in Opotiki. Yesterday were search warrants executed across the North Island. Police, as always, did an outstanding job, and I want to thank them for their efforts. 28 individuals were arrested and 6 firearms were seized. And more good news, later that afternoon, the Gang Disruption Unit just recently stood up in the Bay of Plenty, continued to target and to harass gang operations. And next month, police will get more powers to target organised crime as our gang laws take effect, ensuring we have the tools we need to combat violent crime and restore law and order.
He Pātai Tāpiri. Does the Prime Minister think that young people should be taken seriously when they say that they are not getting access to food or fresh air?
Again, with respect to the issue yesterday, there will be a full review. What was important, that it was safely resolved and all 13 individuals came down off the roof.
Prime Minister, tell the House why young people at the Korowai Manaaki facility were protesting on the roof of that facility this week.
There will be a full review in due course to understand the motivation.
Has the Prime Minister directly spoken to or spoken to anybody who has spoken directly to the young people who were protesting on the roof of that facility this week?
Yesterday morning I had a 6:20 a.m. meeting with the acting CEO of Oranga Tamariki and also the Minister. I was very pleased to see it safely resolved. Now there'll be a further conversation and further review. But what I would say is that the Minister is working incredibly hard to implement Mike Bush's 9 focus areas, 40 key actions. And what's been good to see is that while this has been disappointing to have 1 roof incident this year compared to the 15 that happened in 2023.
Was the Prime Minister aware when he made his joke about these young people not getting KFC that they were protesting about not getting access to food or fresh air?
Again, there's no jokes about this. This is actually a very serious matter when our most vulnerable and some of our most serious young offenders end up in a facility like that. It's important that we look after them and protect the public too.
Does the Prime Minister truly intend our country to be one that celebrates, as one of his ministers did this week, the punishment of children?
I just reject the characterisation of that question outright.
Question 4, Tanya Unkovich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Health. What recent announcement has she made regarding funding for Hataone St John?
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Today, the Minister for ACC and I announced that Hataone St John will receive over $21 million in additional funding this year to address the inflationary cost pressures. This increase follows a 32% increase over the last 2 years for emergency road ambulance service providers. Road ambulances provide critical services that New Zealanders rely on in an emergency, and this additional investment in a constrained fiscal environment demonstrates the importance of ensuring these services are adequately funded.
Supplementary question. How much funding do Health New Zealand and ACC jointly provide to Hataone St John?
Mr. Speaker, I'm advised that this $21 million increase now means that Health New Zealand and ACC will jointly provide nearly $357 million to Hataone St John this financial year. I'm pleased that this additional funding has meant that negotiations with Hataone St John's unions have been settled. Any disruption to road ambulance services is unsettling for New Zealanders, and I know it wasn't always easy, but settling the negotiations is a testament to the hard work put in on all sides of the negotiating table. The National New Zealand First Coalition Agreement commits to meeting a greater portion of Hataone St John's annual budget, and this increase is a step in the right direction.
Supplementary question. Can she provide any other updates about emergency services?
Mr. Speaker, emergency services are integral to this government's priority of delivering better public services. It is critically important that every New Zealander knows that they can rely on highly skilled and compassionate professionals during an emergency. While I'm not able to provide any updates about funding negotiations for Wellington Free Ambulance as they are ongoing, I expect to soon make further announcements about additional investment into emergency air and road services.
Question 5, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Finance. Does she stand by her statement, quote, "Parties on this side of the House are backing the workers," unquote? If so, how does the growing number of unemployed people reflect this?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I do. I made that statement when announcing that personal income tax thresholds were rising for the first time in 14 years, letting workers keep up to $40 a fortnight more of their hard-earned income. I made that statement when announcing that the in-work tax credit, which supports low to middle income working families with children, was increasing by $50 a fortnight. And I made that statement when announcing that eligibility for the independent earner tax credit, which is for workers who don't receive a benefit or working for families, was being extended from $48,000 a year to $70,000 a year of income. And parties opposite voted against it. To the second point, unemployment and inflation impact workers. The Members' Party might have considered that when they led New Zealand into a cost of living crisis and a recession.
Supplementary. How do her tax cuts help the 143,000 unemployed people in New Zealand when they have no job?
Mr. Speaker, the reason we are so fixated on this side of the House on better managing the economy is because we want to see New Zealanders and their families in good paying jobs receiving good quality government services. And what the last government conclusively proved over 6 years of economic mismanagement is just spraying the money hose around does not deliver that. What it actually caused was pain, rising inflation, rising interest rates and a recession at the end, which of course, in due course, means that unemployment rises. We regret the situation we have inherited, but we're fixing it up.
Supplementary. How does her hundreds of millions of dollars of tax breaks for a tobacco company help the thousands of care and support workers who are waiting for pay equity?
Mr. Speaker, I reject the characterisation in the first part of that question.
That's true. Supplementary. How is cutting back programs like Apprenticeship Boost help retrain or get people into work?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the cheek of it. The party that short-changed funding for Apprenticeship Boost by creating a fiscal cliff.
Point of order, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
The Minister has taken swipes on, this is the third question she's taken a swipe at, referred to money hose before, and now she's having, you've established well in this House that it's not appropriate to use a question, which is a straight question, albeit from the opposition, to attack the former government's administration.
Well, it is a straight question, I accept that, but you then have supplementaries. If it was all based on what the Minister said, parties on this side of the House are backing workers, that would be fine. But they're not. They're going beyond that and putting out circumstances that are going to end up with a political type response. The question... Well, no, you weren't, I wasn't actually, I was trying to give you a ruling, but if you got a new point of order, that's good.
Well, my point is simply that the question was simply about apprenticeships, and there was no material in there inviting any response about the previous government's administration.
Well, by saying that the government had cut the spending, it invites an explanation. And I think you can't deny that. You can't just expect that there's no response to it, something like that. But I will watch it. The Honourable Barbara Evans.
I was conveying some useful information and I got cut off by the point of order.
Well, yes, but I'd also advise that using answers to attack a former government is not appropriate in standing orders. And
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the point of order, I'm happy to give it a go.
I'm actually finished talking.
Sorry. Well, I'm happy to give it a go in another way.
I still haven't finished talking.
Sorry.
So I'll go back to what I said. Using answers to attack a previous government that is outside of the bounds of the question asked is not appropriate. So would the Minister like to continue with her answer?
Mr. Speaker, one of the areas we prioritised in the budget this year was finding funding so that the Apprenticeship Boost scheme could be continued, because we wanted to see that scheme continue, and the budget that we were left with did not have funding for it to continue. So we prioritised funding for it.
Supplementary. If she stands by her statement that parties on this side of the House are backing the workers, why did she not front to the thousands of workers on Parliament's forecourt today who gathered to voice their opposition to her public service cuts and attacks on workers' rights?
Mr. Speaker, I disagree with many of the characterisations in that question. I am pleased that I engage regularly with the Public Service Association, that I fronted their conference recently, that they engage regularly with the Public Service Commission, and I stand by the record of this government and am happy to talk to any worker about how we are working hard every day to deliver for them. That is the whole point.
Question number 6, Grant McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Immigration asks, what recent announcement has she made about supporting high-skilled migrants and their families?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I announced that open work rights will return for partners of skilled migrants. From the 2nd of December, partners of level 1 to 3 AWV holders who earn at least 80% of the median wage will now be able to work in any job in New Zealand with open work rights. These same rights will also be available for partners of work visa holders in level 4 to 5 roles who are on a pathway to residence. This change supports the government's efforts to create a world-class immigration system which attracts and retains the skills and experience New Zealand needs to grow our economy.
Supplementary. Why did she make this change?
Mr Speaker, since I've become the Minister and indeed also while in opposition, I received a lot of feedback about the hardship that the previous government's changes created for migrants and their families, including the heartbreaking stories about severe financial hardship and mental distress. One person wrote to me saying, "It is very difficult to sustain the family on one person's income in New Zealand, and due to the conditions of my visa, I am unable to support the family financially, which is becoming very stressful to a point whereby we are considering returning to our home country." This is just one piece of correspondence that I've received from a number of people whom the current settings have caused hardship and undue stress, and we're putting it right.
Supplementary. What will this change mean?
Mr Speaker, this change will provide much needed support to migrant families by allowing partners of skilled workers to have the opportunities to be employed and make stronger connections in their communities. From December, these partners can now work for any employer, uptake any work without restrictions or unnecessary red tape. This change will ensure New Zealand is an attractive destination, and getting our work visa settings right is crucial as we rebuild the economy and get our country back on track.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received?
Mr Speaker, I've received overwhelmingly positive feedback. For example, this is great news. The restrictive conditions imposed on partner of a worker visa have been tough to bear for many families since early last year. This news is going to be a huge relief for those partners who want to help contribute to the support of their family here in New Zealand, but also have other responsibilities like childcare to juggle. And one wrote, "This is welcome news for many families. This announcement today is just another step closer in getting our work visa settings right."
Question 5, Honourable Dr O'Shapiro.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. Does he stand by his statement that there is a workforce crisis in the health sector? If so, what is he doing to stop doctors being tied up in paperwork as Health New Zealand cuts administration and advisory staff?
The Honourable Matt Ducey.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Health, yes, because on this side of the House we acknowledge that there have been ongoing workforce issues. We remain committed to finding pragmatic solutions that will reduce the burden on doctors. An important step to achieve this was passing decisions making on recruitment back out of Wellington to the regions. We know that the regions know their communities far better than Wellington ever could.
Supplementary, why has he repeatedly claimed that there is no hiring freeze in place at Health New Zealand when advice provided to him as early as April showed that there was a pause on all in-flight recruitment?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, the Commissioner has been very clear in his public comments. Clinical frontline roles will not be cut or reduced. In fact, the intention is to strengthen them. The clinical frontline, including for mental health and addiction services, is key to helping ensure faster and easier access to healthcare.
Supplementary, why did he campaign on addressing New Zealand's health workforce crisis, then, after becoming Minister, proceed to halt the very recruitment that was alleviating that crisis?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, our government has already made a record investment into health, $16.68 billion across the 3 budgets. The Minister has directed the Commissioner to take these appropriation steps to ensure that Health New Zealand returns to budget so that our record investment can be put to good use on the front line and the workforce.
Supplementary, how does he reconcile his stated intent to train a homegrown, culturally competent health workforce with the experience of graduate nurses and midwives, many of whom are Māori, who are leaving for Australia as there aren't enough jobs for them?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, this government is committed to growing a culturally competent workforce. And I would point to the Minister for Mental Health, who has recently published his workforce plan for the mental health workforce, which talks about growing a representative workforce for New Zealand.
Supplementary, has he discussed the workforce crisis with the people who can alleviate it? Nurses, midwives, doctors and allied health staff? Or did he just chat about it with Health New Zealand leaders over $32 canapes?
Well, Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, that member might like to remind herself that they refuse to use the word workforce crisis. In fact, it was this Minister who was the first to state a workforce crisis. And that's why he's actively working with, that's why the Minister's working with the professional bodies to address the workforce crisis that the last government left us with.
Question 6, Dana Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Police. Does he agree with the Bay of Plenty District Commander's message to gangs yesterday that police will find you and you will be held accountable for your destructive behaviour, and if so, why?
The Honourable
Speaker. Yes. Yesterday, police dealt a significant blow to the mongrel mob barbarians in Aotearoa with the execution of over 30 search warrants across the North Island as part of Operation Highwater. This resulted in 28 arrests, $800,000 of assets being restrained, and the seizure of firearms, drugs and gang patches. I want to thank every police officer involved for their outstanding work. Yesterday was a good day for Aotearoa.
Supplementary. Oh.
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Can the Minister offer any explanation as to why Duncan Webb thinks that's so hilariously funny?
No, that's not a reasonable question and not conducive for order. Point of order.
Using a point of order to attack another member of the House is grossly disorderly.
Yes, and I've just made that ruling. And I'm of a mind actually to curtail the question. But we'll have... sorry, am I causing a bit of humour over there? Dana Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What harm do gangs cause in communities?
Mr Speaker, last year we saw the mongrel mob take over Aotearoa for days, while law-abiding Kiwis couldn't leave their homes. That is unacceptable, and I'm pleased to see police sending a clear message to that gang that it will not be tolerated. Despite being 1% of the population, gangs cause 19% of all homicides, 25% of all kidnappings and abductions, and 30% of all drug supply offences.
Supplementary. Why then is it important to crack down hard on gangs?
Mr Speaker, gangs peddle drugs, violence and misery in their communities. I've been in Aotearoa and met with local iwi and hapu, the mayor and councillors and senior gang leadership. The feedback was that they want change for their town. My hope is that police dealing a significant blow to the mongrel mob in Aotearoa, that the community can turn things around. The message is very clear. Police will relentlessly pursue criminals who prey on communities. Operations like this are a chance for those communities to have the space to rebuild in a positive way.
Supplementary. What additional powers is the government giving to police to go after gangs?
Operation Highwater came the day after police stood up their gang disruption unit in the Bay of Plenty, an initiative police announced earlier this year and staffed out of the government's investment in 500 more police officers. From 21 November, the gang disruption units will be significantly powered up with the government's new tools to get rid of gang patches, disperse gang gatherings and prevent known gang members consorting to commit crime.
Question 9, Kamala Belch.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety, does she agree with the New Zealand Council of Trade Unions that this is the most anti-worker government that we've seen in decades? If not, why not?
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Mr Speaker, no, I don't agree with that statement because I believe, in fact, the most anti-worker government we've seen in decades is the previous government. It was the previous government that ordered vaccine mandates for workers. Never before have we seen the rights of workers across this country be eroded so swiftly. Not only did this erode workers' freedom of choice and bodily autonomy, so many people were forced out of their jobs because the government refused to look at other options like rat tests. Rather than listen to those affected workers, the previous government pushed them to the margins of society. The previous government's legislative overreach led to ostracism and division that have hugely impacted our civil society and had a negative impact on the employment and earnings of Kiwi individuals. This government is delivering for all workers, including the over 85% who are not union members.
Supplementary. Does she think that abolishing fair pay agreements, bringing back fire at will, ordering mass public sector layoffs and cutting back increases to the minimum wage is taking New Zealand workers forwards or backwards?
Mr. Speaker, we need a labour market that works for business, because when it works for business, it works for workers. We need to have business confidence built back, which we knew crashed under the previous government. When we have confidence of business, we will have more and better jobs for other Kiwis in our country.
Supplementary. How can she expect New Zealanders to believe this government isn't anti-worker when she has proposed removing basic rights and protections for workers by reclassifying employees as contractors and failing to save thousands of jobs in meatworks and constructions up and down the country?
Mr. Speaker, that's not what we've done. I think it's really important that what we have achieved under this government and what we're committed to do is what people were asking the previous government to do, to look at the barrier between an employee and a contractor and clarify it. The previous government was asked by workers and businesses to do it and failed. We are actually committed to making life easier for workers and businesses to get on with what they do rather than trying to wheedle their way through compliance.
Supplementary. Who should New Zealanders believe? The minister who says this government is trying to make life easier for workers, or the New Zealand Council of Trade Unions President, Richard Wagstaff, who said that this government has launched an all-out assault on workers' rights?
Just a minute. Just a moment. Questions are heard in silence. Ask the question again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who should New Zealanders believe? The minister who says this government is making life easier for workers, or the New Zealand Council of Trade Unions President, Richard Wagstaff, who says that this government has launched an all-out assault on workers' rights?
Mr. Speaker, they should believe this government. Because we don't represent just the less than 15% of New Zealanders who are labour union members. We represent all workers. We want businesses to have confidence to employ people in our country across a range of industries, from your supermarket worker to your seafood processor, everyone in between. We care about having the cost of living decrease by getting our inflationary pressure under control, so more people have more of their own money in their own back pockets. We care about building that business confidence so they have more money.
The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, is the Minister aware of any reports of employers consuming alcohol at work and then telling workers they are losers and to F off? And if so, what advice would she give to workers who've been subjected to this type of abuse?
Mr. Speaker, I see lots of reports all the time on various sectors of our economy. However, I would just suggest that I think it's very important that we respect all workers in New Zealand, everybody who gets up every day, who contributes to our economy and is hard-working. You know, they have my backing.
Question 10, Rauri Waititi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Police. Is he confident that bias and structural racism in the police force, as was found in the Understanding Policing Delivery Report, has no influence on the conduct of police during raids in Māori communities such as the raids in Aotearoa yesterday?
The Honourable Mr.
Speaker, yes, I totally reject the premise that there is systemic racism and bias in our police force. I want to again acknowledge the outstanding work done by our world-class police force in Aotearoa yesterday, giving Aotearoa the space to rebuild after years of dealing with misery that gangs have inflicted on the community. I've been to Aotearoa several times and have met with local iwi and hapu, the mayor and councillors, and senior gang leadership. All of them expressed to me a strong desire for the town to take a different path than the one that it was on, and I hope that yesterday will be the circuit breaker Aotearoa needed.
Why was the whakatohea iwi not consulted on the police raids that occurred yesterday in Opotiki? Despite the police informing Aotearoa during a media stand-up, the iwi had been consulted, and I know this to be true because I was with iwi leadership yesterday in Christchurch.
Well, I'm not going to talk directly to police operations, but they do have OPSEC around the operations that they put together. But the one thing that I would say is that they are right, is that police are constantly working with and consulting with local iwi and hapu.
If this government's objective is to crack down on gangs, why then were tamariki, kaumātua, mothers breastfeeding babies subjected to the police raids yesterday in Opotiki, and now are fearful that police actions are targeted, calculated and planned to create an unsafe environment?
Well, we don't want tamariki being in a gang environment. It's not the police officers that choose to keep weapons and drugs in the houses. It's those gang members that choose to do that. We know that there's been too much intergenerational harm related to gangs in this country. We should all be motivated to addressing that. And the police's job is to crack down on the violence and the drugs and the misery that these gangs peddle in our communities.
Supplementary. How can Te Whakatohea have confidence that the raid in Opotiki yesterday was not premeditated to coincide with the hui a motu in Christchurch when Te Whakatohea leadership was in attendance?
Well, I'm sorry, but that's starting to move into conspiracy theory territory. The reality of it is I know that the member sought reassurance from the Commissioner, and the Commissioner gave him reassurance that that wasn't the case. I have visited Aotearoa personally myself because I love Aotearoa. I think that it's a beautiful provincial town and a beautiful part of the country. I don't think it wants to be known as a gang town. I've met with local iwi leaders and they feel exactly the same way. And we're all joined up, we're all motivated in making sure that Aotearoa becomes a safe community that isn't known as a gang town and it can enjoy a strong reputation in our country.
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
It is not a fact that the greatest victims... we'll just wait till the whole House goes quiet. I'd ask the Minister, it's not a fact that the greatest victims of gang crimes are in fact Māori, and particularly in Opotiki.
Mr Speaker, yes, unfortunately, Māori are grossly overrepresented in victimisations, being 60% more likely to experience violent crime and more than twice as likely to be highly victimised. And a lot of that sits inside the gangs, and that's why we should all be motivated to try and fix the intergenerational gang harm that impacts our young people and our children. We should be trying to fix that.
Mr. Speaker.
One more supplementary? I do. Sorry, I miscount. Can the Minister explain how many women, children and kaumātua were affected by the raid yesterday when your target is gang members?
Well, I don't have that number to hand, but the better question is this: is that how can we stop the people that are really responsible, and those are the ones that decide to have illegal firearms, commit violent offending, deal in methamphetamine, and by the way, use the schools to peddle their drugs as well. Those are the questions that we should be asking. How do we deal with that? Not pointing the finger at the police and blaming them for all these problems. The police are there to make sure that communities are safe, and they'll continue to do their job. We've got a world-class police force that we should be proud of.
Point of order.
Mr Speaker, the question was clear.
Yes.
Around the amount of tamariki, kaumātua and women who were affected by the raid yesterday. Not talking about gang activity.
Yes, but he's answered that question once already this afternoon. And the second point I'd make is that he effectively rejected the question that was asked. That's a reasonable thing for a minister to do. Question number 11, Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister for Small Business and Manufacturing, does he stand by his answer to oral question number 6 yesterday?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Though I note for the avoidance of any confusion, I made a clarifying statement last night. I was asked, had I had any alcohol at the beer garden or the winery I visited that day? I took that to mean whether or not I had any alcohol prior to the incident that led to the complaint. However, for the avoidance of any doubt, after the incident and at the end of the day, I had a small wine tasting.
Supplementary. Had he had any alcohol before he talked with the worker on the 3rd of October, first, second, third or subsequent time?
Mr. Speaker, I have repeated many times and I'll repeat again in the House, I had not had any alcohol that day prior to the incident with the individual concerned.
Is he saying...
Point of order, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
That was the precise question that was put to the Prime Minister. And Mr Bailey, in answering that question, well, he didn't answer the question because the question was whether he had consumed alcohol prior to interactions on the first, second or third or subsequent occasions. And in his response, he said the incident. Now, there are 3 incidents there at least, and so he should be very clear in his answer to a very clear and important question.
Mr. Speaker.
Speaking to the point of order, the Honourable Andrew Bailey.
Mr. Speaker, I will be clear again. I have made it clear previously and I reconfirm in this House that I had not had any alcohol on that day before any interactions with the individual concerned.
He's still saying he wasn't drinking when he asked the worker to come for a drink.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, and I'll repeat again, I had not had any alcohol prior to any interactions with the employee concerned.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Mr. Speaker, there is a responsibility for a minister to answer questions that are the subject of a complaint, but it stops there. What's happening now is this prurient interest to try and find out whether sometime later, not relevant to the complaint itself, someone had a drink. Well, that's his business and our private business, and we should not have that sort of abandonment of the respect for personal responsibility in this House. That member can't make out her case, but she's making by inference, by innuendo and inference without laying out one fact in front of the House, and she should be stopped from doing so.
Well, that would be a fair comment if it weren't for the fact that a minister is a minister at all times. And we're only just following through on statements that have been made to the House, including the personal statement from the Minister. Is there another question from Aotearoa Williams?
Did he tell the Prime Minister he had been drinking on October 3rd after question time yesterday, or did Christopher Luxon know he'd been fudging it in interviews?
Madam Speaker, I reject the assertion of the question, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will, but I can assure the House that the Prime Minister's office was fully aware of all the sequence of events.
This is not a court. This is not a court. And this is not there is not a prosecution here. There is reasonable questions, but they've got to be reasonable.
Speaker, anybody with legal training knows you never ask a question on a matter like this unless you know the answer before you ask the question. What you got here is a fishing expedition at a great cost to the members and the minister's privacy, and it's not warranted any longer.
No, that is a fact. A minister is a minister, gets a Crown warrant all the time. Beg your pardon? Sorry.
The reality is that people are entitled to a private life, but as long as it's legal, and as long as it's above board, they have no reason at all to disclose it to this House unless it's part of the standing orders or the requirements with respect to finances and others. This is a blanket decision you're making, and it's wrong.
No, it's not a blanket decision I'm making. It's not a blanket decision I'm making at all. In this case, and I agree with you that the questioning is getting to an interesting stage, but in this case, the incidents, whatever you want to call it, occurred while the Minister was on a ministerial visit. And I don't think it's fair to say that halfway through or partway through or towards the end of a ministerial visit, suddenly it becomes a private matter.
Supplementary. Why are there discrepancies between what the Minister has told media and the House and what the Prime Minister has said today?
Mr Speaker, I'm not sure if there are any discrepancies. I've been clear about the nature about the drinking arrangements. Last night I was absolutely crystal clear about the arrangement. That's why I returned to the House. It wasn't that my answer was wrong. I just wanted to make sure there was no element of people trying to construe this or misconstrue this or try and use it for other purposes. That's why I took it at the earliest opportunity to return to the House to make it clear that I had not been drinking prior to any of the interactions with the individual, but I did make it clear that at the end of the day, before I left to come home to Auckland, that I had had a small wine tasting.
Question 12, Lan Farm.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the Environment. Does she stand by her comment in the Committee of the Whole House yesterday that, quote, I made it very explicit that this government wants to see improvements in freshwater over time and that our Resource Management Act work will be towards that?
The Honourable Penny Simmons.
Mr Speaker, yes, this government is committed to improving the quality of freshwater for the benefit of all New Zealanders by ensuring a sustainable and balanced approach that works towards improving environmental outcomes for waterways. The government's view is that the current national policy statement for freshwater has become extremely complex and expensive to implement, and despite that, it will not deliver the outcomes for freshwater that New Zealanders would expect. This is reflected in our objectives for our reform of the RMA system, including the MPS-FM that seeks to make it easier to get things done while safeguarding the environment and human health.
Supplementary. Why does she expect freshwater quality to improve when she's cut funding to the Freshwater Improvement Programme, she's weakening or removing freshwater protections, and she's removing the health of the water, te mana o te wai, as the primary consideration in consenting decisions?
Mr Speaker?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, a short pause has been called on the regional and unitary authorities in notification of their freshwater plans. This short pause is until this government has developed the NPS-FM so that the regional authorities can ensure that their plans take regard of the new NPS-FM. And that is an appropriate and pragmatic and sensible thing for us to do to ensure that ratepayer money is not wasted and duplication of work does not happen. But I can assure the Speaker that the good work that is going on with the various catchment groups, farmers, other primary producers across the land where they are fencing waterways, they are planting riparian plantings, they are improving their effluent disposal, they are bringing about better farming practice, will continue.
Supplementary. Is it the Minister's view that councils alongside communities should not be allowed to have any ambition above the bottom of the barrel baselines when setting environmental limits on freshwater pollution?
Mr Speaker, it is my aspiration that councils and local communities will take regard of the National Policy Statement on Freshwater when it is available to them, so that they can be informed by that to ensure that their plans are workable, are not too complex and too complicated and too costly to bring about the improvements in freshwater that we all desire.
Supplementary.
Just remind the House that questions are heard in silence.
How can the Minister expect to see freshwater improvements when she is removing the ability of all democratically elected regional councils to exercise their functions to improve freshwater outcomes until the end of 2025?
Mr. Speaker, a short pause for a matter of months and maximum up to 1 year will not stop the many aspects of good work that are carrying on across the country. Unlike the opposition, we do not think that writing something in a plan makes things happen. We understand that working collaboratively with the people on the ground, the catchment groups, the farmers, the primary producers on the ground who do the work is the way to get things done.
Supplementary. Is she saying that after a 5-year process of Otago Regional Council updating their 20-year-old plan, with involvement from thousands of people, public meetings, partnership with mana whenua, and a wide variety of rural-urban industry groups, working towards freshwater improvement, that actually the government knows better?
Mr. Speaker, again, this is a short pause to ensure that the Otago Regional Council's freshwater plan aligns with the new NPSFM that will be in place by next year, and to ensure that ratepayers' money is not wasted. And Mr. Speaker, it is deeply regrettable that the Otago Regional Council had to spend $18 million to try and interpret and meet the unworkable regulations and standards the previous government put in place.
That concludes oral questions.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
The House is resumed. I call on Government Order of the Day number 2.
Gambling Definition of Remote Interactive Gambling Amendment Bill, third reading.
Honourable Andrew Hogarth.
I present a legislative statement on the Gambling Definition of Remote Interactive Gambling Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Andrew Hogarth.
I move that the Gambling Definition of Remote Interactive Gambling Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, she is pleased to be leading this bill through its final stage in the House. This is a short but important bill that will benefit fundraising efforts across the country. Passing this bill means charitable organisations will be able to continue to operate and self-fund in an increasingly digital world. This bill amends the Gambling Act 2003 to make permanent the existing temporary exclusion of Class 3 lotteries from the definition of remote interactive gambling. Under current laws, Class 3 lotteries can only operate online until the end of October this year. This legislation will permanently enable Class 3 operators to continue selling lottery tickets online or over the phone. This legislation reflects consumer preferences today, with the majority of people preferring to buy these lottery tickets online rather than in person or by post. One Class 3 operator reported that last year 85% of their ticket sales were done online, which was only possible under the temporary exemption. If this bill were not to pass and the temporary exemption were to expire at the end of this month, I am concerned about what this would mean for non-profit organisations who use these lotteries to self-fundraise. It would require charities to remove payment platforms from their websites, take down any digital advertising, and return to seeking ticket sales in person. This would increase the cost of fundraising and likely result in loss of customers, therefore reducing revenue. I have heard from many well-meaning, well-loved Kiwi charities about the difference this bill will mean for them by allowing them to continue fundraising in an efficient and effective way. From the Coast Guard and the Auckland Rescue Helicopter through to local sports clubs in Dunedin and Whangarei. These non-profit organisations serve our communities and often make a life-changing difference to Kiwis and their families. I'm honoured to lead this bill through the House to ensure that the charities who fundraise through these lotteries can continue their vital work in our communities. Madam Speaker, I would also like to acknowledge the House for its debate in Committee of the Whole House and to the Governance and Administration Committee for their careful consideration of this bill. I give my thanks again to all who submitted on the bill. We heard of the significant community benefits this amendment will have, and this government is taking action to provide certainty to charities and community organisations today. I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the many community organisations in New Zealand for their service to local communities. I look forward to seeing the positive impact made by this bill. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Giantinetti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to take a call on behalf of Labour to say that we also support this bill. I was Minister of Internal Affairs when we brought in the temporary aspect of this bill so that charities over COVID could take on their fundraising and not have to worry about going out in person or accessing the post, which was difficult over those times. We extended that by a short while so that we could assess whether this bill was making a difference without any unintended consequences. And so we're at this case today that we're able to put this bill through the House to make this a permanent change. We think that this is really important that these charities are able to access, but I do have a couple of concerns that I do need to signal here, Madam Speaker, and that is around the fact of harm minimisation. We don't have robust data in the Class 3 area. We don't have that intersectional data in the Class 3 area. If we find that someone is at risk of harm in Class 4, for example, or in casino gambling. We don't have also the intersectional data to know whether there's Class 3, and so I do signal that I think that is further work that is needed, Madam Speaker. And also the interaction and intersection with online gambling. And I know that the Minister is doing some work around this, and so I do want to signal, as that work is progressing, to keep in mind what is happening now, that we're putting this through to make this more accessible for people, or continue to make it more accessible for people. You know, the Minister talks about 15 licences in the online space that's come through in the media, and that is just far too many in a country like New Zealand. And so where does that intersect with Class 3? So those are questions that I have going forward. But I also want to just also signal, Madam Speaker, that we do need to have a really big conversation as a country, that we have critical organisations such as Coast Guard and the Heart Foundation who rely upon the proceeds of gambling for their fundraising. These are organisations that do need to exist and thrive within our country. I can't imagine what it would be like without the likes of our Coast Guard. Being a boatie myself, not having the Coast Guard is just unimaginable. And knowing that this is one way of their biggest fundraising is just on the proceeds of gambling is something that doesn't quite sit well with me. And maybe it's time as a country that we actually have that conversation. And so as we move forward in the online space, I hope we do have that opportunity to have that conversation, Madam Speaker. I do think, though, today this is a good move. I think that it is important that we give surety for these organisations, and we are happy to support it. Thank you.
Huhana Linden.
Tēnā koe, Madam Speaker. I stand to provide comment and support from Te Rōpū Kākāriki towards this legislation. And like my colleague from the Labour Party, I'd like to really explore some of the dependence that our charities do have in gambling, because we know that they offer important services to our communities. We know that our clubs also rely on proceeds of gambling, and unfortunately, because of the way that our system is set up, some of us do rely on whether it be pokie machine money or lotteries such as this to keep the lights on, and that's not okay. So ultimately, what can we do as a house to look at the system to support these important charities to do good within our community? On top of that, let's look at the process. It was a short, truncated time frame. We had a very limited window for submissions, but we received a diverse view of groups from both those that receive the funds as well as those who provide problem gambling services. There were gaps identified within some of what we considered during deliberations, including the data that we had or did not have sufficient information or evidence to really show what the effects or the outcomes were since the temporary provision was in place since 2020. That was shared by the officials. So, you know, what were the amounts, the frequency of gambling, and also maybe potential harm, referral into problem gambling services. Now, ultimately, we do support this. We do see the value of those groups that are in community to be able to execute their lotteries in this manner, but also remembering that we have the wider system strategy being developed right now and consulting on preventing and minimising problem gambling harm. And so, you know, what does that look like in terms of an ecosystem of both management of potential harm and services that deliver importantly to those who are impacted, but then charities such as this. Let's be cautious around online gaming generally. That is something that we need to watch out for as a house and continue to look at what the trends are moving forward. But ultimately, we do support the bill, and we tautoko a good examination, evaluation and robust monitoring moving forward so we can understand better what systems and mechanisms we need to put in place to tautoko those who are impacted by problem gambling, but also these important community organisations to ensure we're all compliant, but also the services are available to support those who need help. Kia ora.
Cameron Brewer.
Support of the gambling definition of remote interactive gambling amendment bill,
and remind the House that the Governance and Administration Select Committee examined this bill and recommended that it be passed without amendment. Some concern has been raised by the opposition that there seems to be an over-reliance from some of our charities, such as Coast Guard, on gambling. But I'd like to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to bring some good news, Dan Bidwai. And that good news is, in Budget 2024, Coast Guard and Surf Lifesaving received a funding boost from this government of $63.6 million in May, in the budget for the next 4 years. Both parties were really happy. So this government is addressing some of those funding shortfalls. I commend the bill.
Andy Foster.
Speaker, this is a common sense bill. I don't think it's controversial at all. As we've just heard, the Select Committee approved the bill without, or recommended the bill without amendment. It's simply making permanent what is already there, what's already been there for 3 or 4 years post-COVID. It allows Class 3 licence holders to raise money remotely as opposed to the old school way, door to door and all that sort of thing. It's more effective, it's more efficient, it's more modern, it's the kind of thing which we would expect in our society. We've just heard a couple of things about dependence on gambling money for community organisations. That's really not what tonight is about. This is simply about the way in which these particular organisations raise money at the moment. I'd just like to remind the House that Class 3 are low risk operators. There's none of that rush of immediate return that you get from a Class 4 machine, because no machines are allowed. The prizes have to be over $5,000, so they're reasonably sizable. It's got to be for community purposes, and it's nothing like the Class 4, 5 and 6, which is your casinos, your machines, your lotto, etc. And it's got to be for fundraising for good purposes, the kind of purposes that we heard about: sports clubs, hospices, rescue helicopters, the Heart Foundation, Coast Guard. So this is money being raised for very, very good purposes, and this is about making sure that is able to be done efficiently and effectively. I'd also like to remind the House that only 1% of all gambling money invested, if you like, is invested through Class 3. It is Labor has asked about data on harm caused by this class of gambling, and I think the reality is that we heard none of that because the submitters who we asked about that, who are concerned about gaming harm, weren't able to provide any, and they are organisations who you might expect to be able to do that. They would have had plenty of time. They would know that if they had any evidence, they would know that. They would know that. And the DIA said this is low risk. So we had no evidence that there is any harm, and I think that is simply tilting at windmills. 15 submissions, 13 in favour, 2 against, and no evidence of problems caused by gambling. It's a low risk, sensible bill, helps those charities get on with their good work, and I commend this bill to the House.
Do we have a call from Mario Meno, Kapakingi? Thank you.
Tēnā tātou te Speaker, kia ora tātou. Madam Speaker, the psychology of gambling is deeply set in our minds, you know, dollar signs flashing, lots of noise, lots of lights, and the temptation of winning, right? So, and that's, and you know, I mean, we're probably all subject to it one way or another, so just settle. But then it becomes a necessary evil. But so there it is. I just want to open my great corridor with that kind of opening statement. But today, I stand for Te Paiti Māori, and on behalf of the party, support the gambling definition of remote interactive gambling amendment bill. You'll be pleased to know. A significant and forward-thinking step, who wrote this, in ensuring our charities can continue to do their work. Because again, there it is, isn't it? It's another necessary evil. It's like, yes, all those lights are flashing, same as we're all tempted actually when we're in there. Not that I go there, of course. And then of course, to all of those providers that are out there and do have to depend seriously and properly, I guess, on the money that's sought from gambling to undo the harm of gambling. But there we go. This bill will make permanent the exemption for Class 3 lotteries from the prohibition on remote interactive gambling, allowing our charitable organisations to thrive in an increasingly digital world and removing barriers. And this is from a digital immigrant here, interestingly enough. This legislation will directly benefit many community organisations, especially in Tāmaki Makaurau. Take, for instance, the Auckland Rescue Helicopter Trust, which provides life-saving services to our whānau, and similarly the Coast Guard Aotearoa, another organisation that plays a critical role in keeping our communities safe and well. Additionally, key organisations that are available to support whānau, like those in health, the ones that some of the other side of the aisle are getting rid of, but anyway, that's another conversation. The Heart Foundation and the Kidney Society. This bill is crucial for Māori communities, the likes of Manurewa and Māngere, and those communities doing their best to support each other to thrive. Many Māori-led organisations and initiatives rely on lotteries to support their community-driven projects, ranging from healthcare to education and preserving tikanga. Enabling these groups to fundraise online opens up a new avenues of support, making it easier for whānau and iwi across the motu to contribute to causes that uplift and empower families. As the world shifts increasingly to online, we must ensure our legislation reflects these changes. The temporary exemption introduced during the COVID-19 pandemic has shown that online lotteries can operate effectively and is fundamentally important to the ongoing operation and feasibility to those that support us. By passing this bill, we are embracing the future and enabling our charities to continue the incredible mahi in the environment and in the modern world that we live in today. Nō reira, e te pika tēnā koe tēnā tātou.
Lawrence Yunnan.
E te mana o te whare, tēnā koe. I rise to also, on behalf of the Green Party, to also support this bill. However, there are definitely, from a process perspective, a couple of points that I would like to raise. Firstly, we heard about the fact that this bill will be taking effect, whichever one is earlier, on the 1st of November this year. This is on the basis that the existing extension was only going to be till the 31st. However, since that is already a known factor, we have had the truncated select committee process, and when we did ask the minister this during the committee stage, there wasn't a clear explanation from the minister on some of the detail of this bill, which actually is quite concerning. So just speaking very quickly very briefly on the committee stage, I raised the point that there are a number of concerns in this bill from the primary legislation perspective and whether the minister has considered a lot of these factors. And I think the minister's response, which is comparable to some of the governing party's responses so far, as this is something that's in place for 3 years already. There's only 1% of this is class 3, and there's not a lot of harm caused by this because of delayed gratification. However, Madam Speaker, we simply do not have enough data on this because there isn't any data on this, particularly when we're looking at some of the class 3 gambling that we mentioned, and we did not have sufficient time to hear from the communities who could potentially be harmed as a result, potentially, not being the key word, harmed by this. We have heard some of the other groups, which other has mentioned, particularly around the Heart Foundation. So, Madam Speaker, for us, although we support this bill, we do find the process of how this bill was introduced lacking. And from an issues perspective, there is the fact that there isn't enough data. There is the fact that we simply do not know what the harm it is when it comes to delayed gratification. Some people have mentioned that this is a low number. If this is a low number or a low percentage, there was no convincing argument being put forward so far on why then it is absolutely crucial for us to push this through a truncated process and undermines the legislative process that we have in this House. Surely, in that case, it wouldn't have been that big a deal if it's quite a small percentage of it, as other people have mentioned in this very house. And indeed, I have again asked the minister the question if she would consider delaying this by 3 months or put in an interim, something that's interim for 3 months, so that way we're able to hear more from the communities themselves on how they feel about the permanence of this particular legislation or this particular method of remote interactive gambling. But, Madam Speaker, finally, let us actually be very clear about this. People and charities and all of these organizations in Aotearoa should have the sufficient level of funding that is needed for all of us to be able to thrive. The fact that Heart Foundation and all of these other organizations have to use this method in order to have sufficient funding to operate or to keep their lights on is simply not good enough. Madam Speaker, we shouldn't be using gambling as an excuse or as a reason for us to undertake these these worthwhile endeavors that the communities are doing. Again, these foundations are doing a fantastic job, and I think one of the speakers mentioned before that there seems to be an increase in funding to support some of these areas. However, clearly that is not enough. So for us, we would like to see that when we are looking at these sort of charities and these sort of funding in the future, that there is enough for them to go on, that maybe some of these fundings should be available and should be part of the budget to begin with. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sam Uffindell.
The purpose of this bill, which I support, is to allow lotteries that raise funds for charities or non-commercial purposes under Class 3 to continue to do so. We've heard a number of examples already. They talk about Coast Guards and surf lifesaving clubs. The Heart Foundation use this mechanism to raise funds. And for there was a group here that has 85% of their funds, 85% of the gambling that they do is online to raise funds, and it's their second biggest source of funding, and that's Coast Guard New Zealand. So there is an exemption that was due to expire at the end of this month. So asking for it to be delayed by a few months, like the previous speaker did through committee, obviously would have a very detrimental impact. So we are a hard-working government, Madam Speaker, that is getting on with getting this third reading through today, and I support this bill.
Rachel Boyack.
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to take a call on the gambling definition of remote interactive gambling amendment bill. And as Chair of the Select Committee who considered this bill, can I again thank all those who contributed to the process, the officials who provided us with advice, submitters who engaged in that process, and of course the Select Committee for the work that they did on the bill. Madam Speaker, there have been a good number of contributions already this evening that have talked about the purpose of the bill. This comes about following what was a temporary solution that emerged through COVID, where we had a number of charities who were unable to perform their fundraising activity, and moving their activity online ensured that they were able to continue with their raffles. It's usually a raffle type process that they follow, Madam Speaker, and that meant that those charities weren't going to forego some of the critical funds that they receive in order to run charities that provide services that are essential to New Zealanders. As the previous speaker noted, that exemption is due to expire very soon, which is why the government brought this to the House. But I would note, just following the prior speaker's comments, that I do agree with him that it was a very truncated process, and there were other options that could have been looked at to ensure that those charities didn't end up in that situation, because none of us would want that situation where they weren't able to continue that activity. I don't think that's what speakers tonight are suggesting. There could have been another temporary exemption, or actually the government could have brought this bill to the House earlier. We did unfortunately hear from at least one submitter who wasn't able to submit, and this is a submitter who works in the area of harm minimisation. So as the chair of that committee, as a member of that committee, I do want to put on record my concern that if you have a truncated process, it can sometimes mean people with valid information and views aren't able to give their contribution. So having said that, I do take the point that Andy Foster has made tonight in his contribution, that even though we have concerns about harm minimisation, I do accept the views of officials, which is that the risk in this case is very, very low. These are the types of activities where the organisations that undertake that fundraising activity keep a name and a record and contact details of the person who has purchased a raffle ticket. It's not like the pokies where you have bright lights and noise and flashes, and where they're designed psychologically to actually create an addictive process. Very, very different type of activity. And so the harm minimisation is low. But I also don't think it's onerous to require those agencies to have a harm minimisation approach in place. One of the agencies gave us a good example, that was the Heart Foundation. And I would encourage other agencies undertaking these activities to look at what the Heart Foundation do and to perhaps make sure they're doing the same thing themselves. They spotted someone who was purchasing multiple tickets. That caused them some concern. They contacted that person. Turns out the person was a previous winner of the raffle, wanted to support the Heart Foundation, was very, very grateful for that. And so the Heart Foundation worked with them to provide another method for them to provide an ongoing contribution. Now, I don't think it's onerous for these large charities to have a small harm minimisation process in place. And so my colleague Jan Tinetti has noted already that the Minister, there's been commentary in the media about the Minister's plans around online gambling. It's certainly something that I have an interest in, both as an MP, an elected MP, but also as the chair of this committee. It is an area where we always have to make sure that we're doing everything we can to limit that harm that can occur to people, because that harm is devastating. It can destroy lives, it can destroy marriages, it can destroy people's ability to go to work. So I don't think we can underestimate actually that gambling can cause people to go through very, very devastating situations where they end up doing things like committing fraud against their employer. And so we as parliamentarians do need to take that seriously. But I will repeat again, just echoing the comments from Andy Foster, that the risk in this situation is very, very low. So on that basis, Labor is really pleased to support this bill. We did actually have a members' bill in the ballot that would have done the same thing. It was our ministers, and I want to acknowledge our former ministers, Jan Tinetti in particular, who put this exemption in place during COVID to ensure that these charities could continue receiving the revenue that they need so they can deliver very, very crucial services to New Zealanders. So thanks to everyone who has been involved, and I commend this bill to the House.
Tom Rutherford.
Madam Speaker, and I think, coming from the Bay of Plenty, I think of our Papamoa Surf Lifesaving Club. I think of, in Sam Uffindell's electorate, the Mount Maunganui Surf Lifesaving Club, the Omanu Surf Lifesaving Club that sits on the electoral boundary of the Tauranga and Bay of Plenty electorates, that under this legislation will be able to fundraise to support the incredible work they do to support and keep our communities safe. And for us, we are so grateful to them for their ongoing support in protecting our communities. And by enabling this legislation, we are providing them more opportunities to bring in funds to support the work they do and making it permanent from the end of this month. And I commend the bill to the House.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Tēnā koe te māngai o te whare. I too want to rise and take a short contribution on this third reading and say once again that Labor supports this bill. I've listened to a few contributions in this debate, and one thing I just wanted to note, that even though these are very worthy charities, and we do want to see them be able to fundraise and do the wonderful work that they do, I have heard some important points raised about harm minimisation and ensuring that we are also turning our minds to that, because we have a duty as members of Parliament to ensure that we are looking at any of the adverse or potential unintended consequences of changes that we make. So I am a bit disappointed that the Select Committee did not support the Labour members who asked for a clause in the legislation to directly address harm minimisation. I think that was a missed opportunity, and from listening to the debate tonight, potentially because it was such a rushed process as well, that wasn't able to be further explored and debated, and evidence and submissions received on that. But I do come back to the point that Labour does support this legislation. It was a modification that was put in place in 2020 during the COVID pandemic. It has proven to have worked and had some positive benefits to it, and so many in the House tonight see the merit in continuing that through this bill. So I commend the bill to the House.
Dean Bidwa.
Madam Speaker, it's great to see the House break out in unison this evening to support such a great bill. This bill is about empowering strong communities. It presents the House with a bill that gives permanent change to Class 3 lotteries. It's going to help some fantastic charities that have been mentioned here this evening. But Madam Speaker, I don't think there's anything else that I can contribute other than a quote from a Filipino proverb which says, "A man that talks too much accomplishes little." I commend this bill to the House.
Reuben Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and take a call on the definition of remote interactive gambling bill. And I think it's okay, I can talk about more than one thing, that's why I'm in this party. So the support that the purpose of these bills, of this bill, is to support those New Zealanders when they need help. So to support our fellow New Zealanders by supporting these charities. And I think when we look at this bill, it's a good opportunity for us to look at one of the charities that relies on the activity that this bill allows, and that's the New Zealand Heart Foundation. Because it's a fact that every 90 minutes a New Zealander dies from heart disease, and that's a statistic that I don't think anyone in this House could or should be happy with, and it's just a statistic that we should make sure that we support organisations like the Heart Foundation to reverse. So a large part of the fundraising that the Heart Foundation do through the lotteries that they're able to run, thanks to this amended bill, is research and specialist training for cardiologists, for support people and for whānau. So this year alone, they're investing $4.2 million into fellowships, scholarships and project grants across Aotearoa. So it's less about all singing Kumbaya together and more about making sure that at a time when charities and organisations find it harder and harder to find the fiscal support that they need and may be able to expect from central government, there are luckily other avenues available to them. So the Heart Foundation in 2024 has funded people like Vaya Ulina Tofi, who is looking at integrative Māori and Pacific culture values in heart health. It's funded and supported people like Dr. Laura Joyce, who's working on remote monitoring for atrial fibrillation. And it's funding and supporting people like Dr. Nikki Earle to understand the differences by sex of heart attacks. So how different the heart attack experience is for men versus women. And I think this kind of research is crucial and critical and immensely valuable for all New Zealanders. So what this bill allows is the continuation of the Class 3 gambling online. So to raise money for these authorised purposes with prizes that are valued at over $5,000. So this could be a house, a batch, a car, a holiday, all coincidentally, those prizes are part of the Heart Foundation's current raffle, which you can find online. Very, very tempting and a very, very good cause, I think we would all agree, especially given those statistics, those frightening statistics that every 90 minutes we do lose a New Zealander to heart disease. However, it is also worth us noting that because of the speed we have had to move this bill through, there are missed opportunities in the Select Committee process and in the Select Committee consideration of this bill. And it would be remiss as it moves through the House for us to rely on a Filipino saying and use that as an excuse to not fully take stock of the opportunities that we've missed through the expedition of this process. The first of those is literally that the time-sensitive nature of the bill limited the time to receive submissions. And previously a member has mentioned they had time, but the feedback is that in fact they did not. The process was rushed and there was not time to receive full and fulsome submissions, and some of the submissions that were received by Select Committee said just that and also indicated some of the risks that potentially are not fully explored through and the implications of this bill mean that those risks remain. One of the others was that with online platforms there's really a need to protect anonymous gambling and engagement with activities like this, and there are currently not sufficient tools to reduce that harm because there was not time to explore that. So the Labour members who were on the Select Committee did call for a clause directly addressing harm minimisation to be included in the bill, and it is disappointing to see that because of a lack of will and potentially because of a need for speed, that wasn't able to happen, and I think that needs to be noted even as we pass this through. So I am standing to speak in support, ultimately support for the organisations who support so many New Zealanders who need that crucial support, organisations like the Heart Foundation. But I do think we need to urge greater caution with process and remember the ramifications of our actions when we move things through this House at such speed. Thank you.
Hamish Campbell.
Madam Speaker, it was my honour to rise and speak in support of the gambling definition of remote interactive gambling amendment bill in this third reading. Madam Speaker, have been, before coming to this House, was a scientist, and I worked for 15 years for different charities, and I have benefited from the proceeds of gambling to actually carry out some very worthwhile medical research. So I am very grateful for this bill, which of course is going to raise funds for charitable and non-commercial purposes. We've heard a lot in this debate about risks, but I do just want to point out that this form of gambling is non-continuous. We've heard about flashing lights and noises. This does not count for these Class 3 lotteries. And during the exemption period which this has been in place, there has not been a notable increase in gambling harm related to these Class 3 activities. So we do have data, we do know a lot about this, and these Class 3 lotteries play a really important part in our charitable sectors. Therefore, I support this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The motion is agreed.
Gambling, definition of remote interactive gambling amendment bill, third reading.
I call on Government Order of the Day number 3.
Mental health bill, first reading.
Speaker.
Honourable Matt Ducey.
I present a legislative statement on the mental health bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Matt Ducey.
I move that the mental health bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Health Committee to consider the bill. Madam Speaker, it is a serious step when the state intervenes and takes control of your life. The current Mental Health Act has been criticised for not being aligned with the dominant models of mental health care in New Zealand. This bill is needed to ensure we have modern compulsory mental health care legislation. People who are subject to the legislation come from all walks of life. They could be a family member, a friend, neighbour, or a professional or leader in our communities. These are everyday New Zealanders experiencing mental distress at a level requiring state intervention to support their recovery. It is important that the bill comes in today with full support across all political parties in Parliament As New Zealand's first mental health minister, it is important to me that Parliament takes a bipartisan approach to addressing mental health in New Zealand. This builds on the kaupapa started with Chloe Swarbrick, Lewissa Wall and myself 5 years ago when we first met to set up New Zealand Parliament's first cross-party mental health group to develop long-term policy solutions irrespective of 3-year parliamentary cycles. It is important to see this bipartisan approach to mental health continue to thrive here tonight. Madam Speaker, can I start by acknowledging those with lived experience, specifically those who have lived experience with compulsory mental health care in New Zealand. I do hope that you will see your voices, your stories in this bill. We need to do better. I want to thank you for sharing your experiences to date, and I'd like to encourage those who are still to share their story to make a submission in the Select Committee process so we can ensure those with lived experience are heard. I'd also like to acknowledge those who bravely came forward to share their stories in the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Historical Abuse in State Care and in the care of faith-based institutions. For some, talking about compulsory mental health care will be difficult. It is important to state that this bill will contribute to at least 10 of the abuse and care recommendations relating primarily to care safety and monitoring. My vision is an effective and comprehensive mental health and addiction continuum that puts people at the centre of their care, making sure we have legislation that can support people who are experiencing the most acute mental distress is a key part of that continuum. That is what we are here for today. Back in 2018, there was a government inquiry into mental health and addiction. The resulting report, Aotearoa, recognised that the Mental Health Act was out of date. The report recommended new legislation that reflects a human rights-based approach, promotes supported decision-making, aligns with the recovery and wellbeing model of mental health, and provides measures to minimise compulsory or coercive treatment. In 2021, the current Act was amended, which, as I said at the time, it was an important step in addressing that Aotearoa recommendations, but ultimately a small step. I'm very pleased to be taking the next major step by introducing this bill to the House. This bill will modernise compulsory mental health care in New Zealand. The current Act has received substantial criticism and challenges both domestically and internationally. That includes what we heard through the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Historical Abuse in State Care and the care of faith-based institutions. Many of those 2,400 survivors who courageously shared their stories and their experiences with the government and the public spent time in mental health facilities. This bill forms part of the government's response to the recommendations of the inquiry's final report, particularly those recommendations relating to care safety. This bill supports a future focus on safe and effective mental health care for people that require state intervention. This bill will be a critical safety net for those experiencing severe mental distress who are unable to engage in decision-making about their own mental health care. It is intended to be used as a last resort only. When this happens, a person is required to receive care either in the community or, if that is not appropriate, in an inpatient setting such as a hospital. This does not cover all specialist mental health service users. In fact, only around 6.4% of service users are subject to the Mental Health Act at any given time. But that is still over 11,000 Kiwis, people receiving compulsory care either in the community or in a hospital setting. I know that for those experiencing the most severe mental distress, compulsory care can have a significant impact on their lives and their loved ones. It can be a lifelong influence on people's ability to live independently and engage productively in their communities. I want to highlight the three big shifts I expect to see under this bill. Firstly, this bill is about providing more effective care. Compulsory mental health care is not a new concept, but how it is delivered is out of date and no longer represents current best practice. The legislation will support care being delivered in a way that minimises coercion and is responsive to individual needs. This will bring compulsory care in line with modern clinical practice in New Zealand. Placing a person at the centre of their care will also support safer ways of working, which will improve outcomes for people under the legislation, their families and communities. Secondly, the bill will recognise people's decision-making capacity. This is why one of the most significant aspects of the bill is its approach to embedding supported decision-making. At its core, this is about putting measures in place so that people can be actively involved and assisted to make decisions about their own mental health care. You will see that the bill has measures in place to support people before they become unwell, such as through compulsory care directives. It also includes key protections when people are under the legislation, such as duties to ensure participation. Empowering individuals is fundamental to this bill. Thirdly, the bill introduces far greater protections and safeguards. The bill will ensure people understand what is happening to them and why they're entitled and what they're entitled to when they are under the legislation. One of the aspects I'm particularly pleased to be speaking to are new independent support and advocacy roles under this bill. These roles will be critical to ensuring people have the support they need to be heard, as well as to understand and exercise their rights. People will also have more opportunities to have the decisions about them reviewed and more opportunities to exit the legislation if no longer needed. We also take a hard look at restricted practices, specifically the use of seclusion. This bill ensures there will be far greater monitoring and oversight. I recognise that there are a number of practices like these marred in history of inappropriate use, abuse and overuse. I am committed to seeing the reduction and elimination of seclusion over time. The bill has mechanisms to support far stricter use with the ability to prohibit seclusion once the system is ready. I'm sure restricted practices will be a critical topic of discussion and of high importance to submitters and the Select Committee. This bill has been driven, Madam Speaker, by the voice of New Zealanders, and I would take some time to thank all the individuals, the families, the organisations and others in the mental health sector who have shared their time and experiences through the public consultation process on the policy underpinning the bill back in 2021. I acknowledge there are diverse views on this piece of legislation and that people have engaged in this work in good faith. Developing this bill has involved carefully balancing all of those views. I have people who took part in the consultation look at the bill and see how all the different views have been considered. I hope this good faith engagement can continue across the House as the bill proceeds to the Health Committee and beyond. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Ingrid Leary.
Madam Speaker, anybody who has interfaced with the Mental Health Act 1992 will know the trauma and the difficulty in grappling with really big issues around human rights, dealing with loved ones, dealing with crisis, dealing with safety. And as somebody who has used Section 12 of that Act twice on family members and had extensive experience with family members who have experienced mental health, I want to acknowledge that this is a very big and serious and important piece of legislation. And it is complex.
It is always going to be contentious in some elements, and I want to congratulate the Minister for bringing it to the House, for building on the work that the Labor government did and getting it here. And I also want to thank him for his collaborative approach, for reaching out and providing us with a pre-reading briefing. We take on board his invitation to suggest at the Select Committee that we go around the regions and seek input from New Zealanders. It's certainly something I would support. And I also heard in his briefing the flexibility of the Minister to consider some of the more contentious elements. The bill does go a long way in terms of moving the 1992 current law from a very sort of bright line situation where people are either deemed requiring compulsory care or not into a much more nuanced approach. And so I'm not going to go into the differences. I think others can speak to them. But I'd like to just lay out some of the things that we would be very interested in as opposition to hear from submitters. We are cautious about certain areas of it. There is a change to the threshold that requires people to be kept under compulsory care. In some ways it looks to have been broadened, which could be concerning, but we also see that it is proportionate. There is a proportionality test, and so I'd be really keen to hear from people, especially those with lived experience and those working in the sector, as to what they see the impact of that would be. We are very concerned about electroconvulsive therapy, and for this reason we will support the bill to the first reading in its current form. I have heard the Minister say in the briefing and tonight in the House that he is flexible about this, and our concerns come about because of our sensitivity to the evidence and the recommendations from the Royal Commission into Abuse and Care. We need to now temper that with the pre-consultation that happened before this bill came up, and I'm hearing that the Minister may be flexible. But we do also have real concerns around the use of ECT that is still allowed under the Act for under 18-year-olds in certain situations, and we want to hear more about what the appropriate consenting process should be and what the safeguards are. The Minister has mentioned seclusion. Our concern here is we understand there are workforce pressures, but we also feel that to use a pragmatic reason to override on human rights as the sole reason is problematic. And so we want to see what can be done around seclusion to strengthen the human rights element and ensure that it is used only in the rarest of circumstances. And the same probably applies to the other treatments that the Minister referred to. In general, I think the bill will be much stronger if we can just ensure that there is greater compliance, and that is because the policy statement refers to a level of compliance needed to achieve its objectives as being very high, and also specifically in the need to secure efforts to secure compliance. Now, those are things that I'm sure can be done through some panel beating of the legislation, and again, Labor will be really listening hard to see where we can strengthen that. It will be around the reporting requirements afterwards, I imagine, after certain powers have been used under the Act, but also in the processes that are used to evaluate people so that we can be sure that we are really fine-tuning the balance of making sure we take the best care of people when they're in crisis and they need to be kept in a safe environment, not necessarily with their consent, and that they get the care and support afterwards that they need. So with those caveats, Madam Speaker, we do support this to first reading, and I look forward to the many submissions that we will get.
Ricardo Menendez-Marsh.
Speaker, all of us deserve to be treated with respect and dignity no matter where our mental health is at. And I think this is really significant because for quite some time, in our communities and through our systems built by political decisions, that hasn't been the case. And I want to make heed to the 11,000 people who are subjected to compulsory care every year. their whānau, and their communities, and everybody who has contributed to the political process that has led us to this day where we are debating the Mental Health Bill, which will seek to overhaul the Mental Health Compulsory Assessment and Treatment Act of 1992. Even though that bill is quite old and would have been seen as progressive at the time, it has now been really well documented about how it's actually quite out of date and doesn't reflect the rights that we aim to uphold for disabled people. And most recently we had He Ara Oranga, the report on the government's inquiry into mental health and addiction, that called for our Mental Health Act to be overhauled with a human rights-centered approach. And I want to acknowledge the Minister's intent in here to do that and to actually uphold the voices of people who have contributed to this process to this day. But also, if we look at the same report, I think the findings of the report also identify that in order for this bill to be successful, the Minister and the government more broadly will need to take an all-systems approach to improving the well-being of our communities. It will rely on addressing workforce issues, and it will rely on addressing the social and economic determinants of health. That very same report talk about how poverty was a huge contributor to people's mental health. And therefore, I think in order to address some of those rights-based approach, we'll need to look also outside of the scope of this bill, and that will be key for it to be a success. I also want to acknowledge the Abuse and State Care Inquiry, which brought and shed another light into the practices such as compulsory care and how they have often been used under the guise of care by the state. And I think this is another reflection that we need to take into account as we honour the voices of survivors and people with state care experience. The Green Party, though, notices that this legislation will deserve really, really strong scrutiny from us and our broader communities. And I also want to echo how we welcome the invitation from the Minister to get the Select Committee in charge of this bill to travel across the motu to adequately hear and take into account the voices of our communities who need to be at the centre of this bill. And so, again, we do aim to eliminate these restrictive practices that have been well documented and call on the Minister to be a strong champion to address everything else that will need to be done to ensure that our people are safe. Because at the end of the day, if we're going to acknowledge in this legislation the particular, for example, need to address Māori mental health and take a te reti approach to mental health, that cannot be done if at the same time land continues to be dispossessed, people continue to be stripped out of their culture, if access to te reo Māori continues to be deprived, and those things are actually all connected. We have a bill that acknowledges the importance of Māori mental health and te tiriti o Waitangi, and therefore I call on the Minister that alongside this bill, which I really commend his good faith approach, he also becomes a champion to address the critical feedback we have received across so many reports, across so many events, and from so many community members on the need to address all the other parts of the mental health system that goes beyond this bill. We look forward to participating in the Select Committee process to adequately look if any amendments need to be made to strengthen this legislation and to encourage members of our communities to submit. I also want to acknowledge that when people have lived experience in the mental health system, particularly when it comes to issues around compulsory care, that there are barriers to participate in processes like the Select Committee. And so I hope that we take an accessible approach to ensure that we take care to what could be re-traumatizing experiences that are yet to be shared, and I look forward to working constructively. And I know Hannah Linden, who will be repping us in that Select Committee, will be a strong champion to ensure that we take really good care in upholding those voices in a way that doesn't re-traumatize people.
Laura Trask.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support to represent the ACT Party in support of this bill at the first reading. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the work of the Minister, Matt Ducey, and congratulate him on bringing this bill to this House. Also want to acknowledge the collaborative approach that we have, because I think there are some things like this that kind of go beyond the political back and forward, to and froing, and it is such a serious piece of legislation, and I think it is really important that we all collaborate and get together and make sure we're on the same page with this. So I would like to congratulate you on that, and also a bit of a shout out to the other people that are on the cross-party mental health group that we're working together with, and to the likes of those that will be on the Health Select Committee that will champion this bill through. So, the old legislation is 1992, more than 30 years old, and is no longer fit for purpose. I think that is more than obvious. This bill provides the guidelines for when a person can be subjected to compulsory mental health care without their consent. It provides a safety net for those who need urgent intervention as a last resort. It also defines legal protections and process for those individuals from the justice system requiring mental health care, ensuring a secure environment for treatment. This bill is about providing more effective care, supporting compulsory mental health care to be delivered in a way that minimises coercion and is responsive to individual needs. It sets out important guidelines to improve the effectiveness of the mental health and addiction support services in New Zealand, protecting patients and staff. The major areas of change. This bill aims to modernise mental health care system while also driving a human rights-based framework for compulsory mental health care. Some of these main changes I note are that there's going to be a foundation for personal-centred care, including the ability for patients to make statements in regard to their future care, and it allows patients to specify the care that they consent to and do not consent to. And I think this is really important, and having this plan in place before we head down that steps to needing that state intervention, I think would have a major difference in people's lives, and I really find that part to be one of the biggest features here that I really like to get behind. The aim is to minimise compulsory treatment. I do feel like that is quite an ambitious goal, and I see where the framework is heading with it. But at the same time, I think that we do need to realise that there is a fine balance between the safety of the individual, the safety of staff, and everybody that is involved in that care. But I do think it is ambitious, and I think it is something that can be worked towards. The legislation sets a new standard for when compulsory treatment can be used. The use of compulsory treatment can be only permitted when someone has seriously impaired mental health that causes severe adverse effects and they lack that decision-making capacity. Focusing on recovery and supported decision-making. Part 2 of the bill provides guidelines for supported decision-making to ensure individuals can make their own decisions regarding compulsory mental health where possible, which I think I talked about before, and this is a really, really important part to the bill. I also note that the inquiry, Aotearoa, a government inquiry into mental health and addiction, identified various issues, and a lot of these seem to be addressed from that report. Enhanced protections for children, specific provisions for forensic patients, cultural considerations, and a focus on reducing mental health and disparities. There are some potential unintended impacts, and I think I potentially spoke about that before. The goal of this bill is to support and protect patients' rights in improving mental health outcomes. However, this bill could create a complex web of new processes, meetings and administrative requirements that could actually delay the treatment for those that are in crisis, and that is something that I do actually worry about. I think that during the whole select committee process, we would like to see how these processes will be carried out, and we want to hear from the voices of those with that lived experience. So like the speakers before me, I do urge anybody that has that lived experience to please come forward with the select committee. Those that work in this area and those that feel like they have something to contribute. It is extremely important. This is a very important bill. I commend it to the House. Thank you.
Tanya Unkovich.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the Mental Health Bill. And it is very much a welcomed piece of legislation, and as I was reading through it, it really did take me back to many individuals. In fact, I didn't realise how many I have walked through this compulsory care journey with, and it's not only obviously incredibly traumatic for them, but also for their family. And I really thought about the systemic family effects that happen when this process is happening. So, you know, and I just want to acknowledge everyone out there who is struggling at the moment and their families. It is a very difficult road. So we really do welcome this legislation. Now, one of the things that I was very happy to see was the theme of our human rights being acknowledged so much in the process through the Act. It was mentioned quite a lot. I'm just going to touch on a couple of areas because I know we'll be able to speak a bit longer in the second and third readings. So I was really happy to see that, and that there is a focus on recovery, therapeutic support, not just a band-aid, but a long-term plan in order to help people transition from care to go back out into the community, from compulsory care to voluntary care. So it was really welcomed to see this approach of wanting to see a long-term solution for an individual, a holistic approach, one might say. Now, the other thing that I was also very happy to see was that everyone has a care plan. It is recorded and there is a review process. So there will be some accountability in this. And, you know, processes, yes, hopefully they won't delay, but to have secure processes in place, anything to help save a life is worth it. So the more that we can do to do that, then the better. Now, minimising coercion, I was really happy to see that because of just witnessing some of the things that I have witnessed, and to encourage that this will not be something that will affect people's basic human right. There will be some leeway here, and to really ensure that things such as seclusion, as the Minister mentioned, it's not going to be used as much if possible. So that was a welcomed thing. Safety. There was a mention, and I'll speak a little bit more in detail in the later readings, on children and young people. So there is a real look into that side of things as well. Now, I won't be on that select committee. It would be great to be on it, but I will follow it very closely. And I do welcome everyone, especially with lived experience, because that is how we will learn. And I would welcome everyone to participate as much as they can in the select committee process. I think that's all I want to say at the moment, Madam Speaker, and I commend this bill to the House. Oh, thank you.
Debbie Ngārua-Peka.
Koe e te pika. First of all, I'd like to mihi to our Minister Matt Ducey, ka nui te mihi kia koe, he tino waka nui tēnei pere. And I want to first of all acknowledge this bill. It's the first under this new government to promote te tiriti o Waitangi, and the ceiling hasn't fallen in. It recognises and protects our tino rangatiratanga. And this bill also seeks to promote the decision-making capacity of our people in care, supporting their mana motuhake. Ka nui te mihi, ka nui te mihi, ka nui te mihi ke a koe. What it also does is accepting the recommendations from He Aotearoa, the report of the Government Inquiry into Mental Health. And I do want to mihi to many of the esteemed members, Professor Ron Patterson, who is the chair, Ta Mason Jury, founder of Te Pāti Māori, Dr. Barbara Disley, Dean Langihuna, Dr. Jemima Tiatia Seth, and Josiah Tualahi Malahi Arohatu. 5,200 submissions were made, 400 meetings were held with tangata whaiora, their families and members of the public, health and other service providers, iwi and kaupapa Māori providers, many community experts. And I guess what we are seeing is most significantly the shift away from a system that has harmed many in our community. So our current mental health framework has completely failed our communities and many communities. And I think going towards acknowledging te tiriti will benefit all of our mokopuna. The status quo system, as you know, has required a real shift from anything that has been done before, and we respect that this is the intent. One of the things that also is emphasising is the well-being of the communities and the people-first approach. And it is so humbling to be able to be in the House to mihi to you for that. This is what Māori input looks like. And no one has had their skin ripped off their bones. What input is also required to radically shift from what has been failing our whole communities. It's been informed by experts, well-versed experts. It's been informed by whānau who are living and challenged with a revolting aspect of how the mental health system has let us down. And it's been afforded, as including Te Tiriti, to ensure that we are all able to thrive. So I guess it's difficult not to reflect on the anti-Māori agenda and ignoring things that have been affected in the last 10, 11 months. And I'm sad to see that it's taken nearly a year for us to get to a bill that is acknowledging the deprivation, most significantly the depth of change that's required. One of the things that I want to do, so I do mihi to Hea Aotearoa and the boldness of the Minister for taking this once-in-a-generation opportunity for change. Our own Tā Mason Jury pioneered for Māori health, citing in his Māori model of health, Te Whare Tapawha, that our mental health is as equally important as our physical health, our spiritual health, and the wider health of our whānau and our whole community. One of the aspects also that I'd like to mihi to in this particular bill is that what we have is I guess, sadly, when we see Māori are disproportionately represented, that we have the boldness within us across all parties to be able to look at repealing and putting in place something that, as we've heard before, that reflects our human rights-based approach, that is promoting and supporting decision-making that aligns with a whole wellbeing model of mental health, and it's providing measures to minimise compulsory or coercive treatments. It's been a long time coming, and we look forward to hearing the submissions and following this through to the third reading. Kia ora.
Sam Uffindell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I rise to speak in favour of the first reading of the Mental Health Bill, and I want to congratulate our Mental Health Minister, Matt Ducey, for all of the very hard work and incredibly important work that he is doing in this space to improve mental health outcomes across New Zealand. There's a lot of work to do, but I know this Minister is going to work hard to make sure that we improve the situation. And this bill does aim to replace outdated legislation, and it's been commented on how the Mental Health Act doesn't necessarily align with current mental health models across New Zealand. So the Mental Health Bill, as it comes in, it somewhat intends to do several things, and one of them is to be people-centred, and another one is to enable supported decision-making. So it establishes a framework for compulsory mental health care without that consent, and outlines processes for forensic patients, and many of those who are in very challenging circumstances to get the mental health provisions that they need. It modernises the regulations for people with severe mental distress, and it sets out a number of principles to promote a human rights-based recovery-focused approach to mental health in New Zealand. It encourages supported decision-making, as I touched upon before, because we do want people to make their own mental health decisions. We want them to be at the centre of this, and we also want that to be enabled, especially even if they lack capacity or ideally before they become unwell. And we have noted there were a number of recommendations by the Royal Commission into the inquiry into historical abuse to promote a safer, more effective care model to minimise the need for compulsory care and instead focus on individual needs and recovery. And I'm sure all members of the Health Committee who are here tonight look forward to working on this when it comes to the committee and hearing those submitters and those submissions. And I'm sure some of those submissions will be quite challenging, but we will do our best to make sure that this legislation reflects the needs and where we need to go on this as best as we can. And I support this bill commend it to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Dr Aisha Verrill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in support of this bill. I want to acknowledge the comments made by the Chair of the Health Select Committee. I too am looking forward to hearings on this important bill. I want to, like others have done, acknowledge the long gestation and two parents this bill has had. I was lucky to be the Minister responsible for it for the short period of time. I was Minister of Health and found it well underway due to the work done by my predecessor, Andrew Little, on this bill. And I'm aware that it had its genesis in the He Ara Oranga report commissioned by David Clark. So it is good to see that its new parent has continued to its gestation and brought it to this important phase, its birth into our Parliament. Congratulations, Minister Ducey. This bill has a lot to commend it, including taking a more patient-centred and modern approach that values the human rights of people with suffering mental distress. I do want to just draw out some of the ways in which it does that. It is more recovery-based. It does recognise te tiriti. It is more whānau orientated, moves us closer to meeting some of our international obligations, and pays more attention to human rights, including allowing advance directives in some situations. Those are all very positive developments that we should support. I also think the inclusion of the tests that existed in review periods are important protections that have been carried over from the previous Act. One thing that is different is the compulsory care criteria, and the words serious harm to themselves or others that was in the old Act is no longer in this Act, though the concept is similar. The person must be suffering impaired mental health that causes the person to lack capacity to make decisions about their own mental health care and is likely to cause in the near future, in the absence of care, serious adverse effects. So that is different from the serious harm to themselves or others, and I think that sounds like a more appropriate test, but of course I'm sure in Select Committee we'll hear about many different situations in which this compulsory care test is applied and be able to flesh out the meaning of that change in more detail. I want to echo some of the comments of my colleague Ingrid Leary and note the areas where we have questions that we want to explore more in Select Committee. The first relates to electroconvulsive therapy. As a Minister, I was aware that electroconvulsive therapy was part of this Act, and in the course of being part of the development of this Act, sought additional information on that. I am aware that the official information says that ECT is effective. However, I still have questions to ask, and I hope that that is something we can put the Select Committee time towards. As I've gotten to know my Select Committee colleagues better, I have understood that we are very well qualified to undertake that work together. It is an important element of human rights. We are all painfully aware of the misuse of ECT at times in our country, in our health system in the past. The bill includes provision for ECT without consent. So it is upon us all to make sure that we scrutinise that particular treatment, and I hope that those who have experience of ECT or of using it in a therapeutic setting come and speak to the Select Committee. I want to use my remaining moments to reflect on a meeting I had with a member of the public recently who had an experience of seclusion in compulsory mental health care that was extremely distressing. Her experience of seclusion was one in which she felt abandoned. She felt it was at odds with the very notion of being in therapeutic treatment. She felt that it isolated her from the care system. I really want to make sure we understand that it is being used in the right circumstances in this law. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I commend this bill to the House.
Hamish Campbell.
Madam Speaker, it is great to rise to speak about this mental health bill, and it's great to see support right across the House for this piece of legislation. I have to admit, Madam Speaker, it is quite some legislation with 221 clauses in this bill. I do just want to acknowledge some of the officials up in the gallery that are watching on, and I do look forward to working with them on the Health Select Committee as we work our way through this. It's clearly time that we update the mental health bill to bring it in line with best practice, not just best practice here in New Zealand, but bring us in line with some best practice internationally as well. It is a very important bill, as we've heard, because it does deal with the serious occasion when compulsory mental health treatment is used, and it does mean that we need to make sure we get this legislation right. And as I say, I look forward to the Health Select Committee working through this legislation. This repeal and replacement of the Mental Health Act of 1992 means that we can have a bill that better reflects a human rights-based approach that we expect to have in a modern society. It promotes supported decision-making and, of course, aligns with recovery and well-being model of mental health. It also allows that in times of maybe not so acute mental health distress, that people can have their own mental health, can make their own mental health care decisions. And I think this is a very important part of this bill. And I look forward to making sure that we can get this legislation right, because it does touch on a very serious aspect of mental health. And so I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Pene Henare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to stand and speak on the mental health bill. Madam Speaker, can I acknowledge the Minister? We all know that prevention is better than cure, and the Minister, in the good work that he's doing, has continued to support access and choice for communities right up and down the country, which is the best way to stop whānau and individuals having to walk down the pathway that we're debating in the mental health bill this evening. So I want to acknowledge the Minister for continuing the support of that work. In my time as an Associate Health Minister, Madam Speaker, I travelled the country in particular to meet with the Māori providers who provided the access and choice care in communities from the top of the north to the bottom of the south. And I was impressed by the work that they did, and want to acknowledge the Minister in bringing this bill to the House, because as my colleague Debbie Ngārewa-Peka has mentioned on this side of the House, we acknowledge that in this bill it does look towards the kind of equitable health care that we expect for our communities and our people, and looks towards models that will support that equitable health care. Whenever we speak of health models, Madam Speaker, I can't help but think of Sir Mason Dury, Order of New Zealand, one of the greatest living New Zealanders, who continues to talk about te whare tapawhā and the need to consider all aspects of a person's well-being in order to help them and support them to achieve and live the kind of life that we all aspire to. And it's those kinds of models of care that I think about when we look towards how we can get equitable care, how we can make sure that those who do require such mental health services can continue to get that support on their journey. The other part of that support, Madam Speaker, that's mentioned in the bill here talks about the kind of representatives for those who do find themselves in care. And I note in the bill the Minister brings to the House tonight talks about the kinds of representatives for those people. They can be whānau members, iwi leaders, hapu leaders, people who are well known to the family or to the individual, people who will be able to advocate on behalf of those people who find themselves needing this kind of healthcare, Madam Speaker. This is a good step forward, and as my colleague Debbie Ngārewa-Peka said, the sky hasn't fallen in, and we want to acknowledge that we can still continue to serve Māori communities. We can continue to actually acknowledge te tiriti o Waitangi in the work that we do, that will help all of the communities across Aotearoa, New Zealand. So I want to acknowledge the Minister for bringing this bill. The next part, though, Madam Speaker, is to acknowledge that there will be a lot of submissions, and I expect those submissions to come forward to the Health Select Committee when this bill is up for consideration. And that's going to be important because the devil is always in the detail. The ability to look towards the bill, to pick it apart with a fine-tooth comb, to actually come forward and express what does it mean to give equitable care or health care to Māori whānau or Māori communities. It's easy to say those things, and it's even harder to actually do it. So to hear it firsthand through the Select Committee, I think is going to be important, and I'll encourage those in the Māori health sector and in the health sector in general, mental health sector in general, to make sure that their voice is heard on such an important bill. Madam Speaker, every one of us in this House have had family members, community members, close and dear loved ones who have come across mental health challenges and have needed to access care. And while He Aotearoa looked towards the system and how we might be able to fix it, what we knew was it was going to take time to get there. And access and choice, which is what I've already mentioned this evening, is one part of that. This bill is another part of that journey on He Aotearoa. And I look forward as the Minister is driving through the recommendations and the changes that are required in order to achieve He Aotearoa. For those that don't know, He Aotearoa means a pathway to well-being. He Aotearoa. I think that's something that we'll all aspire to for our communities and our constituents right around the country, Madam Speaker. I commend this bill to the House, but as my colleague Ingrid Leary has already said, we will continue to look towards a few aspects of the bill that we have a very clear view on and a strong view on to make sure that those are heard in the Select Committee, but acknowledging the Minister and his bipartisan approach to such an important matter to our community. So well done, Minister. Looking forward to this bill continuing through its processes and hopefully supporting it right to its conclusion.
Carlos Chung.
I rise in this House tonight to support the mental health bill in the name of New Zealand First Minister of Mental Health, Honourable Matt Ducey. This bill will replace the 1992 Mental Health Compulsory Assessment and Treatment Act, which is more than 30 years old and is no longer fit the purpose. Currently, according to Health New Zealand Te Whatu Ora, approximately 10,000 people in New Zealand are subject to treatment or assessment under the current Act per year. These are some of the most valuable members of our communities who need well-leading care, not a 30-year-old Act which was never designed for many of the challenges we face as a society today, both in my electorate and across New Zealand. This bill introduces a purpose and set of principles to promote a human rights-based, recovery-focused approach that addresses the unique needs of individuals under compulsory care. This is a critical safety net when a person needs urgent intervention as a last resort, which in many cases has the potential to be life-saving. Madam Speaker, this bill also encourages support decision-making, help people making their own mental health care decision, even if they lack full capacity or before they become unwell. And this bill also introduces a far greater protection and safeguards than the current bills in place, ensure people understand what is happening to them and what they're entitled to when treated in accordingly to this bill once become law. Madam Speaker, if there's one thing in this House that are unified on, it's about improving the mental health system to ensure those who need help get it. Therefore, I'm looking forward to this bill progressing to the Select Committee where New Zealanders will have the opportunity to provide feedback to ensure this bill best achieves this objective. I commend this bill to the House and I'm looking forward to its progressing further.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The motion is agreed.
Mental Health Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Mental Health Bill be considered by the Health Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The motion is agreed. I call on Government Order of the Day number 4.
Contracts of Insurance Bill, committee stage continued.
I declare the House in committee for further consideration of the bill.
Members, the House is in committee for further consideration of the Contracts of Insurance Bill. When we were last debating this bill, we were debating Part 1. Part 1, this is the debate on clauses 3 to 9, preliminary provisions and Schedule 1. Once again, the question is that Part 1 stand part. The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and really good to be here at roughly the same time. Working late again, it's really good to be here doing the mahi well into the night on this important bill. I want to talk about, and I realise we've talked a little bit about Part 1 as well, but I've got a few more things to tidy up. And one is just around the interpretation section. One is really a drafting question because it really frustrates me, and I will come to some other drafting points, particularly in respect of average later on, where nobody knows what the words mean, and why we still use words that really have their foundation in the 1700s, I don't know. So if we look at the word avoid, which in itself is kind of not a natural English way to say that a contract is terminated from the beginning, but that definition of avoid then says, in relation to a contract of insurance, means to avoid from its inception. And we had Parliamentary Counsel in at the Justice Committee recently, and we talked about the use of plain language. I'd imagine Council's not far away. Why would we need to use the word from its inception instead of from the beginning? That's just a plain English question, and so my suggestion is that we get rid of these arcane and archaic terms and just use genuine everyday English language. So that's the first thing. And that's drafting. I mean, if we don't get that one right, it's not going to be the end of the world because it's still got a meaning. The second point, though, is around health insurance. And health insurance is defined quite unusually because it's defined as meaning insurance against a liability to pay fees or charges relating to the provision of a health service within the meaning of Section 5.1 of the Health Practitioners Competence and Insurance Act 2003. But that's not how health insurance works. Because whilst liability insurance works that way, if you get sued, your insurer pays your liability. Health insurance is in fact forward-looking. And if we think of some of the funding promises this government this government's made but not kept around, for example, cancer treatments, people aren't liable for their cancer treatment. They want to get cancer treatment. They want to purchase the drugs and be reimbursed for them. So they're not liable to anyone. It's not a liability policy. It's an insurance for a future event. So I'm actually quite concerned that that's a real dog's breakfast of a definition because there is no health liability. There is no, when you are looking to get your hip replaced or drugs for cancer treatment, you're not incurring a liability at all. And it's totally got the thing on its head, when in fact what you're wanting is a promise to pay for a debt that's incurred in the future. And I think that one really needs to be tidied up. And there's another one, and this one's actually quite important because it pervades the entire Act or bill, and that's policy holder. And this crops up time and again where the bill uses the term policy holder. What it doesn't recognise is that any particular policy can have more than one policy holder. And not only can it have more than one policy holder, they can hold it in different capacities. So they could hold it severally. So they could, for example, have a life policy over a partner in their law firm, but hold it in different shares. So one person might have 1/10 of it, someone else might have 2/10 of it, and so on. So that would be a policy held in common, but severally. The ones that create real problems are joint policies where there are perhaps a husband or wife or domestic partners who insure a house, and their rights are joint in the sense that they're identical and as if they were one. But the real question here, and it crops up and it is really important, is that if one of the parties tells a fib, how does it affect the rights of the other party? And so in respect of policyholder, the definition just blithely sails past this really important distinction. And so if we look at policyholder, it means the person who has entered into a contract of insurance. It doesn't say the people who have entered into a contract of insurance, and it doesn't even recognise the fact that there might be one policy. Mr. Chair?
Dr. Duncan Webb. I'll let him finish.
I'll just take, I'll accept that indulgence, Mr. Chair, and I'll just finish off. So my point was simply to conclude that the person who has entered into the contract of insurance, we need to make sure that the definition effectively captures different kinds of policies held by multiple policy holders. And when we get to the rest of the bill, we can address how things like the misrepresentation section are going to manage it when there's a joint policy where one party has misrepresented. So interested to hear that from you, Mr.
The Honourable Andrew Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the Honourable Dr. Webb, Doctor of Laws, is becoming at risk of becoming a serial litigant, but unfortunately what he's trying to litigate is unusual. And my first question is, why the heck didn't he raise this during the Select Committee? Why is it so pressingly important now? And even if you accepted that he chose not to raise it through a long, extensive Select Committee, to now raise issues such as avoidance from its inception, all these clauses, when in reality you will know as a lawyer, Dr. Webb, that the questions you're raising are of minutiae. No one raised any issues either on behalf of the committee or as submitters to the bill on any of these three issues. And you and the member will know that the definition of policyholder does include a reference, and by implication in common law, it includes multiple policyholders, and the argument he's putting forward is spurious and wasting the time's house. And I note he took the opportunity to talk for a full 5 minutes to raise three rather ridiculous questions.
Just remind the member of the chair that these are matters for the chair to consider. Mike Butterick.
I move that debate on this question now close.
I'll go back to Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the other thing I wanted to raise, and I see my friend and colleague, Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell, is keen to have a question or two as well, and that is in relation to the schedule to the bill, because that's part of this, and in particular, Clause 3A of Schedule 1, because this deals with, and I'm still perplexed as to why this is even in the bill, because Clause 3A is a transitional provision around contracts between the insurer and broker about premiums. And, you know, I was criticised by the Minister pretty fearsomely, actually, and so I will respond. I think I should, but because I was getting into the minutiae of the bill. Now, maybe the Minister was too busy socialising with members of the media, but that is the job of this part of the debate, to go through on a clause-by-clause basis. And if the minister doesn't like it, well, you know, it's actually his job. So thanks for coming along to the House to answer questions on the clause. And you can see from what's on the table that we have got a lot of suggestions, and this will be very important because this bill actually affects a lot of commercial arrangements, and the discussions we have, whether or not you agree to any of the amendment papers, will actually inform how this bill is applied in practice. In terms of the arrangement between insurer and brokers about premiums, my question is why we need a transitional provision in respect of contracts, which, because I mean, if you look at 3A3, this clause does not prevent the termination or variation of the contract or arrangement. So in fact, we've got a totally redundant provision because private arrangements fall outside of the bill full stop. The bill in its body makes it clear that arrangements as to when premiums have to be paid by the broker to the insurer are subject to private arrangements. And then we've got this redundant provision which says transitional provisions don't apply to private arrangements. So that's entirely unnecessary. So I'd be interested to hear why, you know, these kind of unnecessary, and I see that was put in at Select Committee, a Select Committee which incidentally, Minister, I don't sit on. I found it perplexing that you would criticise me for not raising things on a Select Committee that whilst I did attend on a couple of occasions, I don't actually sit on. And this, of course, is an opportunity for any member of the House to go through the bill. Thank you.
Deborah Russell, Honourable Deborah Russell.
Oh, look, thank you, Mr Chair. Look, I wasn't intending to take a call, but I do want to take one now. And the reason is I do want to take up the cudgels on behalf of my colleague, the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb. And I'm, I suppose, perplexed as to why the Minister would choose to attack a member of this House for going into the minutiae, which is how it's normally pronounced, of a bill. It's exactly what is supposed to be done during the committee stage of a bill, especially for a member who, as he's pointed out himself, doesn't sit on the Select Committee, but is also someone who has a deep interest in this area of law and quite a bit of expertise on it. So I'm going to suggest to the Minister that, you know, any objections or questions that my colleague, the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb, is raising, they are really worth listening to. Now, having said all that, there is a particular thing that has been puzzling me, I suppose, since I looked at the detail of this drafting overnight, and I want to look at clause 6 of the bill, page 13, and so it's 6 sub 1. For the purposes of this Act, and then what a contract of insurance requires, what it means, but then instead, this is, for the purposes of this Act, contract of insurance means, yada, 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 unless the context otherwise requires, which just strikes me as a pretty, well, loose, really. I mean, it means a contract of insurance unless we think it doesn't mean a contract of insurance because what's around it. So I'd just like a little bit of indication of where, I guess, where elsewhere in the bill, where this, the context might otherwise require. So if the Minister could give me some examples within the bill of when a contract of insurance doesn't mean a contract of insurance. I'd appreciate getting that, some explanation as to what that context might actually be. And I guess, you know, I could probably talk to my colleague, the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb, who kind of knows some stuff about insurance and the like. But actually, I'd like to hear it from the Minister.
The Honourable Minister. Ryan Hamilton.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
ACT, New Zealand.
Favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Pōtia whakahi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Part 1 set out on AP number 125 be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakahi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment inserting new paragraph C in clause 3 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment inserting new subclause 4 in clause 6 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 7(1)(b) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New
8
Zealand
votes
First.
opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Part 1, as amended, stand part. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Soon to be 15 votes opposed, but currently 14.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā poti e whakahi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. I remind the member that we vote in the present, not in the future. Members, we come now to Part 2. Part 2, this is the debate on clauses 10 to 69, disclosure duties, and Schedule 2. The question is that Part 2 stand part. The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Now, I know that there's some material here relating to dishonesty which other members will speak to, probably more articulately than I can, because I wasn't at the Select Committee deliberations. But I do want to latch on to one quite important thing, and that is the division between consumers and non-consumers. And I guess there's two aspects to this that I think are really critical. One is that the way the bill is currently framed, the insurer can essentially strong-arm the insured into saying they're a business when in fact they're a consumer. And that's a problem. The second is the kind of fictitious distinction, the idea that if you are, there's this distinction of knowledge, skill and ability if you're a business as opposed to if you're a consumer. There are some consumers, when I go, look, let's be honest, when I go and insure my house, I'm not getting the wool pulled over my eyes in terms of terms and conditions and what have you. Whereas someone who might be buying a small business, English might not be their first language, they're in a much more vulnerable position. So this immediate assumption that small businesses in particular don't need protection or need different protection or are less deserving of protection doesn't really work. Having said that, it's a rough proxy, but I think if you're going to use consumer arrangements as a rough proxy for duties and remedies, then you've got to be really cautious about that. That's why in clause 11, I've proposed reinserting clause 11, and I think clause 11 is actually a really important one because it gives it's a default rule. It's no more than a default rule. Where if it can't be shown to the contrary, the starting place is that the contract is a consumer contract. Now, given what is at the disposal of insurers in terms of the dominance they have in the contracting arrangements, a lot of contracts of insurance are done online or through brokers, both of which can manage the information and the certifications and things like that. This is a commercial policy. Click here if you are a business, and if you don't click yes, you can't proceed. Very simple kinds of procedures that can exist. But a presumption that it's a consumer contract gets around the situations where people get a contract for their dwelling, which they might have a home office in. I mean, this is the kind of thing that happens. A lot of people run a small business from their garage, and all of a sudden, there's a real risk that the insurer will go, you're running a business, you're running your candle-making business from the garage, therefore, it's not a consumer contract, it's a commercial contract. I have an entirely different set of remedies. And when you made a mistake around, the age of your house or whether it's been rewired, boom, you're substantially worse off than you would be if you're a consumer. So that's a really, really important point. And I'm sorry to say that I don't trust insurers not to use those kinds of advantages. So this is why in a lot of legislation, Fair Trading Act, Consumer Contracts, Consumer Finance Act and so on, there's a little bit of a thumb on the scales for the consumer, and there's very good reason for that because there is a massive imbalance of power in these arrangements. These are formal contracts, you don't get to choose the terms, and if there's a way in which insurers can make these... What's your question? Well, my question is, if you want to go down to the table, go and get the amendment paper, you'll have heard my question is, will you adopt my amendment paper relating to clause 11? It's the first thing I said. So don't just kind of wake up, sorry, hello, yep. Perhaps you too were socialising a bit too long with the media. But the point is this, that the consumer contract issue is an important one. A presumption should exist so that where there is any doubt whatsoever, it falls in favour of the consumer and the greater remedies or the greater protections exist in respect to particularly of those misrepresentations that we will talk about a bit later. Thank you.
Mr Chair.
Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I just want to talk a little bit about how we want to proceed on this side of the House with discussing this bill. This bill was substantially started its journey through the House, being drafted under the former government and under the former minister. Between the former minister and the current minister, it changed its character a little. I think my colleague, Dr. Duncan Webb, referred to it as that one of the things that this side of the House had in mind when we were in government in terms of drafting this was being on the side of the little person. We're on this side of the House, we're the party of workers, we're the party of the small guys, we're the party who try to ensure, party of small business, we're the party who try to ensure that workers are treated respectfully in the workplace. We actually try to have the law set up in such a way that we look after the little person. Mr. Chair, I notice that my colleagues on the other side of the House are eager to participate in this debate. If they'd like to take a call, they're very welcome to. So we had been in a position where we had wanted to support this bill. But then as it finally made its way through Select Committee, some of the changes that were brought in place, to our mind, have taken away some of the protections for the little guy. And as my colleague Dr. Webb said, they've really tilted the balance in favour of the insurance companies. And so for that reason, on this side of the House, the Labour Party feels it can no longer support this bill. Now, a lot of those clauses that have made us change our mind are sitting in this part of the bill. What we intend to do, though, is to try to discuss it in a reasonably orderly fashion and go subpart by subpart by subpart. So just for the time being, we're confining our discussion to the very first few clauses in part 2 of this bill, and looking at those issues around the definition of a consumer insurance contract and a non-consumer insurance contract. Now, it's interesting, my colleague Dr. Webb points out that as someone who knows a little bit about insurance, he is not likely to be bamboozled by an insurance contract. But most of us in this House aren't insurance specialists. Most of us in this House end up shining insurance contracts which got lots and lots and lots of detail in them. That most of us probably, we might read them through but not really understand what's going on. We are the sorts of people in our non-expert capacity who this bill should seek to protect. And so I want to look again at this consumer insurance contract versus a non-consumer insurance contract. It basically says a consumer insurance contract is pretty the ordinary sort of stuff that you and I sign up into in our domestic capacities on a hopefully an annual basis, and a non-consumer insurance contract is everything else. And that is, as my colleague Dr. Webb pointed out, might work okay for a larger business that perhaps employs an insurance broker, might work okay for a larger business that has access to good legal services, but it's not so good for the mum and dad business, for the small business and so on. So I want to understand, I guess I'd like the Minister to put his mind to whether that line has been drawn in the right place. Perhaps that some of those protections should be afforded to small business people as well, some of the protections in this bill, so that small business people, mum and dad operation, mum and mum operation for that matter, or dad and dad, however it's constructed, the family farm, whatever, that kind of small local business, corner dairy, whether those sorts of businesses ought to be afforded the same type of protection as the consumer insurance contracts. After all, as Dr. Webb pointed out, people running those businesses are no more likely to be expert in insurance than the rest of us who are just signing up to the ordinary old domestic contracts. So as a party that cares about workers, cares about small people, cares about small business, it'll be quite good to get some insight from the Minister into his thinking around that consumer insurance contract versus non-consumer insurance contract.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Andrew Bailey.
Thank you very much. So just to be clear, the member wants to reinstate clause 11, just for my colleagues, which was unanimously agreed by the Select Committee should be removed. So that's the proposition we're talking about. So it is a substantive point, so I do acknowledge that, Dr. Webb. I just draw your attention, I know your conversation was in relation to clause 11, but actually the reference to commercial or non-commercial is actually in clause 10. So clause 10, part 1, defines what a consumer insurance contract is, and it says predominantly for personal, domestic or household purposes. Whereas in subsection 2, it says a non-consumer is basically anything else, which is not a consumer. So obviously people who had much to do with businesses, as the members claim to, normal business type insurance covers business continuity insurance, specialist machinery insurance that might be bespoke to the machinery. It might be to do with certain things, aspects of the business, which are all quite sophisticated and tailored to that product. The reason why this presumption was removed is quite simply a presumption is not needed or appropriate for a definition that assesses the purpose of a contract on an objective basis. And I think it's really important to understand that compared to consumers, small business tend to have more complex insurance needs and policies, as I referenced before, and that's why the demarcation's been made. And no doubt that is why the committee unanimously agreed to delete this clause.
Mr. Chair. Lawrence Zunan.
So we too, as on behalf of the Green Party, when it comes to this substantial section with part 2, we'll be going subpart by subpart. So in the beginning, we would like to focus on clause sections 10 and 12. And again, Mr. Chair, based on the conversations we had yesterday, that when relevant, we might also draw in elements of section 1 that is referred to in part 2 here. First of all, thank you, Minister, for your explanation around this. But I think one of the things around the interaction between section 10 and 11 is quite important here. Now, the explanation that was given for the removal of section 11 is not because it's need to be redundant, but because of the fact there are no comparable sections in either the Fair Trade Act or the Consumer Guarantees Act. But I would like to ask the Minister that, you know, through consultation, maybe through conversations with the Select Committee Chair, I too was not part of this particular Select Committee, whether in those other relevant acts that was referred to, there is a distinction under those acts between what is considered a consumer and what is considered non-consumer. Because if those distinctions aren't available in those relevant acts, then the fact that there is a basic or default aspect, as the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb mentioned before, is quite important. Going back to section 10, now one of the things when it comes to the separating of consumer and non-consumer contract, I think is a good move because that actually clarifies certain needs and actually clarifies some of the things that is hopefully, that is for the benefit for consumers. However, I think one of the things that is important to address is when we're looking at size and scale of what is considered the consumer, non-consumer contract. Now, the Honourable Dr. Duncan mentioned in the context of non-consumer contract in terms of small family businesses, but I want to draw the Minister's attention to the size and scale of potentially consumer insurance contract. So in this particular case, I would like to ask the Minister that for landlords who owns 10, 20, 50 properties who genuinely conducted as a business, but without having to register as a business, would those insurance for their property, but also for, both for the property and potentially even for their content, will be considered consumer insurance contract or non-consumer insurance contract? Because granted, those particular personnel, the scale that they're able to conduct under consumer insurance contract might be much broader than family-sized businesses under a non-consumer contract. And I wondered if the Minister has considered possibly putting a limitation or precautions around this. And I draw the minister's attention to a much later section, which I'm sure we'll discuss later, but the limit that is being placed on something has been done in this very act in section 175, when additional section has been added in terms of a contract insurance with a particular monetary amount to it. So for example, 175I, Roman numeral 1, gives a threshold of $20,000. So I wondered in this case, has it considered by the minister to put a certain level of threshold on determining what is not necessarily the total sum of a consumer contract, but in terms of the maximum threshold that individual consumer contracts may be reached, and beyond that limit, it can no longer be considered a consumer insurance contract. So those are the sort of two questions I mentioned, is whether Section 11, when referring to, I think, the Consumers Guaranteed Act or the Fair Trading Act, in those acts there is a distinction. I'm not an expert when it comes to consumer law. Are those two acts also contains the distinction? If it doesn't, then Section 11 is important. Secondly, is whether the minister considered having a threshold on the scale of consumer insurance contract akin to what is later in the section in Section 175.
Helen White.
Thank you. I have got the portfolio of small business, so I'm interested in this line of inquiry about those small businesses.
Yeah.
My understanding is, I was reading an article which said that the minister has visited thousands of those little businesses, and some of the ones that I've visited blend the home and the business very significantly, and I suppose that it's very likely the experience of the minister is the same. Not only are they blending those things, but they are some of our most vulnerable people. A lot of migrants are coming in, they're running those businesses, and it seems to me that I drew on this a little bit in the earlier part about the choice of laws provisions, that they are particularly inappropriate to a group of people who already find it hard to get a debt resolved, navigate a system that is already foreign to them, and to actually push any further is hard. So I wondered about that aspect, and whether, because I wasn't on the select committee, whether there had been submissions in support of drawing a line which was more financial rather than one that drew the line, and what the discussion was about, for example, the home business distinction, because there are so many people now who will be living above the shop, they'll be working in the shop. It will be a natural blend of the two going on, and I wondered what we do in that situation. I was also interested when I read the clause 12, because it talks about basically if you don't have these things, you're a domestic contract, or it seems to default, and that's a genuine question. Is that the intention? If you don't get the certificate, does that mean, even if you are a business, so if you were a big business, if you're quite a big enterprise and you didn't have those things, would that mean you default straight into being a consumer contract? Because it says in that part you aren't a consumer insurance contract if you've got these things. So what if you don't have them, but we wouldn't think of you as being a business? And that's a very genuine question. Is that the intention, that it falls back to a default of it being a consumer contract of insurance, or not? Genuine question, would love to know the answer, but I'd really, really like to know what the minister thinks about the validity of the argument that small businesses are really much more vulnerable. They're a very different kind of thing from the large businesses in the country, and that it's very dangerous to put them all in the same basket in this situation. Has there been a greater consideration of a more subtle approach? And would he be open to an amendment now which suggests that we could draw a line there, which says that the small businesses were actually covered by this in the same way. I am concerned that we have not been nuanced enough. And I have asked, the other thing I'd asked about was whether there were any submissions on that basis, whether people had brought evidence to the Select Committee. I'm sorry, I just wasn't present on it. It's something I genuinely think we need to look at as much, much greater protection for our small businesses in areas like this and beyond. I think we've basically left them to the wolves a bit, and it's not okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb. Can I just say at this stage, I'm aware that there's a large number of amendments here. If members indicated at the start when they stood up they had a number of amendments they wanted to speak to, the Chair will indulge that and on a question answer again, relying on both parties to be part of that. Just as a suggestion.
No, that's very useful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you're right. And certainly in respect to the amendments that I've tabled, I've got a table of them all here so I can go through them in an orderly fashion. And the next amendment I want to talk about is an amendment to Clause 12. And Clause 12 is, it's actually quite unusual because it talks about a certificate under which essentially the consumer certifies the policyholder certifies that this contract is not a consumer contract. And I've always troubled when you're doing some consumer law, because this is consumer law in many ways, and then you have a cross-reference. And once again, a little bit critical of Parliamentary Council, because, if you read the framing of the certificate, the policyholder P has given a certificate for the contract under section 446T1 of the FMCA. I mean, this is clause 12. Now, and then it goes on to talk about sections 446T2, 4 and 5 of that Act. Now, that's actually the Financial Markets Conduct Act, I understand, and to save ink, presumably they've called it the FMCA. But cross-referencing, the section itself tells you very little about the certification process. And it may be that, because I'm not an expert in the Financial Markets Conduct Act, although I know a little bit about it. My real concern, though, in what my amendment paper goes to...
This is amendment...
This is my amendment clause 12. And because my point is this, Minister, thank you for seeking that clarification. My point is that an insurer would be almost silly not to seek certifications, even where the contract is not really a business contract, where it's a consumer contract. So my first question, for which I imagine you need advice, I certainly do, is can the insurer simply say, please sign this certificate, even if the contract is clearly one for domestic purposes? And would that then turn it into a non-consumer contract? And if that's the case, then surely we need to adopt my proposed amendments, which is, firstly, and I think this is important, the policyholder understands the nature of the certificate. So if we're getting, a dairy house contract, one building, and the distinctions are significant, does the policyholder not just do they know, have they been given a document, but do they actually understand it? Is it conveyed to them in words that are appropriate to them, which is part of the theme of this Act? And the second point, and this is the really important one, the certificate is not manifestly false. Now, if the arrangement is clearly a domestic one, surely it would be wrong to be able to turn it into a non-domestic one, non-consumer, simply by a certification. And for the life of me, I can't navigate and find something that assures me that kind of skullduggery can't occur. And so when there is because think of it, okay, we've talked about super yachts before when we're talking about gang patches. If I go and insure my super yacht, it's actually domestic because it's a pleasure craft. I don't have a super yacht. But the insurer might say, well, that's $1 million boat. I want that to be a commercial contract for my own commercial reasons. Please sign on the dotted line. And it might be the only marine insurance I could get given my sailing record. Now, is that permissible or is it prohibited? Because if it's permissible, we need my amendment. So I'd appreciate an answer to that. I see you've got one.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
I am distressed to think that the member might be having deep concerns over this clause 12, and so I wanted to put his mind at rest. His proposal to clause 12 is essentially, the answer is it's already addressed, Dr. Webb. Section 466T subsection 2, 4 and 5 of the Kofi Act apply for the purposes of clause 12. These provisions already cover requirements directed to ensuring the certificate is not false or misleading in a material particular, and that the policy holder understands it. So there is an absolute obligation to make sure the insurer must make sure the policy holder understands it, and it can't be false under the Kofi regulations, which I know the member was deeply involved in when he was minister. I just want to turn to Dr. Zuan's comments. And the question, he raised the issue of someone owning multiple properties. He took 20, 30, whatever. On classification, I would have thought that was quite a substantial business. But you talked about contents, and I think this is where we need to understand the difference between business and a householder, or a consumer and a non-consumer or commercial operation. So obviously, if you're as an individual, you're wanting to get household insurance on your house, you will have contents insurance. That will cover what you were talking about, couches, all that sort of stuff. If you're a business and you own multiple 20, 30, 40 properties, you're more than likely to have insurance over your furniture and fittings, which is the technical term, would be used in a business type contract. And so there are different ways that they look at it. As I said much earlier, clause 10 is quite clear what a consumer contract is, and then by definition, everything outside that is non-consumer, i.e. it's commercial. And the approach is that we did consider an approach around looking at small businesses as a separate sort of aspect to it, and I know the member Helen White talked about this too, but the feedback we got was that the types of policies that businesses, albeit small, and some we are talking in the very grey area, are very small, where their policies are essentially of a commercial nature, and it's pretty easy to understand those, then they're naturally more complex and they're subject to a different rule. And that's the definition we took. You also asked, do other acts have equivalent to Section 11? And just answering your question directly, Dr. Zuan, yes, but this is because definitions are subjective and it turns on the intent of the consumer. We think using a definition, I'm talking about intent of people, is a very poor way to approach providing legislative certainty. And that's why we have adopted a very objective measure, because then there is certainty if there is a dispute and it goes through the court or wherever it might be. So it's been quite deliberate, and basically the feedback was in line with what we've suggested and put in this bill.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, but can I just say that sometimes I feel like a little forlorn hope here. If we're going to get these conversations going that we attempt to make the committee stage doing, can we just try not to make the 5 minute a target?
Fair enough, Mr. Chair. Firstly,
because that way we can indulge all members, but if we're going to do 5 minute calls each time, it makes it quite difficult.
Okay. Thank you. First of all,
just as guidance to the members, I say.
I cannot imagine this particular chair ever being forlorn. but I will therefore
Keep going, Dr.
do my
Webb.
best to avoid it. No, that's a fair point. So I'll have a quick statement around, and just moving on to kind of subpart 1 proper now, which is where it starts talking about the duties themselves.
Which amendment?
I'm moving on to clause 14.
14.
Yeah. And I've got we've got a number of amendment papers, but talking first about clause 14, or a proposed new clause 14.4, and it's actually around the onus. And this is always, when you are making allegations of dishonesty or fraud, whatever we're going to land on at the end of the day when we talk about this, it's clear that it's a civil case. And therefore, the burden of proof is the balance of probabilities. And my amendment paper, which I'm sure you've read, recognises that. But at the same time, you're making a very serious allegation. And the insurance cases have always had a much more nuanced approach and take the view that, yes, it's balance of probabilities, but that balance takes into this, so this is a proposed clause 14.4, takes into account the seriousness of the allegation. So we shouldn't lightly assume that people, for example, burn down their own house for the insurance proceeds. That's a very serious allegation to be made, and you would need compelling evidence to discharge the onus of it, even on a balance of probabilities, given the seriousness of that allegation. Now, that kind of theme doesn't appear anywhere around the discussion around fraud and dishonesty and what have you. So my proposal, and I'm just going to finish real soon, is that we add a clause 14.4 where there is an allegation of dishonesty, using your language, the onus of proof is on the insurer. I think that's clear. And the burden of proof is that the court must be satisfied on the balance of probabilities, taking into account the seriousness of the allegation and the gravity of the consequences. So just really restating what is a common law position, but with a bill like this, which is essentially intended to be a code, my suggestion is we need it there, and there's a real danger that the courts will lose sight of that. Yeah, so thank you. You've got to...
Bring on to the other bits. You've got 3 and 14.
No, I was all right, 5 minutes.
The answer, and I'm surprised the member wants to talk about. He's got 3 changes to clause 14. I think he could have covered all 3 of them. Maybe I'll just help him. But I'm surprised that you picked up subsection 4 as the one to debate, which is about this issue about onus of proof and what would happen in a court. As the member knows, as a doctor of laws, of anyone in this House who would understand these concepts, if there is a matter taken to court, the normal civil burden of proof would apply and the court procedure would apply. So there's no need to make this change. It's a redundant clause. And he, of all people, should know that. Now, I want to pick up on his other 2 amendments in the same clause. Under clause subsection 5, he suggests a new insertion about fail to answer a question or given obviously an incomplete answer. Again, the bill addresses this in clause 15 in a manner that reflects the intent to place the onus on the insurer. This is a key part of the bill, and Dr. Deborah Russell, I don't appreciate this earlier in her questions. There is an obligation on the insurer to make sure they ask the right question. So in respect to this, the onus is on the insurer to take additional steps if a non-answer or obviously incomplete or irrelevant answer is given. Our bill is therefore more user-friendly. And this is a key tenet of the bill. One of the 3 crucial things about this bill. First thing, policies have to be presented in an easy-to-understand language, and we're getting rid of all the requirements of difficult terms and conditions that are stuck at the back that no one reads, which is the issue we're trying to protect consumers about. Secondly, we want to make sure that It is the obligation and requirement on the insurer to ask the right questions of the potential policyholder, not for the policyholder to try and to understand what the intent of the question was, i.e. do I have to record that I had my tonsils out when I was 5 when I'm filling out a general health application? And the third major component of this bill is that we want to make sure that if there is a dispute, there is a proportionate, recognised approach to dealing with it. So the issue that the member has raised in his subsection 5 is much more consumer friendly. The third submission or SOP that the member has provided, subsection 6, raises the issue about if a statement where it's not a representation, where the insurer was not misled, etc. It is not clear why this change is necessary or how it's intended to change the operation of the duty, given an insurer would not have the remedy anyway unless they could prove that they would have not entered into the contract at all or would have not only done so on different terms. Crucial part of that third element I just talked about. So, thank you. Hopefully that's helpful for the members.
The time has come for me to report progress. Good time. Thank you. Another good late night.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has further considered the contracts of insurance bill and reports that it has made progress on the bill. I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The motion is agreed. The bill is set down for further consideration in committee next sitting day. The House is suspended and I will resume the chair at 9 a.m. tomorrow for the extended sitting to consider private, local and members' orders of the day.